Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much indeed for coming out today to our Town Centre event, Journalism in Silicon Valley. We don't have the whole of journalism here, we don't have the whole of Silicon Valley here, but we have representatives from both. We opened the Town Centre pretty much exactly 5 years ago, actually, when I had to make another awkward speech in this room. And our mission then was to change the curriculum of the school, to help develop a research program, and to realign what we do at Columbia Journalism School with the convergent worlds of technology and journalism. And sometimes I'm just stunned by how much has happened on that particular convergence, even in the past 5 years. Even in the last year, in fact, one of the reasons that we conceived of having this day was to really sort of have a chance to discuss and digest exactly what's happened in the past 12 months in terms of a very important paradigm shift in publishing, where platforms and distribution technologies, which have been so brilliantly developed largely by companies in Silicon Valley, have become publishers themselves. Doesn't necessarily mean they're doing the journalism, but they're certainly shaping what we do. We have just a quick reminder of everything which has happened just since January. So we had Snapchat launching Discover in January, all the way down to the Accelerated Mobile Pages project that Google launched last month with Apple News, Facebook Instance, etc. in between. And today we're really fortunate to actually have some of the best minds in the country, and probably in the world, who are applying themselves both to the theory and practice of this new world. We've called it Silicon Valley, not because we think it's shorthand for technology, we don't, but because we think there are some particularly interesting both opportunities and problems associated with, if you like, the real power dynamic that comes out of a handful of extremely powerful, very gifted companies. So it's a little bit like if we held a conference saying journalism and Washington, everybody would know what we mean. Hopefully you know what we mean when we say journalism in Silicon Valley, and please, civic technologists, I'm not forgetting that there is a whole world of other technology out there. We have a really fantastic day. It's a packed schedule. We know that people will be coming and going throughout the day. We have refreshments at the end of the hall. We have lunch breakout downstairs. We would have some Q&A with some of our panels. We don't always have time for it where we don't. We have participants who've said they'll be very happy to mingle and take your questions later. And I particularly want to thank, we always get to that bit, you know, native advertising will, I'm sure, be something we talk about. I want to really name check the two organisations that have made not just today possible, but that have actually made the whole of the Town Centre's development possible, which is the Town Foundation and the Knight Foundation. And they have been great partners in saying, what is the right research, you know, go and find out what the right research to do in this area is. And that's actually some work we would like you to do today, both panelists and participants, which is to think of really great research questions. Because over the next 2 years, we will be taking this as a primary track of research that we're looking at the Town Centre. And we hope through the day you can get an idea of all the different types of questions that we can start answering in a way which helps journalism and which helps platform companies understand journalism. So that seems like a good point to hand over to our research director, Dr. Claire Wardle, who is also a British woman. We do hire people who are not British women, sometimes. Claire, this is where we didn't practice this.
This was the BBC. We could do a bit of Strictly Come Dancing, but we're not going to do that. Okay, so welcome everybody today. Thank you very much for coming out on what's a slightly British weather day. Welcome to people on the live stream. Hi, Mum. So it's lovely to have you all here, and it really is an exciting day to be able to kick off a really new stream of research. And for those of you who don't know, I'm relatively new to this. I've been doing this for 6 months. But what we do downstairs in the Town Centre is try and find those critical aspects of digital journalism, those questions that need answering, and do rigorous research and turn those projects around quickly, aimed at the industry so that you can use that and take that. So at the moment we have 30 fellows working on 20 projects involving artificial intelligence, automated journalism, We just launched on Monday a project about chat apps. Yesterday we launched one about virtual reality. So you can access all of our projects online here as Git books, and I really recommend that you do that. But it's a really exciting space to be in. But today really marks the start of a new research track that Emily and I will lead. We thought if we said it out loud, we'd actually be able to do it. So we really are serious about trying to hear from you what research questions you want us to work through. So my job today is to keep us on track, to make sure that we don't overrun. And very quick housekeeping. You probably all noticed that we have open Wi-Fi, and it shouldn't fall over because we're used to lots of students using it all the time. So it's an open network. Refreshments are across the hall at all times. So if you do find somebody that you want to talk to and have a quick chat, can you possibly go along the hallway to the World Room just so that we can keep it quiet at the back for the live stream? In terms of bios, we have the program so you can read who everybody is, so we don't have to waste time talking about that. And of course, the restrooms. We're not allowed to say toilets here. We have them along the hall, and we also have them on the ground floor, the first floor. And so finally, again, thank you to the Knight Foundation, thank you to the Tau Foundation, thank you for you being here, taking it seriously, and I think everybody is waiting to hear the first panel, so over to Emily and Mark.
Thanks very much indeed, Claire. So we're really fortunate to have for our first keynote speaker today, somebody that I know well and who probably thought that he'd got away from me interviewing him several years ago, but sadly not. Mark Thompson is Chief Chief Executive Officer of the New York Times company. I knew Mark in his iteration first as actually a journalist, and then later as somebody who ran both the most important public service broadcaster in the commercial sector in Britain, which is Channel 4, and then Director General of the BBC. So there are very, very few people in the world who have Mark's both global insight and also now, he's just been complaining about how difficult it is to write things, his insight into actually putting together both newspapers, digital assets, and broadcast. And we're really, really grateful to have him here today. Not least because the New York Times, which is, you know, we always feel like it's a sort of an institution which is kind of sort of bound in some ways to Columbia Journalism School. We have a long association with the organisation, but which has also been proving to be a very interesting experiment in how you transform a legacy news organisation into something which is robust and fit for the future. And to that point, we had, I think last month, you had your Path Ahead future document, which was really an 11-page summary, I said summary, of the strategy for the New York Times here on in. Tell us a bit about that, and just so people who don't know or haven't caught up with it are familiar with what you've been saying to your staff and out there on the road.
Okay, and the dirty secret, good news, folks, is we've got some PowerPoint. Otherwise,
yes, the dirty secret is there's PowerPoint, but it's going to feel like a conversation. If it feels like PowerPoint, you're allowed to leave. Okay.
I will try and make it really quick. Okay, we hit the next slide. Yeah, so this is Tyler Hicks, great photojournalist, Pulitzer Prize winner. I think he's on the road. This is Libya 2011. I think it's the road between Tripoli and Misrata. At this point in time, this is one of the most dangerous spots on Earth at the time. A great colleague of mine at the BBC was shot by and survived by a bullet which hit two other journalists, killing one of them. Big open country and a kind of ragged front line between Gaddafi and the rebels. In a way, Tyler sits at the top of a pyramid. It takes a lot to get Tyler there. I mean, there's the best safety training, the best security you can provide, and the kind of system, 31 Foreign Bureau, a whole kind of system of doing international news. But below that, you've got a company and a family, the Ox-Sulzberger family, who are committed to this kind of journalism. And at the base of the pyramid, you've got readers who also are committed and in many cases are prepared to pay for it. And I guess the single most important thing to say is, and we want this line, secure our journalistic mission for the long term and create one of the world's most successful digital content businesses. I always want to say it's secure our journalistic mission for the long term by creating one of the world's most successful digital content businesses, and it's create one of the world's most successful digital content businesses by securing and building it from our journalistic mission. So whereas an awful lot of news organizations are saying, this is the stuff, You know, people don't love it. It's a bit. I remember one head of the American networks telling me about asking whether the BBC would like to do all their foreign coverage, saying, you know, our viewers find foreign news a bit dispiriting. They prefer domestic features.
It's changed in America now, where actually they find domestic news quite dispiriting.
Well,
as well.
that's true. Where to look next, eh? But we believe it's contrary in general, but we believe, and we're proving out that there is a big, dedicated, and engageable audience for what Tyler does.
Right.
Okay, next slide. And we've set ourselves this fairly simply stated, arguably reasonably alarming goal, which is to double digital revenue. We did it. We've pretty much done it between by 2015. We'll have more than doubled it since 2010. We're saying that by 2020 we'd like to double our digital revenue again. This is pure digital revenue. We're not ascribing any value. 1.1 million print subscribers get complete digital access. That's not included. This is just digital advertising, digital-only subscription, and other bits and bobs, digital archive, actually very nice little digital crossword business, and so on. We haven't got a big new lever to pull like launching a new pay model. We've done that. Right. We do believe, however, this is achievable. And although, there are many quarters where we hit the numbers you'd need to hit this. So, you know, 14% year-over-year digital revenue growth. And this is something the organisation, the whole organisation, is committed to.
Right.
Is committed to. Next slide. How do we do it? More than doubling the number of most engaged users. We can talk about what we mean by most engaged, but more than double the number of most engaged users. That means reaching out to beyond our heartland in the US and new audiences here. It means really connecting with, and not shallow. I mean, our thesis is a big top of the funnel, reaching tens of millions of people, is really good to get people to sample what you do. In terms of monetization, it's less helpful than many of our competitors think. Right. In our case, 90% of our digital revenue comes from 12% of the visitors.
How old are they, that 12%?
So the answer is, the average is kind of low 40s. Right. And by the way, with plenty of millennials in the mix and younger audience as well. But you're right, demographics are one of the things we've got to look at US and around the world. We want to be the best digital news destination in the world, contrarian. We believe that although, and we'll talk about it, I'm sure, we want to sample people to be able to sample the Times journalism in all sorts of places. We want to be a destination. We want to become a daily habit, very much in the spirit of the legacy of the Times. We want people to come back again and again to us, and we have some ideas about how to do that. We see our business as a subscription-first business. Doesn't mean that we can't make a great offering to advertising. We believe we can grow digital advertising strongly. But everything we do, every piece of journalism we do, we want it to be worth paying for. I mean, demonstrably worth paying for. So again, that's slightly unlike many other people's view. A pivot around innovation is really good for us in all sorts of ways. It's essential. Digital advertising is essentially a technology challenge now. And we have to constantly innovate, both in terms of technology and creativity, if we want to grow digital advertising. We also think that actually trying to work hard on storytelling, this is absolutely, you know, if Dean McKay were here, he'd say exactly the same thing, that actually trying to figure out how to tell compelling stories in environments like smartphone, and innovating and getting a reputation for innovation is key.
Virtual reality, even.
We'll come on to that. And here we are. Here's some stats from literally the last 24 hours. Our VR app has been downloaded faster than any app we've ever done, including the main Times app. We've delivered so far 1.3 million Google Cardboard devices. Average time spent on the app so far is 14.7 minutes, an astonishing number.
Does that strip out the time which people spend? Like, it's like the VR, you know, they know what I'm talking about.
Emily, other people were able to assemble the device.
Listen, I have teenage children, and mine were, you know, oh yeah, that thing. No, I was just thinking that's time on
the app.
Right.
The longest film on the app is 11 minutes.
Right.
14.7 means multiple consumptions and trending on Twitter. So And the last point on the previous slide, we don't need to go back to it, is also trying to essentially figuring out, goes back to the innovation report, we're all in it together.
Right.
This is something we've got to work on as an organisation, and we need to begin to, without in any way stepping back from the ideals of Times journalism, we need to do this in a kind of combined, multidisciplinary, joint way.
Right. I mean, let's just go back to really sort of pick apart some of that. The figure that has been...
In a good way.
In a good way,
yeah.
Entirely good way. The figure that people have really focused on is that. I noticed you put it in a nice Death Star colour of the dark column that takes us to $800 million a year. Mm-hmm. And you said we don't have any new levers to pull there.
But what I mean by that is fundamental structural changes. There are ideas out there, but the core of the 800 is going to come from continuing to grow our subscription business and continuing to develop and innovate around our digital advertising business. Now, there are, I mean, something we don't think we've done well enough yet is fully reflecting digital, the kind of incredible breadth of the New York Times in terms of culture, lifestyle, and leisure. So there's, in terms of content, the actual content creation by our digital, our newsroom is far wider than digital consumption would currently, which is very focused around news and opinion. So there's many different parameters, and we're only just really beginning to get serious about building international audiences as well. So there's plenty of ways of growing it.
So one of the levers you can pull, or that has been handed to you in the past 12 months, is this distributed model, which goes, Facebook can reach 1.3 billion people. Instant articles means that they can be reached very quickly. You now have all of these other sort of competing channels, whether it's Snapchat and Discover, whether it's Apple News, etc. And you're building a strategy which is doesn't seem to be centered on that. You're building a strategy which looks as though you're doubling down on destination.
Well, it's complicated, but remember, it's a strategy for significantly building engaged audiences as well.
Right.
And what that means is continuing to do an effective job in converting, as it were, near at hand and already quite engaged audiences. But also, we've got to reach out deeply out into the world to try and build new audiences, and not just new passing trade who bump into you once a month, but audiences who over time come to really rely on you. And the free distribution, which all these other platforms represent, is very attractive. The thing that we've got to do is work out and be fairly precise about what is it that we have to gain from very wide distribution, and what should the boundaries be. And what we have to gain is the influence of the New York Times, its journalism in America and around the world. It's giving people a chance to sample, get used to, begin to understand the value of Times journalism. But we would do that, and by the way, of course, there's some monetization through eyeballs on digital advertising. But we believe that to get the core of our business model to work, which we need to do to fund outstanding journalism, we need to have a kind of direction in mind, and the direction is deeper engagement, and wherever possible, guiding people to complete experiences all the time. So one basic point, which is I think a disagreement between us and Silicon Valley, is we do not regard and do not want to regard journalism as a series of kind of, as it were, commoditized bricks, where anyone can collate them, they can be consumed, bricks can be consumed from multiple different sources in any order anyone chooses. We would much rather think of what we have as a relationship with a reader and offering experiences where there are very strong incentives for the reader to enjoy the experience across different topics, different subjects, different categories of content, and in different times during the course of the day and the week. So we have a different view about the kind of experience we're trying to offer our users than most engineers in Silicon Valley do.
Let me just stop you there and go back to that, because that's a really crucial and interesting point, where you say you don't want journalism, not just the New York Times, you don't want journalism to be consumed, or you think consumed as a series of bricks which are...
With an assumption of commoditization, an assumption
Right.
that when you get right down to one brick's another, and with all sorts of other kind of crude assumptions that when you've read one treatment of a certain story, you're done, sort of thing, which is obviously not the way people consume journalism.
But do you have any evidence from, because you're already experimenting with instant articles, I don't think you have do you have a Snapchat channel?
We have a relationship, we don't have a Snapchat channel.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
No New York Times Snapchat, that will be... I can't wait for the David Brooks Snapchat. But the serious point there is, do you think, and not just with your New York Times hat on, but with your journalistic hat on, do you think that there is something which fundamentally changes the relationship between the news audience and the news when it's consumed in a social stream, which is detrimental?
Well, I want to say this. I think if you produce commodity news, don't be surprised if your news is treated as a commodity. So in other words, a large amount of the news produced in the world is produced in a way where, I mean, bluntly, it's not worth paying for, and it can be interchangeable with other news from other providers. Right. And so to me, it's more a question of a battle for figuring out and doubling down on the things that make your journalism distinctive and valuable, so it stands out and feels exceptional and encourages consumers to experience it in a distinctive way. So to me, this is fundamentally about a battle, which is, I think it's, at the core of this is actually journalistic rather than to do with like a business plan, about how you think about distinctiveness and exceptionality in journalism. That could be keeping your foreign bureaus going when everyone else has shut them. Yep. It could be innovation. It could just be something very traditional, an incredible legacy of attention to detail, authority, believability, voice, distinctive tone of voice, and so on. But to me, that's it's almost table stakes if you want to do something which is not going to be sliced and diced by others.
So there are lots of other companies who we hear a lot about, the Vices, the BuzzFeeds, the Vox.coms of this world, who are going in a slightly different direction, who are saying...
Yeah, and I think, by the way, in some ways, I think Vice and BuzzFeed are going in different directions to each other. And I think, by the way, that I would absolutely say for other people, other models may well work. But that doesn't mean I think they would work for the New York Times. Vice, I think, and I talk quite a lot of Shane, I think Vice has done a really, really interesting job in presenting itself. There's some truth in it, there's some marketing in it as an incredible solution for a particular demographic and a particular flavour, which in particular television is very, very focused on trying to get to. And there's some very, very rich deals and investments which have come from that. BuzzFeed, I think, is very, very interesting. A lot of their model depends on superlative algorithmic audience development techniques. And I think they are extremely good and they move very fast. If you had to bet on anyone in that world, I think you'd bet on those guys. I want to say, I think that's quite hard to defend in the long term, particularly if the platforms on which you're placing your stuff, who are the most advanced technology companies in the world, decide to compete with you.
Do you think that's a possibility?
I think one way of reading what's happening at the moment is it's a coming reality.
Explain a little bit more.
Well, what I mean by that is that if Facebook has it in mind to keep as many people on the Facebook environment for as long as possible and regards content and the algorithmic optimization of content as part of that strategy, they'll do it better than anyone else in the world.
So effectively you're saying when Facebook decides who is going to succeed, Facebook can decide who is going to succeed in that world.
Well, but there's some things they can't do. I mean, I defer to no one in my admiration for Facebook's skills at what they do. They're not journalists and don't claim to be. I don't think they understand journalism as such. And the point of competition where I would like the New York Times to succeed is doing the best journalism in the world. Now, I think we need to be intelligent and assiduous in finding audiences for that journalism, and that means that we too are massively focused on, you know, data science, machine learning, the best possible way in which you develop your audience. But I want to be clear that our point of competitive advantage for me is Tyler Hicks.
Right. And when you so talking about this is a journalistic mission. You know, this is you're only doing this not necessarily to make shareholders delighted.
I didn't say that. I said something slightly different, which is I think we will defend our journalistic mission by making a great success of our digital business.
Right. So shareholders will be delighted, but journalism will continue to be the core mission.
I just say I just worry a little bit about the underlying assumption, sort of behind the question you were going to ask, which is that there's
the question I was going to ask. This is why I love interviewing
there's an inevitable trade-off between those two.
Yes. Well, okay. So let's talk about that. Is there an inevitable trade-off? Because it seems as though one of the great revelations, particularly I think in the American market, less so in the European market, of the last 10 years, is that excellent journalism does not make money always. You know, it doesn't correlate. You can do it, but excellent journalism can actually cost you more money than it would generate.
Saying it's automatic that excellent journalism leads to profits. But I don't accept there's a natural tension. I mean, I don't accept that journalism is the one industry in the world where high quality puts customers off and means that, you know, you're unlikely to succeed if you improve the quality of your goods. I mean, that's a very deep cultural pessimism if you believe that the better the stuff is, the less likely it is to succeed. So what I would say is the New York Times essentially for 164 years has run a successful business based on differentiating on quality, and although I accept it's possible that there's a new law of physics and or a new law of human nature and people no longer want to pay for high quality, that's possible. I think it's highly unlikely, and I think at the moment we are producing great journalism. I think in recent years, under Jill Abramson, who's here today, and under Dean Baquet, the New York Times is as good journalistically as it has been at any point that I'm aware of in its history. And we're continuing to make money, and I think profitability this year will be higher, like for like, than it was in 2010.
Let's just sort of look at some of the perhaps sort of more mundane figures underneath it, rather than just the high level concepts. Which is, so you have been experimenting with instant articles a little bit. You haven't taken the route that Jeff Bezos and Marty Baron have taken, which is to say, the Washington Post is all in. You know, we might as well publish every single article we do in two environments. You know, sits on our own site, our own apps, but also we're going to experiment by putting everything onto the social platform as well. And I think
if you want, the Washington Post has got a very clear target. And again, I'm not going to criticise them because, you know, everyone's got their own view of the future, which is underdetermined. None of us know for sure. The Washington Post has made a clear target to get to 100 million unique users a month.
Right.
Pretty much come what may. If that's what you want to do, I think going all in on instant articles might well be part of a sensible strategy. The point where I'm skeptical, the Wall Street Journal a few months ago had some numbers, I don't know if they're true, they sounded pretty credible, and they were denied, about the Huffington Post's numbers in 2014. I recall $145 million dollars of digital revenue through digital advertising at, I think, 205 million monthly uniques. There's a curve there, a plateauing effect on very large audience sizes, and I think very broad but very thin distribution of content. And also that scenario, if you look closely at the numbers, where a lot of the actual traffic to a site is non-congruent with the site's stated brand.
Right, so in other words, it's the...
clickbait.
Yes, it's the clickbait. It's the sidebar of shame.
I don't know where that goes. I don't know. I mean, I literally don't know where... I mean, what's... If you like, the most encouraging thing about the New York Times, frankly, is the readers of the New York Times. And, you know, Syria, Iraq, you know, these are high-hitting, big audience stories for the Times.
Right.
I mean, you can talk about time spent. That's an important point of engagement. what's really interesting is the mapping of journalistic seriousness and engagement and scale. And our big stories, the lonely death of George Bell, this very long piece of journalism, 9,000 word piece of journalism about a man dying in terrible, lonely circumstances in New York City and the kind of industry around that. It's a gigantic story. And again, very long session times of people getting through 9,000 words.
How many people read it?
I haven't got an answer for you. Last I looked 24 hours, 48 hours in. I think it was well over 1 million people at that point. Long session times. And about a third of the people reading this really long piece of journalism on a smartphone.
I heard somebody said that the Amazon piece had been read 5 million times.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing is there's another, I think, misconception. Maybe it's the way we talk about news, which always sounds like it's super short half-life, you know, instant, the quicker you're there, the better. Once you've read the news story, it's happened. These big stories, the big enterprise stories, have a life over weeks and months. And I think it's very interesting. I mean, the New York Times in particular, in terms of the corpus of content, it's about 300 pieces of content a day. A significant part of that content has persistence in terms of interest and value and people coming back to it, which stretches over months and sometimes years.
Do you see anything in the reach and performance of the articles that you have put out on third-party platforms which suggests that you will do much more of it? In other words, do the numbers actually make sense?
Well, I mean, I think there's no question, firstly, that latency is something consumers don't like. And so technologies like Google's AMP and Facebook Instant Articles, which reduce latency to a negligible amount of time, significantly affect engagement. So that's a basic lesson. They are solving a problem which is, you know, you can argue how serious a problem is. It's definitely something which is to some degree has been limiting the quality of the user experience for some users. So that's definitely happening. We're performing well, and the articles in these areas are still relatively early days, and for us, relatively small amounts of content, but they're performing pretty well in these environments. And I think we're learning. We'd like more data, and we would like to know more about in detail what's going on. We'd like to look at and get to a more tangible place in terms of how we relate all of this activity to our subscription model. That's the subject of ongoing conversation with all of these partners. But you know, for us, it's been a useful learning experiment.
I'm going to turn it over to audience questions in a second. So if you have a question, can you line up at the mic there? That's not because we won't run around with microphones. It's just that it's not captured on the live stream if we do. So anyone with a question, please join the line. I just want to ask one final question, really, which is about this sort of this almost in the mobile social world, we are seeing this much tighter relationship between the commercial side and the editorial side. It's a relationship which is almost forced by format, I would say. It's, you know, if Apple decides that ad blocking software is going to be something which it stocks in its app store, what are the kind of what are the challenges? Are you having to make compromises now with branded content that you wish you weren't?
No, and I think that the segregation between editorial decision making about what stories the New York Times does and what order and in what way they should run should be 100% under the control of Dean Baquet, Andy Rosenthal, the editorial department, and their colleagues, and 0% in the control of the commercial divisions of the company.
So you don't have a reporting line on that?
I don't have a reporting line, and I don't want a reporting line on that. I've done quite enough of that myself.
Yes, indeed.
But I think and it's there for a good reason. It's because of conflict of interest. However, I want to say, and it's not just mobile, it's everything essentially. By the way, including the future of the print platform, which also requires innovation, it requires continuous change. I literally don't know what a kind of business side strategy would look like. I suppose sort of sell more ads sort of thing. But it's meaningless now. It's meaningless. The future is based around the experience that readers are going to have of what we do, and that experience is definitionally a mixture of a journalistic component, a design component, a technology component, but to include commercial and marketing and subscription components in a great big melange. That's how it presents to the reader. It's, the future is a single stream. Stuff needs to be clearly labelled, and everything we do in terms of future strategy is going to have to be done together.
Okay. First question.
Thanks. You've just answered a couple of the questions I was about to ask. I'm Peter Bale from the Centre for Public Integrity. I wanted to ask you about, I think Michael Wolff has criticised you for not paying enough attention to the newspaper. Can you tell us about the newspaper a little bit as a luxury product potentially, and what the sale of the FT meant to it? And then elaborate a little bit more on the advertising. What excites you in the advertising area? Because it's been very much focused on journalism, but less so on some of the creative work you're doing in advertising.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, sure. So I missed Michael. I find it hard to catch up with everything Michael writes.
It's a part of it. If we all had to respond to everything that Michael criticises for us all the time, we wouldn't get much else done.
So I mean, actually, I would say that, I think it's incredibly important that we regard the physical newspaper as a platform which requires incredible attention, it requires investment, it requires, again, its own plans for the future. Recently, we've massively rebooted the New York Times Magazine under Jake Silverstone. We put a lot of new money into it. Jake is right at the center of the VR exercise. That's a New York Times physical magazine-led digital exercise. There's nothing gives me more delight than Sunday physical New York Times arriving with a blue bag with a piece of cardboard in it, which helps you look at virtual reality. That's good. We launched a men's style section because we thought there was a particular opportunity in the market. This is partly an advertising opportunity. It's also a great stuff. Men are more interested in style.
A lot of seersucker. Seersucker day joke. I always like to get one of those in.
To me, advertising, significantly, advertising is going to need to be an area of creativity. At the most practical level, I was at our printing plant at College Point yesterday. We bought a folding machine, an amazing German folding machine, and we can do something called a Panoramic 8, which is an 8-sheet folding ad where we can do single photographs, which are 4 full-page sizes. We are going to be launching, I believe, continue to look at launching new sections, sometimes closing sections. And we've got a team of people thinking, let's take 2020, our kind of endpoint in that financial model. How does a physical paper, we're going to be printing the newspaper for many years to come, how does a physical newspaper continue to surprise and delight its readers and fit in a world where most people are getting most of their news, the same people from smartphones and other digital devices? How do you adapt it? How do you develop it? How do you keep it fresh? And I think, rather than just seeing that, cost, of course, the whole time cost is an issue. Seeing it as not just a cost issue, but as an area where we should still be innovating. And I think, this Sunday's VR experiment's a really good example.
So you said we'll carry on printing the newspaper for many, many years to come. That's not always that hasn't been the conversation in every single news organisation around the world. Often it is about, at some point, we have to think about reconfiguring print. Can you imagine a time where the New York Times will not be coming out 7 days a week as a paper product?
When we look at the financial projections, even on quite adverse expectations or adverse scenarios in terms of we have a newspaper which, if there was no print advertising, would still be contribution margin positive. There would still be positive cash flow. It's a newspaper which, as far as we can see, I say even with quite kind of poor case on advertising and consumer revenue scenarios, is profitable 7 days a week. for many, many years to come. So if you're saying, can you imagine a point in the future? Of course you can, or maybe it's a point in the future where actually, if you want a physical newspaper, you know, there's an A3 printer at home which delivers it to you, you know, along with your kind of freshly brewed cappuccino every morning. I mean, there are scenarios where, in the same way, the interesting persistence of physical books, it may be that for a core audience, the physical paper makes sense. But I think it won't make sense by accident or by simply clinging on to history. It'll make sense because we've thoughtfully and creatively and intelligently figured out how to continue to keep it fresh and relevant in the future.
And just to finish on this big question of, you know, the tension between the new distribution technologies, the ways of finding and paying for journalism, and, if you like, the sort of the traditional models of having a destination. What are your, you know, you sound like you're really not worried about that relationship at all.
Well, I want to say, I think the smartphone is a place of destinations, much more than the web. I think we're moving back to a world of destinations. Facebook wants to be a destination.
Oh, yes.
The issue, and it's a very interesting point for journalism, is whether you've got the guts and the confidence to say we're going to be a destination ourselves, or whether we're going to be on, I mean, I think of, in the UK, and I think they do in some parts of the US as well, on some trains, there'll be a person with a little trolley, pushing the trolley down the train, selling, you know, potato chips and coffees and the rest of it. And I sometimes think of a bit of a kind of cringe in journalism, which is, you know, can we push our little trolley down your train? We want to be a destination, and we think we have the brand and the clout to be a destination. Now, I'm not saying that every journalistic organisation has currently got the strength to be a destination, but we think that, you know, when we think of that world of apps, of you know, billions of smartphones, most of them with users using a relatively small number of apps, we think some of those apps will be news apps, and we want to be one of those news apps.
That's a great point on which to finish. We were going to hear some different views on that later in the day. We have Michael Reckow here, who's the product manager for Facebook, who's going to be keynoting the second half of the day. But I just want to thank you, Mark, for coming and being very frank with what you think. Just one final question, which is, what is the research question you would like us to answer? Whether it's people in this room, researchers, students, Facebook, other journalists. What is the interesting question about where we're going?
The biggest thing we're trying to figure out at the moment, I would say, here's the classer question. How do we get the chances of somebody who's read one news story to read a second news story from the New York Times? Now, this very quickly gets you into probabilistic topic modeling and other advanced, but if we can figure out ways of connecting the pearls into a necklace of de-atomizing what we do, so we're beginning to turn out things like briefings, for example. If we can begin to start pivoting away from an assumption by everyone, including some readers, that you read stories, this story, that story, and the other story, and they could come from 3 different sources, 3 different subjects, or whatever, to more of a sense. Part of it's some of the spirits of television scheduling and programming, how you think about, you know, giving people an expectation of one kind of genre after another, or 2 examples, one comedy after another. That's part of it. Part of it's quite hard machine learning. But I think the challenge of how you stop being treated as if you were a pile of random bricks to be thrown in with everyone else's random bricks, that's a good question.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed, Mark.
Sure.
Thanks.
So thank you very much, Mark and Emily. I hope the research question was, do people think the New York Times is a trolley on a train? Which I enjoyed. So we're now going to move on to our next panel, which is platforms as publishers, rights and responsibilities. And so for that, I'm going to welcome on stage my old friend David Clinch. We used to work together at Storyful. And he's going to be joined on stage by Kate Crawford, Andrew McLaughlin, Zaymat Tufekci, and unfortunately, Ethan Zuckerman had to pull out late last night because he has a sick child. So get well soon, Ethan's child. So they're going to do a little bit of jiggery pokery on stage, but I just wanted to say this question of whether platforms are publishers, we've had some pushback about this, which is, no, they're absolutely not publishers, but you can't deny that they're starting to make publishing decisions. Whether it's the first Saturday after Twitter Moments launched was the bombing in Ankara, and Twitter had to make a decision about whether they showed that graphic imagery or not. So the social networks are having to make increasing publishing decisions as they curate. They're not necessarily publishing their own content, but they are making curation decisions. And as Mark suggested, they're not necessarily coming from a journalism background. So this panel is really going to explore some of the tensions that we're starting to see as the social networks are moving into this publishing space. Whether or not we can call them publishers is a different question, and I'm sure David's going to maybe push some of the panelists on that. But I think everybody looks pretty ready, yes? Okay, so David, over to you.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Emily, and everybody for hosting us today. First of all, I wanted to quickly apologize. I'm standing in at the last minute here because my partner in crime, Mark Little, who is here, was meant to be moderating this panel, but he went over to the dark side, or is it the light side, and is joining Twitter, so he recused himself because he's now a platform or a publisher or one of those things. So secondly, we're not going to do introductions, we'll just go quickly into this, but just to sort of outline what we're doing. I don't know about you, but I like to think of this subject that we're talking about, of the news industry, the audience, or what used to be called the audience, and the platforms coming in like this from below as a really hot, dangerous three-way that we're all watching and looking at and involved in. And I've spent the last 5 or 6 years of my career at Storyful living right in this little sweet spot where all three of those meet, right in the middle, where publishers, platforms, and the audience all meet right in the middle. And that's a really interesting place to be as a journalist right now. But I also like to think of that three-way, if you want to take my really bad metaphor to its logical conclusion, as something which, you know, our Freudian analysts here are taking one step back from and looking at to try and work out who's screwing who, basically. And we've got three really good, we would have had four if Ethan was here, really good examples of people who think a lot about this. It's a rapidly changing environment. It's really hard to know exactly where the lines are. Even the title of this panel, as Claire explained, is controversial. Our platforms, publishers, and we can get into that in more detail. But again, in lieu of outlining who you are, because that's in the brochure, I'd like all of you, all three, starting with you, to just quickly give us a quick Irish minute on what you think the big issues are here with platforms as publishers.
Okay, I don't know what an Irish minute means, but there seems to be an Anglo invasion, and so I'll just start with the Turkish
colonization
invasion.
of time.
Yeah. The Turkish hordes will join. So basically, we know that more and more people are getting their news through social sources, right? We know that people are getting their news through social media. This is especially pronounced for younger generations. Also, in a lot of places where the media is censored or controlled or pressured, including in Turkey, where I'm originally hailing from, the platforms aren't just for young people who are getting news socially. They have become the main places of dissemination of news. I mean, you can argue, are they publishers, are they platforms, a lot, but if you're in Turkey, Facebook and Twitter are so central to the news ecology because the mainstream media, the actual mass media ecology is close to worthless something, you know, it's very little. So that's the key issue. Now, I know that a lot of people might have read or heard about my writing last year about how on Twitter Ferguson exploded as a topic, while on Facebook it was kind of hard to like. So it hadn't really bubbled up to the surface. So I wrote the sort of piece wondering of a counterfactual world where, you know, there was no Twitter, where something like Ferguson and the protests hadn't bubbled up. There were 3 million or so tweets before mainstream traditional press covered it, and it was fairly missing in Facebook, although of course we don't know the exact numbers, but it seems to have been the case. So you might have read that. So that's a big issue. I want to sort of go really fast forward to what seems like a minor change that a lot of us have been complaining about, even though clicking on that big red heart on Twitter that explodes with bling. It's very cute and nice and everything. So what does that do to Twitter, which is, again, so key in a place like Turkey? The first round of discussions about it from Twitter were about, oh, look, there's more engagement. And that's the problem I see. That word, sort of embodies so much of the contradictions I want to talk about, because engagement by itself is not a core value of journalism, right? Because the engagement with what has to be part of it. As an experiment a couple months ago, I uploaded to Facebook a really horrific, awful video. Refugee kids sort of wading through the water. They survived, but they barely made it, and a young man carrying them to safety, kind of trying to calm them, and their dead bodies around them. It's just horrible. Says, it's okay, kids, we made it. It's okay, baby. So it's I just was sort of very upset by the video. I followed Facebook's guidelines. I knew that it was a native video, would get seen more. I downloaded the video, ripped it, uploaded it to Facebook, and posted it. And my Facebook posts do circulate, and you get with videos, you get views. It got almost no engagement, because how can you like it? One friend commented, I don't even know what to say. One friend put 3 dots, and that was it. It didn't get a chance to be engaged. So when Twitter comes back to us and says, oh, look, people are engaging more, I'm like, yes, that's great for you as a company that's selling ads, but what are they engaging more with or less with? Now, probably the hearts aren't a big deal, but it's a really good, I think, moment. I'm not saying hearts are going to kill Twitter as a news ecology, not at all. We'll get used to it. But the Silicon Valley measures and the journalistic measures are not the one and the same. And engagement, which seems like a magic word, does not answer the questions we have. Add on top of it the fact that the algorithms are now optimized for engagement.
We're going to get back to algorithms in a second. So, Kate, just quick Irish minute again. What are the big issues here? Platforms as publishers.
Sure. Well, I guess
concerns. What should we be worried about?
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to start by saying something I'm delighted about, which is the Tau Centre and being here today. I think so many of the fellows here are doing the research that really matters in this space, and I just applaud you all. It's fantastic to see so much critical research about journalism and the press. I guess my sort of short take on this would be that something very radical has happened in the last 5 years. And we've seen the complete erosion, I think, of this idea of there being 3 spaces, of like the audience and the publishers and the platforms. I actually really disagree with that. I think we've seen a radical diffusion of the various particles of how we used to understand the operation of the press. This idea that the press was held in the venerable houses of the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Financial Times, the Guardian, has really changed. We see players like Snapchat, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram playing extraordinarily powerful new roles in the dissemination and understanding of information in the world. So how do we think about this? Well, I think the first thing that's really interesting when we think about this kind of subatomic diffusion that's going on well outside of the traditional boundaries of the press is that there was this thing that we used to understand as journalistic ethics. And it was, I can remember being taught this, back in the day and thinking, oh, these seem pretty sensible principles. But it's interesting to realize that those principles are really very different to a lot of the kind of Silicon Valley companies that are becoming major players in this space. So one of the things that I did working with the amazing Mike Anany, whose work in this space I think is fantastic, we went and did a big study interviewing the people designing news apps in Silicon Valley, also in New York, in Boston, in Helsinki, and in Cambridge in the UK. So we got this really nice sense of what were the values that people were encoding into these apps. And we started out by asking about, traditional journalistic values. Are you thinking about how the most important stories should propagate the furthest? What are the things you're valuing? And can you guess what it was? By far and away, the biggest value was we just want users. We just want people coming back We just want to be the most popular app in this space. Now, that's completely understandable. Making an app is a very complicated and expensive process. But it's a really interesting set of values when you start comparing that to the kinds of traditional ideas about responsibility to audience. And one of the things I found fascinating was how many of these designers were saying, look, if somebody just wants to read news stories about marmots or the Kardashians, that's completely fine. Like, we're not going to try and introduce other news stories into that ecology. And again, I think that's quite a different set of paradigms around news values. Now, I actually think in some ways this is a really exciting moment, because that discussion around what constitutes great journalistic practice is now involving a lot more players. So that's I think, the exciting challenge rather than a worrying one, but we need to do a lot of work in that space.
All right, great. Andrew, your top line.
So, so there's been this big sort of like shift taking place that we've all been watching. And you know, broadly that shift is you've had platforms that are able to get large audiences, but need really great content on those platforms in order to keep those audiences there and engaged. And then you've got people doing creative work, journalists, writers, and so forth, that need audiences for the things that they're writing. And so the standoff has been, well, they both sort of need each other. It's been in the platform's interests not to, in your words, David, screw the publishers, and the publishers' interests, you know, to sort of play along with the platforms. And so we've been watching the power balance shift towards the platforms. And the new thing that I've noticed lately over the last really just couple of months that is kind of alarming to me is I've noticed a deep sense of panic spreading among publishers. The trigger for it in some ways, I think, or at least the conscious surfacing of that emotion was ad blocking. Right, so a lot of the publisher people that are friends of mine and that I've been working with feel like they've been laboring and struggling to try to make digital media work. You know, they've gone through any number of strategies, from acquiring classified listings companies like Axel Springer has done, to investing in mobile app experiences like many American companies have done. They feel like, oh God, like we just have gone through all of this. We sort of thought we could understand some possible ramp up of digital revenues that might pay for this whole thing, and now it's all getting blown apart because people are deploying ad blockers everywhere. And I actually am sanguine about it. I think that the ad blockers are just going to force a better, you know, user experience. But at this moment, panic can make you do good things and rise to the occasion, and panic can also make you do terrible things and make expedient compromises that you will come to rue later. And I fear that that's what's happening right now, where the platforms, I don't think through any ill will, and I'm a platform guy. Like, I worked at Google, I worked at Tumblr. I actually set up a little reporting unit inside Tumblr that was, you know, euthanized later when cash pressure became an issue for the company, and is a cautionary tale if for no other reason than that. But so the platforms are not out there trying to overwhelmingly consume the full corpus of advertising revenue that exists, because they know that they need these publishers, meaning content creators, to use a terrible word, meaning creative workers, to keep writing and researching and reporting and making things worth reading. But nevertheless, their focus on user experience, which is the thing they know as technologists, has said, we have to kill these awful mobile websites that are, you know, blowing up people's phones and melting down their browsers as they try to download a single story. So anyway, so what I'm seeing is maybe potentially very short-sighted panic on the part of publishers. And so that gets us to where I think the discussion should go, which is, you know, given this massive shift of power that seems to be taking place over the reading experience and the presentation of distilled feeds of particular stories out of the vast ocean of potential things that people could be reading, you know, what should we be thinking about the platforms and their ethical responsibilities, their business responsibilities, and how these things all feed together?
Brilliant outline of the subject. Let's try and hit some of those subjects in a little bit more depth, but having said depth, we need to keep the answers pretty short so we can go through all of this. One of the founding principles of Storyful when we started was there is no algorithm for journalism, and I firmly believe that. But I've also learned over the last few years, and you know, we're a company that works with both news industry and the platforms, or right in between them, is that in many cases, I completely agree with you, platforms don't have sort of ill will or anything like that, but they're dealing in a world where algorithms are designed to create scale. And journalism is essentially the enemy of scale, because journalism is about saying less, not more, better, not everything. And so what are these algorithms? What do we know about them, and what do we not know about them? And whose responsibility is that? If they do have this power, either deliberately or incidentally, whose responsibility? You wrote about it with Ferguson, and that's a perfect example, I think, and other stories, even the college protests that are happening this week that platforms are involved in. Whose responsibility is the function of those algorithms? And what more do we need to know about them?
So I think this is the word responsibility is great, because the problem isn't the algorithms per se. There is a lot of content, and you do need some ways to sift through them. The problem isn't, as Kate said, the fact that they want to be popular, or the problem isn't engagement. I want to be clear. I'm not saying, oh, let's not seek engagement. It's just that the platforms have been very steadfast in we're just giving people what they want line, and we're just making whatever's popular without acknowledging what you just said, which is that they're designing worlds over which they have great amount of control, from the user interface to what the algorithm selects for to what's been valued. And that needs to be the discussion. That's always been a hard discussion in journalism. What goes on the front page or not has been a very difficult discussion. We need to have the same discussion about what engagement means, what algorithms should do, what they shouldn't do, why hearts versus stars, all of those things. We shouldn't just shut it off with, oh, we're just trying to be popular, or we're just seeking engagement. And I think we can't solve what they should do right now, but the first big thing on my wish list is for them to come clean and say, yes, we're helping shape this experience. We have a lot of power over this experience. We don't have all the answers, but let's try to think through what's the ethics, what's the potential space, what's the financing models, and then have that conversation.
Yeah, Kate, I mean, they are their algorithms, but can journalists, academics, research, or anything like that, behind every algorithm are people, right?
That's right.
Who's writing that algorithm? Is there anything that we, all of us, journalists, media people, academics, can do to make those algorithms better?
Absolutely.
And better, of course, is judging.
Oh, absolutely. That's a set of values too, right?
I mean, we think we know what's better. We're journalists, right? So is that a good thing to introduce into algorithms?
Well, I think this is fascinating because we tend to sort of say the word algorithms like it has this kind of spooky undercurrent that it's also the thing that platforms do, that they're using algorithms. But the traditional press, as we heard today, are very much using these kinds of capacities to, in many ways, autonomously decide how news should travel and what people should be seeing. So that move towards the autonomous news space is actually getting really fascinating because of the fact that it is people behind these algorithms. We have a moment to be thinking about how do we teach journalism? How do we teach computer science? Are we seeing convergences in really interesting ways? And again, here I point to people like Mark at the Brown Institute, thinking about the ways in which computer science and journalism can be brought together. I do genuinely believe there's a big pedagogical responsibility right now when we teach people how you code, how you design apps, to think about the values that we're building into these systems. Every time you build a system, you're doing that with a set of values consciously or unconsciously in mind. So bringing those things to the surface, making those ethical conversations public, I think is a really important thing to do. I think another little quick thing though is newspapers had a way of hearing from their audiences in a direct way. You have letters to the editor. You could pick up the letter to the editor page and people would say, I have opinions about this story or this particular angle that the paper is taking. It's sometimes very difficult to feel that you have a voice with a platform. So when we saw the Hearts roll out, a lot of people are like, I really don't want this, but it's not my space. It's a privately owned company. What can I do? So that idea of how do you have a voice in these spaces, I think, remains an unanswered question.
Yeah, interesting. Andrew, algorithms.
So let's try to be clear. I don't know what Facebook tells audiences like this, but at least I feel like in the business world, it's very clear that the purpose of the Facebook newsfeed algorithm is to maximize the enterprise value of Facebook, period. Now, it's often the case that giving people what they want is going to maximize the enterprise value of Facebook, but often not. right? So if Facebook has a new photos product and they're now hosting photos or hosting videos, they will increase the number of videos to the point that maximizes the enterprise value of Facebook. So it is not as simple as saying, like, we just respond to what users want and give them that, because that's not true. That's just clearly not what they do. They don't tell advertisers that's what they do. They don't tell news organizations that's what they do. And so it's just a slightly different angle on that. They're not doing what the content producers want, which is to get their stories in front of the maximum number of people. All right, and so here I think it's very useful to think in broad terms about 3 different approaches to this one particular problem, which is, again, out of the vast ocean, how do you present a glass of drinking water, right? There's so many tweets, blog posts, stories, status updates. You got to show people just a small number of those things. So going back in history, kind of the first algorithm that really mattered was the Google search algorithm, right? And so this is using the link structure of the internet to weight every web page according to a given search, correlated to a given search term, and then rank it. So there was ranking on a page of search results, and there's a piece of math that does that, and fundamentally it was the link structure of the internet as an expression of points of view from millions and millions of people creating web pages. So then the second one, and the one which is dominant to our discussion right now, is the Facebook newsfeed algorithm. And so here, Facebook is fundamentally a social network, right? It is a graph that connects people up. And if you notice, as you are composing a status update on Facebook, it will autocomplete people, but it will not autocomplete posts. It will not autocomplete to content. There's no way to link easily from status update to status update within Facebook. They're trying to get you to keep branching out and deepening your social graph, because that's fundamentally what the enterprise value of Facebook rests on. Twitter, by contrast, this is the third one that I think is worth taking a look at. Its default newsfeed presentation is reverse chron, right? So everybody you follow, you see everything they write in reverse chronological order. And they've attempted to try to give a little bit more structure so you can see replies in a kind of a threaded way. But fundamentally, it is reverse chron. Now, the struggle for Twitter is that they have no ability right now to turn that relentless reverse chronological like scroll into something better and more meaningful. And there are lots of people that have tried various and sundry products. I've built a couple of them that are trying to make some value out of distilling that feed. But it is the blunt force feed that I think makes Twitter so appealing to news organizations. Nobody is limiting the spread of your tweets. It's only controlled by the people who that you follow. And so Twitter is happy to have you defriend people. They make it easy to follow and unfollow. If you see something you don't like, then you unfollow that person, maybe you won't see it again. Facebook makes it very difficult to unfollow people. They really don't want you to start, snipping down your social graph. And so for Twitter, the focus on content means that they make it easy to link out. You follow and unfollow as a way of curating and controlling your own feed. And for people that are used to the open-ended world of journalism, that's a much better thing. But so anyway, when I think about the responsibility for the algorithms, I love social pressure as a control mechanism. I don't like law as a constraint here. I don't like, because it's so easy to abuse and distort and so forth, I don't like, moves to treat these algorithms as public utilities. What a fruitless exercise that would be. But you do see it crop up, especially in Europe. They're so important that we have to control it somehow and have it respond that way. I don't like particularly relying on kind of like enlightenment on the part of these platforms. Like, we should assume that they will constantly be trying to maximize the enterprise value of their firms and their stock options and everything else that motivates their employees. What I do like, though, is trying to exploit the weaknesses of those business models in order to create new things that are more responsive to the needs of journalism. That personally is what I think is where the future lies.
So in some ways, what we're all saying here is that we built those algorithms, right? Because they're based on our preferences and our friends and that. Not completely, but there is a certain amount of responsibility on us.
In the case of Facebook, I think that I wouldn't say it that way. I think the Facebook algorithm is very consciously designed in a way that has very significant negative externalities to select the things that are most important for Facebook for you to see. That is not user designed.
Yeah, no, interesting. Well, so that transitions into another area that I think is really interesting. It's really two combined things. And the question is really whether surveillance is the default setting of the internet, or certainly the web and social web. But to start that, though, it is about the information that we give. We are giving them, the social platforms, all of this information about ourselves. How concerned should we be, not just us, but journalists and people who are trying to use these social platforms to communicate? How concerned should we be about how much information we're giving them? And then, of course, whether they want to or not, in many cases, the information that they have to give to others. And we've had a lot of examples of that recently. So again, what are the concerns and who's responsible there?
So I'm going to start by channeling Ethan, who couldn't be here, because he wrote this great article on Internet's original sin. So you might know this or not. When in the early days of the Internet, Ethan Zuckerman was working at Tripod, which is one of the earliest user-generated content sites, and they were trying to find a financing model, and they thought of everything apparently, including micropayment versions and charging. And then he found out that people in Thailand were using the site to circulate dissident material, which to him made it really important that the site be freed. So he helped invent the pop-up ad. And to atone for that, he then went to co-found Global Voices. I don't think he's done paying for that.
All is forgiven.
Right, not yet. Because the ad financing model, as he points out in that article, which is really true, means two things. And I wrote about this too. Facebook apparently makes about $8 to $10 per user in the United States per year. And Facebook ads are the most valuable ones out there. That's peanuts, to be honest. I mean, yes, it has a lot of money in revenue because of scale, but internet ads aren't worth a lot unless there's a huge amount of surveillance built in. A lot of people are blocking ads because they're basically malware disguised as adware. You can't tell the difference. It's an awful surveillance model that's baked into the core of how these things are financed. And also going with this business model is the low employee overhead. Right? So Facebook, which has 1.5 billion customers, no, they're not customers, 1.5 billion eyeballs to sell to their customers, advertisers, to be more precise, employs very few people for moderation. It employs a lot of people, but a lot of this is done through community policing, which means, once again, politically sensitive content constantly gets flagged by political opponents if it goes near any of these very vague guidelines. So in Facebook, once again, because of a business decision to do this through ads, we are seeing around the world anything politically sensitive, especially dissident, gets taken down through community policing because Facebook is relying on a mix of algorithms and people reporting instead of employing lots of people. So I'm going back to how the maximizing enterprise value and other values are conflicting. So there's a panel later on different models of financing. I think that has to be a key discussion. I'm not naive. I realize why ad financing is attractive and there and how hard it would be to shift to other things. But I think without exploring that part of this debate, we're just going to end up holding these panels again and again where we hope Facebook listens to us like a benevolent dictator of sorts, and then they go to their stock option people and then they say nothing about all of this. So.
Okay, so and surveillance as well, specifically, like not just what the platforms do, but what others are doing in terms of monitoring.
And doing to the platforms. I mean, so there's a really, I think, important debate happening right now about surveillance and platforms. And it's interesting because to some degree, there's been this sort of counter-argument that says, well, you're giving all this information to the platform. So, you can't complain that you're now in this sort of very surveillance structure. But there are two things at work there that I think are worth noting. The first is that platforms are designed to seduce you into giving up ever more content about yourself all the time. And some of the time you're giving up content you're not even aware about yourself. I mean, you don't even know that you're giving away very precise details about your location when you're doing things like uploading photographs to Twitter. I mean, there are so many points in which information leakage is happening that users are not aware of. And let's face it, platforms really don't necessarily want you to be aware of just how much information you're sharing all the time. They just want you to do more of it. And there are a lot of good business reasons why they do that. But what we've seen now is that Facebook made a statement earlier this morning I think it was actually specifically about government requests for information. They're getting ever more requests for user information from GCHQ and the NSA. This is a very difficult moment for the platforms thinking about their relationships to governments. But it also means that I think users have to realize that these platforms are extremely focused spaces of surveillance. There's an enormous amount of attention from the intelligence agencies and from policing organizations to what happens in those spaces. But quite outside of just the kind of state surveillance, there are other forms of surveillance that I think are sort of more nefarious and harder to spot. And this is where we get to issues around data discrimination. So there was that amazing study that the University of Cambridge put out a couple of years ago showing that just by looking at someone's Facebook likes, you could figure out their political preferences, you could figure out their sexual preferences, you could figure out whether they're an alcohol or drug user. Now, that information is something that you could use to make a decision about whether somebody gets housing, whether somebody gets insurance, whether somebody gets a job. Trying to think about those points where information is being used against people is actually extremely difficult right now because those channels are so opaque. So one of the things that I think is really important in this space when we talk about surveillance is not just thinking about it from the state surveillance aspect, which is incredibly important, but to add to it that these kind of surveillance platforms are being used now to have enormous impacts in people's lives. So where's due process in that system? Where do you get to understand where information is being used against you in specific ways? We don't have those kinds of due process systems yet. I think we urgently need them.
And Andrew, on that same subject, but also sort of going into that area of government responsibility, you've worked in both areas. You know, what are the concerns about surveillance, censorship in some cases?
Yeah, well, let's talk about the.
But also, you know, it can't all be the platform's responsibilities.
Yeah,
you know, policy and other things.
So first of all, let's talk about, like, I think the sharpest way to grasp what's at stake is think about the case of a national security reporter who reports, let's say, some kind of dramatic story about misconduct on the part of the intelligence agencies, and the agencies go after that reporter to identify sources. Now, traditionally, where no platform dependency exists, the publisher can make a decision to challenge it in court and essentially engage in civil disobedience to protect those sources. And, you know, Katharine Graham can just run the newspaper, protect the journalism, and make that decision. They can choose whether or not to give up that information. If that communication came in through Facebook Messenger or Gmail, then a third party is introduced into the equation. And you know, in this country, with however flawed it is, our broad system of rule of law, you could go into court and ask for an order directing the third-party platform not to turn that data over, to respect a constitutional privilege against the disclosure of sources, if it exists. But that introduction of the third party makes things complicated. Now, when a publisher is putting all of their content out, and a dissident is putting all of their, you know, political speech out onto a platform, then that platform essentially gets to make decisions about when to turn over data and when not. So the thing to me that is sort of the most interesting is that the platform companies make decisions about which country's jurisdiction to respect, which country's requests to comply with, on the basis of typically very pragmatic questions. Do you have any employees in that country? Do you have any revenue that can be seized in that country? Do you care? So when I was at Google, this is one of the things I ran for the company, was the process of running these risk calculations and trying to figure it out. And the good news there was, at least those founders took it seriously. They actually cared a lot. It helped that Sergey was a refugee from the Soviet Union, and really took seriously that question. But there were, even there, these massive competing pressures. The ad salespeople want to have people on the ground in Turkey, want to have people on the ground in Thailand, want to have the people on the ground in Singapore. And then when those governments turn over requests for information, actually an even better country is India. Massive market, largely a democracy, pretty weak rule of law. And so, you know, a police chief there would use the law, make a demand on Google for what are blatantly politicized, rather than kind of legitimate law enforcement reasons, and then Google, with its 3,000 employees on the ground there, has to make a decision about, like, do you want, the head of your company to be jailed or not? And so one of the things that you have to pay attention to, and a good resource for this is the Electronic Frontier Foundation, which kind of judges companies on their law enforcement compliance policies. And we should also mention Rebecca McKinnon's new effort to try to use naming and shaming to nudge companies to do the right thing. But when a company makes a decision to be physically present and to have employees, it radically changes its relationship to law enforcement. At Google, we just blew off any request from any country that didn't have literally hostages that could be taken. And any country that did, then we had to take seriously and figure out whether to comply with that request. So anyway, it's just another area, and I'll say, just as a form of marketing, one of the nonprofits that I'm active with is called Access Now, runs a help desk service with people in Tunis, Manila, and Costa Rica, specifically to help journalists and activists understand how to, for example, capture a video in, let's say, northern Syria and get it out of the country without betraying their identity to people that could come and kill them or arrest them or whatever.
But this gets more complicated.
That project lives alongside the need for these people to be conscious of what's happening on the platforms.
So sorry to join in it. I just wanted to ask you, though, because it seems to me that there's something a little bit more complicated if those investigative journalists are actually investigating technology companies. So what if you're actually doing a big investigation into Google and Google can just basically read your email and see what you're doing? Now, this might sound funny, but guess what? It just happened a month ago when an Australian journalist was writing a very critical story looking at the business practices of Vodafone. And then what Vodafone did, we now have evidence of this, went through all of her call records, she happened to be a Vodafone subscriber, to see who her potential source was within the company so that they could track down that source and fire them. So all I'm saying is, like, the surveillance is not just against states. No. Sometimes these companies are actually the companies that need to be investigated as well. So for journalists, thinking about InfoSec and privacy and how your information travels is actually really important.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anybody, though, who's investigating Vodafone and using a Vodafone phone, I mean, seriously, that's just like dopey. Like, it'd be nice.
I think that's really not.
But it'd be nice if we lived in.
Yeah. Exactly. What about Facebook?
So, for example, I
shouldn't use Facebook to send.
No, not that. I write for the New York Times every month, and some of my op-eds have criticized Facebook. Now, I don't think they're going to retaliate against the New York Times because of me. But what if I was a smaller outfit, not the New York Times, and without Facebook, you are dead in the water, in the world out there. You cannot, if you're not spreading through Facebook, you're not going to make it in the journalism world. And what if it wasn't the New York Times that I wrote critical op-eds for?
Exactly. And I feel like we shouldn't blame journalists here. I mean, I think in some ways, when we think about platform responsibilities, we also have responsibilities to the way that platforms engage with journalists.
Well, for sure. I'm taking an even darker view, though, which is like, in no way should you trust these platforms. No, you shouldn't trust these platforms to somehow maintain what I believe to be a genuinely, pretty widely diffused sense of ethical responsibility that would cause them to not do that. But you shouldn't trust, you shouldn't
trust anyone. But on that subject, I mean, just to go into the next, that next area, then we have seen a lot of revolving door. I mean, some of us are examples of people who've been on one side or another of this equation, if it even exists anymore. Platforms, governments, journalists, who everybody's moving now. It seems that platforms have journalists working for them in some form or another, either in PR or curating in other ways. And that is potentially a concern. I'd like to hear, whether that is a concern. But also, just to try to maybe lighten it a little bit, is there a way in which we can improve the way in which everybody talks to each other? Is there a way in which the door, I mean, it's great, the platforms are here, we're here, that we've been talking about doing this for years, Emily and Claire and others, we're all here. Is there a better way to sort of continue that conversation and keep those doors open? But also, I mean, revolving doors can make it confusing.
Right, so there's a great responsibility. I think we're all agreed that they hold a lot of power, and no matter how cynical or optimist you might be about what they're doing. I actually think this is a great time to be talking to them because the companies are still young. And they're run by, there's strong founder effects. As you know, Sergey's, parents being refugees has had an effect. believe it or not, as someone who's very critical of them, people don't believe me when I say this. I get very routine conversations with these platforms on what the right thing is on a particular subject. Sometimes it's public, sometimes it's behind the scenes, and I think a lot of people get this. I don't think this is going to be true forever. I don't think, as one Facebook employee says, in Facebook, Slack is like the Supreme Court. You can always appeal to someone and say this is the wrong thing, and there's a shot that it may or may not work, and in some cases I've seen it work. These companies are going to become even more of what you just said, which is they're going to be maximize enterprise 100%. The founders are going to sell. Wall Street is going to be a lot more dominant. So we're not even going to have the conversations we're having now. This is what I say whenever I talk to these people is, you're setting some standards that will, like, we criticize you, they won't even be there in 10 years if we don't do something really strong to set, just the way journalism has certain internal standards that makes it difficult for, if an advertiser came to the New York Times and said, kill the story, there would be, just journalistically, they wouldn't do that. There'd be an institutional ethics against that. I think these platforms have to think, the criticism right now, they have to think about how do we institutionalize these so that our rights and responsibilities are more explicit, more direct conversations, because in 20 years, I don't think we'll have any influence like this. And whatever they're setting up now and whatever we set up now, I think it's going to get worse from here on, is what I think.
So
there's the happy note for the day.
Is the conversation happening? I mean, are we just shouting at each other, or is there a conversation happening?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think there's a really fascinating conversation right now, and I think the layer where I see this happening best is the engineering layer. So we've seen some fantastic software engineers move between traditional news companies into startups and then back, and I'm really excited to see how that's been happening at places like the New York Times, and just extraordinary people there doing wonderful things who then go and set up their own startups. So at that engineering layer, I see an extraordinary amount of knowledge and debate and contention around these ideas. So that's where I see the most hope. Yep. But given this is also the panel on ethics, the other thing that really excites me that I see is a kind of like, this is the way forward. I'm sure many of you saw that this week the White House's Chief Technology Officer, DJ Patel, made a really strong call saying that every single computer science and data science program needs to be teaching data ethics. I mean, that is a huge stamp of approval saying this is where we need to do the most work. And I think that is where we need to do the most work, and that's a space which is inherently interdisciplinary. That's where people from journalism schools, people from social science, people from computer science can all get together and have these conversations around what values are most important to us. So for me, that's where the most exciting conversation is right now, and where the most work is to be done.
Yeah. And maybe the platforms can pay for some of that too, so that would complete the circle. But Andrew, your thoughts on sort of the conversation, can we get past the concerns and the shouting and which are all very worth shouting about, and have a meaningful conversation between publishers and platforms that will help?
Yeah, I don't think that's missing, honestly. Yeah. Like, as far as I can tell, there are like completely open and good-hearted people at all of these companies, at all of these publishers, actively trying to figure this out. What I will say is, though, that I very much think that the idea that there is going to emerge a kind of like a new stability to replace, the old like kind of geographical monopoly newspaper that advertisers have to go to and that pays for the creation of great journalism, and that there is going to be no more stable resting place. And so, is there going to be a stable duopoly of iOS and Android and mobile? No. Is there going to be a stable, like Facebook is your social network, Twitter is, no. It's like none of those things are going to be stable. And so the real trick, I think, for these conversations is for publishers not to kind of like desperately seek, little protected zones within these technology platforms, but rather to reconfigure themselves as builders and build stuff that is capable of keeping up with the demands of the marketplace and the technology landscape that surrounds us. And so that to me is sort of like the fundamental thing that I want to see out of the New York Times and out of the Washington Post and out of the All and everybody in between is an effort to try to build better stuff that won't simply kind of like grasp at the crumbs of revenue that fall out of these platforms. Yeah. That is really the future solution, is to build better stuff.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, and to wrap up, and I want one final thing from each one of you, is that I firmly believe that while journalism is the enemy of scale, that a lot of these platforms are actually realizing that scale isn't the answer to everything, and that quality actually can sell at a premium, and that things like filtering and curation and journalism can actually help them make more money. And I think that's a really key point that we can all take advantage of, because that's something that we can all be interested in. But just to wrap up very quickly, if anyone has one quick question, we can probably take it, but just to very quickly from each of you, on the research side, what is something that this community, academic community particularly, one quick thing that we can do and research that will help us answer some of these questions?
Okay. So a lot of what Kate said, that's obviously one big area. The thing that I don't see happening as much as the platforms and algorithms are moving to machine learning, and the surveillance is moving to computational inference. The study she mentions, it's inferring things you have not disclosed, right? That's the key. The surveillance is now can tell whether you're gay or you're a drug user, even if you've not disclosed it to a single person online. So not using Vodafone doesn't save you either. And machine learning systems that are really coming, I guess, of age, they're opaque to their programmers too, because that's the point of them. Too complex to summarize here. And they have major effects. So we're moving very rapidly into systems that figure out things you have not disclosed, and algorithms that do things that you didn't directly program into them. I would like both of those to be research in combinations of people who ask, what could go wrong, along with people who are technical, who are like, let's go and see if that could go wrong. Because right now, all I'm hearing is, oh, look, it works, rather than what could go wrong, long list.
Very quick on research.
I'd second what Zainab said about machine learning. One of the really interesting groups I've been working with recently is people in machine learning and information retrieval thinking about the ethics of ML. Yep. Really tough space. But the other thing I'd say is experimentation. You know, what happens when we see, I mean, we're used to sort of seeing a set of news stories that effectively a group of senior editors have decided to show us every day. But what happens when we have a set of autonomous and semi-autonomous algorithms basically running experiments on you all the time to decide what kinds of news you'll click on more, what kinds of ads are going to attract you more? How does that kind of constant experimentation change the idea of the news sphere? That's something that we don't really have a lot of data around, and certainly the Facebook emotional contagion experiment was an indication of just how much of this is going on and just how little we have by way of a public discourse around what it means.
Yeah, fascinating.
Well, this may sound kind of basic, but reverse engineering the content selection algorithms is something which the research community alone can do. Yeah. The companies, for very good reason, will not disclose those for perfectly good competitive reasons. Very often, people inside the companies don't actually know what or how the algorithms are working, and so to make judgments about ethics and so forth, we have to have some picture of reality. And I think the research community alone is in a position to cast light on that.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. I'm getting wrapped up, but one quick question since you did
Thank you, and this is very related to what you guys were just saying, which is, as a data scientist and machine learner myself, who thinks about this kind of thing, it's obviously not enough to ask for data scientists to take ethics courses if they, number one, don't understand the machine learning algorithms that they program and don't understand why they work, aren't given enough time to think about what could go wrong, and B, if they're actually just doing what their boss tells them to do. Yeah. And ultimately, I feel like what we're really talking about is like rules, or almost kind of like laws, being obscured in code, and then that code is under the power of the people in charge.
Into those algorithms and those codes, there's no doubt about it at all. I have to wrap up. We've been given the final word. Thank you so much, all three of you, and Ethan for contributing remotely, and thank you, Claire and Emily.
Dan, how did the... Hello, everyone. I'd be very grateful if you could take your seats as soon as possible. Thank you.
It was good. It was funny. There was a mix-up, not mix-up, there was a controversy with the Airbnb post. And one of the responses was like, comments are the threading time. Yeah. Right.
What a pleasing hush. So welcome back. Thank you for coming back. So I now want to introduce the next panel, which is basically about the practice of journalism. And seeing as we're in a journalism school, that's probably not a bad thing to do. So let me welcome Jay Rosen. And he's going to lead this discussion amongst a pretty great group of people, one of whom is one of our Tao Fellows, Sarah Watson, which we're very excited about, who's come here all the way from Singapore, and John Herman and Julia Agwin. So they're going to talk about the technology beat. Are journalists actually covering this relationship between journalism and Silicon Valley adequately?
Well, thank you very much, Claire. And thank you to the Tao Center for organizing this day on a very important subject. We're going to be talking to beat writers, beat reporters, and critics in this panel. And ordinarily, when we discuss beats at Columbia J School, we talk about stories and sources, and we'll, I'm sure, get into that stuff. But what I told the panelists I wanted to start with is something a little bit deeper than that. I want to know about core beliefs and questions of purpose in writing about technology, and that's what I told them to prepare themselves for first. So first we're going to find out a little bit about how these writers define their beats, and then we're going to move on to stories, sources, and what's wrong with technology journalism the way it's normally done, and the technology coverage that we need. Right, Julia?
I have a lot to say on that.
Let's start with you. Julia is an investigative reporter at ProPublica. She spent 13 years at the Wall Street Journal. She was largely responsible for the What They Know series, which was the first time that I really started tuning into tracking because it was such a great piece of work. You say you cover technology as an investigative reporter, Julia, but how would you define your personal beat?
It was funny when you sent that email saying we were going to talk about our beats, because I had reached this point in my career where I was hoping I had finally surpassed having a beat. But no, I actually do have a beat, but it's a different one than I started with. I'm always a traditional tech reporter, writing about technology. And at ProPublica, I have a really nice broad mandate, which is basically right now privacy and surveillance, but it's anything where I can use my expertise about technology to talk about society. So the idea that technology is its own world is really no longer true. Technology pervades everything that we do. And so every reporter needs expertise in technology. If you're in healthcare or if you're covering the auto industry, actually tech is everywhere. So I think of myself as somebody who is really interested in using just my own expertise, because I grew up in Palo Alto and I learned to program in 5th grade, and I'm computer literate only in the sense of like the low bar of journalism and computer literacy, not in the actual sense of computer literacy. But I feel like that competitive advantage is really what core thing that motivates me. And so for instance, I like to do things that are just really geeky, like sniff internet traffic and see what data is going where and places that might be surprising. And so I guess I see myself as using the tools that I have that I think are unique to me to find stories that others wouldn't be able to find. And sometimes they're about technology specific subjects, but sometimes they're not. You know, I did a story in August about Princeton Review, had a different pricing for its products, for its online tutoring products. If you put in your zip code, you got a different price for each zip code. So that's not a technology story, but because it's big data and it required a lot of technology to analyze it, we were able to analyze it and show that zip codes with higher proportions of Asians were much more likely to get higher prices. So I think of that as something that I can use my tech expertise, but it's not a tech story.
So in the technology beat, the way that you do it, Julia, who are you trying to be loyal to?
You know, that's an interesting question. I always actually feel a little bad about my beat. I feel sorry for myself sometimes because I'm like, I don't have a natural constituency. There's not like a bunch of people out there who are like, you know what? You got to figure out what is going on with the Princeton Review. Nobody said that, actually. And even after we wrote the story, everybody was like, that was a weird story. I don't know what to think about that. It's like, it was unintentional
discrimination. And we have so much intentional discrimination in this society that, in fact, people are like, unintentional discrimination I can barely get myself worked up about. And so, so I sometimes feel like I'm not sure, I don't have a natural audience I'm playing to, but I guess what I think of my motivating purpose is I want to illuminate things that people don't know are happening. Because we aren't yet a particularly tech literate society, there are a lot of things that look to the outside like magic, and they're not. They have human motivations behind them, and I just want to reveal those to people.
Okay, good. John, I'm a reader of yours, so I know a bit about what you do. The All calls you the series that you've been working on, the content wars. That would be one way of describing what you focus on. In your latest piece, you summarize it as tech is eating media. But I'd love to know, how do you define the subject that you've been tracking in the work that you've been doing over the last few years?
The content wars name it sort of started as a joke. It was an offhand comment. I think before things really took off, and then now I talk about it and people reference it totally seriously, and I'm sort of stuck with it. So that's sort of the beat. I guess it's the platform beat, and now that makes sense as a beat because we have a lot of ascendant platforms. The conversation is focused on a small handful, and I think before very long that'll be an incoherent beat. It'll be too big, so people will be carving out beats within the platform beat. Maybe they won't. Maybe describing something as a platform beat would be like describing it as the capitalism beat, and I cover banks within the capitalism beat. So I think that's sort of where things are now.
Okay, so in the platform beat, which may not exist in a couple of years for reasons you've explained, in the platform beat, the way that you do it, what is at stake?
I'm coming from a position of writing about, I guess, first the media industry. That was the natural audience for the All, and then for a lot of the things I was writing. And I'm this could just be bias from covering this for so long, but I feel like a lot of what's happening in media applies elsewhere in the economy. It's a good place to sort of attempt understanding dynamics of platforms and partners and what a truly dominant platform means for an industry, what it means to be a partner versus to be a user. I guess the most extreme claim at what's at stake is that to the extent that the tech industry will be a part of the economy and influence other parts of the economy and potentially sort of overtake the economy as a central influence, platforms for the next who knows how many years are a part of that plan and a part of that reality. Like that's how the tech industry is sort of manifesting its ideologies, its plans, its biggest ideas. They are platforms. So a lot, I guess.
Sarah, I would classify you as a technology critic, more than a beat reporter. But
I do myself.
You kind of have a beat as a critic. I do as a critic. I feel I have a beat. So what's yours?
So I want to talk about kind of two pieces of it because on the kind of things that I write for The Atlantic or Wired or Al Jazeera or Gizmodo are very much kind of what you might call a traditional beat of saying, I'm covering a personal technology view of how we live with technology. And arguably, I'm writing from the position of the user. And so I'm drawing a lot on kind of ethnography and situated knowledge and trying to understand how users interpret what they're interacting with. And so that's kind of always been my goal in particular in how I think about the audiences that I'm writing for is like, I want people to figure out how to be critical about their interactions with technology. And so some of that's just modeling inquiry into our relationship. And then on the other side, the kind of meta level is what I'm doing here at the Tau Center, which is my work on looking at how people who might be called technology critics have been covering technology criticism. And that's more in the area of what both Julia and Kate Crawford in the previous panel were talking about in talking about the surfacing the values that are embedded in our technology and kind of the meta questions, the underlying unconscious or conscious ideology and sometimes some of the rhetoric that's applied by these technology companies and by the kind of underlying logic that puts those systems forward. And so I have this kind of strange relationship with the term technology critic, and part of my goal here at the Tau Center is to do a little bit more unpacking as to why that term is problematic. And I think some of it has to do with the fact that the people that you might first come to mind for when you think about technology critics are the types of people like Evgeny Morozov and Nicholas Carr. Maybe Nick Bilton falls into that category in his position at the New York Times. But there's something, especially in kind of the Evgeny Nicholas Carr side of things, there's something inherently either negative or kind of Luddite or contrarian about their coverage, and that falls into the negative criticism sense of the meaning of the word critic. But I think there's still plenty of people out there who are not necessarily calling themselves critics, but are on a slightly more traditional tech beat, which is, you know, writing for The Atlantic or kind of doing the cultural criticism, how do we live with technology? And I think there's value in collating and kind of pointing at what the practice of what they're doing is and trying to elevate some of that, because I think it's really important work.
So tell me if this question makes sense for your work. I think it does, but you would be the judge. What sort of world are you defending in your work?
I'm not sure I'm defending any world, because that is inherently taking somewhat of a Luddite position, maybe. What I think I'm more interested in is, as I said, kind of giving people more of the tools to interrogate the systems that we're interacting with and that are so fundamental in our everyday lives. And so I guess if anything I'm defending is like personal agency and autonomy as these systems that we're interacting with kind of shove the kind of decisions that are being made on our behalf further and further down into a very seamless experience.
Okay. So I would say you're defending a world in which people are capable of being critical about things that are shaping their lives without them necessarily knowing it. So that's the world that you want to bring about through your tech criticism. Okay, so now we're going to talk about some big stories that everybody has been aware of, and I hope when we focus on them, we can ask ourselves what should be and what was the role of tech journalism in covering technology in these stories. So the first one is the whole Snowden story and everything that followed from that. Then we have the startup Theranos, and that I have a ton of questions about that I would love to hear this group talk about. We have platform creep, which is a term that John uses to discuss the whole platform as publisher question that we've been lingering on today. And then Amazon versus the New York Times and that kind of a spectacle. So I'd like to start with the Snowden effect, something I wrote a lot about. My own sense, and I would love to know what you people think, especially since two of you have focused specifically on surveillance. My sense is that the Snowden story, the technology writing, there's kind of like before Snowden and after Snowden, because Snowden was such a huge event, and it brought home how the technology story reaches to the very top of our society, literally like the Supreme Court, and then reaches completely into private life and into bedrooms and homes. And after Snowden, there was like no way of denying that. It was possible to know that before Snowden, but after it was impossible not to know it. That's my own sense of it. But I would love to know what you think. What changed in the technology writing beat with Snowden?
I mean, I'm actually surprised that you say that, because I feel like if you look at if you look at what is technology coverage, which is none of us are actually doing, but the vast majority of what passes for technology coverage is phone reviews, okay? And then it's TV reviews, and then it's snark about the other person's phone or TV reviews, and or it's publishing press releases about the next phone. 3 seconds before your competitor. So that's like 99% of tech journalism. And so I don't think any of that has changed, actually, and it's sort of strange to me that it hasn't. What has happened is that you insert one person into each one of those sort of content factories for tech reviews that writes a scare story based on a press release about some sort of privacy issue every day, which is good, I guess. But actually, weirdly, the tech press remains completely product-focused and actually acts very much like a trade press. It's essentially like back when I was a young reporter, it was the computer world, right? And so even big brands with sort of legitimate budgets and stuff are still doing basically trade coverage.
Right.
So I just had to say that. That was like a little rant. I need to get it off my chest. Now I'm done. We can talk about Snowden. So Snowden, you know, the thing that really resonated for me with Snowden actually was such an indictment of the tech press, right? He had these incredibly technically detailed documents, which really you needed a technologist to understand. He didn't even think about going to the tech press, right? I mean, at all. He went to Glenn Greenwald, an opinion writer who he thought would defend him and would understand the political implications of this data. And then he went to Laura Poitras and then Bart Gellman. All of those people ended up having to hire technologists to decipher the documents. And to me, the moment when each one of them chose a technologist and started working with a technologist was when their coverage elevated dramatically. So there was a real leap in the first round of coverage, which was very much like, there's some slides, they look scary, be scared. And then there was like the technologist got involved and it was like, oh, I now see what this actually is about, right? Oh, we're just taking every single call from Bermuda. Okay, that's awesome. So I think the tech journalists who consulted on that really lifted the coverage, and I would love to have seen much more integration of tech and national security journalism after that. I think The Intercept is probably the place that's doing that the most, and we're doing that at ProPublica. But I didn't see it threading throughout other newsrooms, really.
Mm-hmm. Okay. John, I wonder if you had a thought on that.
I'm not going to defend like the way tech journalism is conducted in general, but I think your definition of tech journalism as like this narrow trade product-focused thing isn't quite right. Now, there was a time when I think that was a great way for a new publication to really like I used to work at Gizmodo, which was very much that kind of place. You know, I did the morning beat where in a different time zone, I'd wake up and write like 4 or 5 posts about press releases, you know, issued in Europe. And that was great for like traffic. There are a lot of people who wanted to talk about these things. Now that kind of coverage has kind of been marginalized. I know a lot of people who still write about that stuff and it doesn't really get an audience. The incentives for doing that aren't really there. So I'm not sure I would say that, I mean, even at a place that still traffics in that type of stories, a place like The Verge, those types of stories, absent the occasional like iPhone review or really big product release, don't really do anything for them. They feel like they have to be there because they've always done it, but their bigger stories are culture stories, stories about policy. At The Verge, you would have you know, probably more traffic on a story from Nilay Patel about net neutrality or copyright than you would get on a review for the newest Samsung phone. So I'm not sure I would say that that's still, there's certainly, if you narrow the definition of the tech press to the tech product press, I mean, then it's kind of a self-fulfilling thing, but I feel like the sites that used to do that are broadening, and I feel like more importantly, publications that used to also sort of dabble in product journalism, which basically includes all of them, are now more aggressively moving into tech coverage. So I mean, I guess I wonder if some of your criticism there is just a product of your definition of a narrow definition of the tech press.
Well, I apologize if that's true. When you look at it, a page from one of those places, the volume that you see on the page is like really product-y, right? So
Well,
maybe
yeah,
the
but
traffic,
front-
I don't have access to the
page,
numbers.
Front page volume is sort of like the 5th most important thing at a news organization now.
Okay, I'm just saying as a viewer, I was like, wow, there's a lot of it.
But
There's
I'm
a huge
suggesting that
river of
that
it.
mode
but
of
I'm
viewership.
happy to be corrected, and I would love it if what you're saying is true. That's great, right?
Well,
It's
I
great
don't
if
think,
that's actually
I don't
evolving.
think the tech press is like doing great. I just mean that I don't think it's doing great in a different way, I guess.
Okay.
Well, I might add something to this mix because I think I agree with both of you, which is that I think a lot of maybe what Julia's referring to is I think there's a limit to kind of the traditional institutions that cover technology in the sense that they still continue to cover technology very much from a section perspective, and so it's the business section and the style section, and that really limits the kinds of questions that get surfaced there. I'm looking at the New York Times, but even on the other side of it, on the critical side of it, even the New Yorker still only just has one technology issue or 2 per year. And that's where they shove all the technology stories once a year, rather than it being a kind of consistent thing that they're drumming on.
Mm-hmm.
I also think, regardless, there's still very much a kind of either it's a progress story, as you point out, or a panic story. And it's kind of, we're all going to hell with technology, or it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I think that's really still hard to get away from. But also, I also wanted to touch on the question of what about the Snowden coverage was kind of touching on something that's really important. And Julia, to your point about expertise being a really important piece of it, I think I looked to Bruce Schneier, who's a friend of mine from the Berkman Center. I wonder to the extent to which expertise or a certain disciplinary lens is critical to good technology criticism, because I think on the one hand, technology as a subject is kind of a substrate. It's the means to the end, and so it's not, as a news subject, kind of pinning down what technology is really hard. And so oftentimes in all of these examples, I think for the most part, in the Amazon example, we're not necessarily talking about reporting on technology, but we're reporting on labor. And I think that there's a lot of technology criticism that's good, that's really just taking like the feminist lens on X product, or the kind of social justice lens on the latest scandal. So I think there's a lot of work to be done about. I'm almost arguing for kind of better liberal arts exposure for the kind of beat reporter to be able to ask some of those questions.
A way to say it, Sarah, would be that we don't necessarily need more technology journalism. We need more technology-aware journalists to do good journalism.
Yeah, and I also think the longer term, like not the quick take, but the kind of what does this all mean to us needs to happen with a little bit more
Let's
background.
talk a little bit about this Theranos story, which as a reader, none of you, I don't think, covered it specifically, but maybe you have some insights into this. As a reader, I thought it was very puzzling story. I was grateful for the Wall Street Journal for taking a close look at this company, but I wondered, like, how did this company, which has absolutely no way of proving that its technology works, how did it become what it became? Like, I don't get that. How does that happen? Because it seemed to be a fairly unexamined company before the Wall Street Journal did this, but yet it had like $400 million in capital and stuff. So how does that happen? And how does the company get to that point where it's been the subject of these incredible profiles and these stories without anyone actually taking a hard look at it? How does that happen?
I mean, to me, I think that goes back to the kind of progress narrative. We're so excited about the interesting new thing that this disruptive technology company is going to do, and they're kind of born out of a Silicon Valley mentality. And so that's really easy to just keep reporting on because it's sexy and interesting. And I think the Wall Street Journal is jumping in and actually doing the kind of doing the work of comparing, you know, a disruptive Silicon Valley kind of, we can do anything and we don't have to follow the FDA and we don't have to do, you know, traditional science and we don't have to prove ourselves. And I compare it to like 23andMe a few years ago, right? Like, we think it's really interesting and it could be the future of everything, but, you know, until we start comparing it to antecedents, we're not really holding it to public standards.
I think the specific like diagnosis with something like Theranos or 23andMe is that these are companies that fall into maybe a healthcare or health tech sort of beat, but that are receiving funding and support from companies and people that are sort of outside of that beat, which creates kind of a sourcing problem. It's not like people. It's just more work as a reporter, and it's not just more straightforward legwork. It's like resourcing your entire beat, which is a problem in a lot of places. So that might have obfuscated things a little bit. But yeah, they are also they're the kinds of companies, because of this, they easily fall into the like progress or panic narrative, and something like a healthcare company or a biotech company or an energy or a green tech company, those tend to fall into the progress narrative because people just don't have deep expertise in these areas. And so, you know, someone who works with or funds a company like Theranos would say that no, part of the point is that we don't want to have we don't want to conform to FDA regulations that were written for a different type of industry, and we don't want to conduct science in a traditional way. And those are all totally defensible positions if you can deliver on the promise. They are sort of the first major companies, some of the first major companies in their particular space, making their particular claims. So they have the ability to articulate these grand arguments that no one really disagrees with. Like, yeah, blood testing should take less blood. You shouldn't need to send results to a lab. You should be able to do this on a small machine like they do in the movies. Like, of course that's true. Of course everyone wants things to be cheaper and faster. And of course, you know, the widespread like accessibility of one's own genetic information seems like a good idea. But that promise is totally divorced from the practice, and that's sort of where this like middle between progress and panic narratives would naturally like address things.
Mm-hmm. Julie, you have anything on that?
I mean, I guess I would just say there's like it's not necessarily a tech issue, really. It's a business journalism issue, right? I mean, this has happened many times, right? Enron is obviously the best example. And, you know, this is why when I was a reporter at the San Francisco Chronicle, I came here to Columbia to get the Knight Badgett degree and I got an MBA through that program because I was scared of being the journalist who was duped, right? I didn't understand how to read a balance sheet or income statement. And then I wanted to know, how can I make sure I'm holding these companies accountable with the best amount of tools that I have at my disposal? And so there's a business journalism component to this, which is that Columbia has done an amazing job of trying to elevate and increase the skills of business journalists, and I think that is played out. You know, the Wall Street Journal coverage shows that does have some fruits. Whether there was a way to technologically also test this company's claims, I don't know, right? I don't know if that was something you could do. I personally am in the business of all the time trying to get data to test companies' claims. That's what I did with Princeton Review. I scraped their website till God's creation, until it was I had all the data, and then I analyzed it. You can't always do that. You can't always get inside a company to check what they're saying.
Mm. But when you look at the board of that company, it doesn't make any sense.
But that's true of a lot of boards.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking.
Well, you mentioned a fear of getting duped, and that's a real fear. But honestly, I think there's probably a more powerful fear now of being on the wrong side of things or being left behind. When everyone's very excited and exuberant about new technologies and the promises of new technologies, particularly when you have companies articulating such grand visions for how things should be. Like Uber isn't really talking about being a car company. The way they talk about themselves is as a company that's going to revolutionize how cities work, logistics, what labor is. Airbnb and my favorite rendition of this whole story and what it means is on Benjamin Walker's podcast, The Theory of Everything. It's just like a real fundamental change in what the home is as an asset, how a city is supposed to work. They're talking about this now openly. Their latest slide deck about their recent political victory invokes the Industrial Revolution and this as a sort of different but similar time in history. And so there's this interesting rhetorical complement to that you see in Silicon Valley, and I'm thinking, of course, as many people do when they talk about like public tech arguments, of someone like Mark Andreessen, who very often like points to past criticism as cynicism, as pessimism, and talks about how pessimists are historically always wrong and optimists are historically always right, which is kind of like necessarily true. It's kind of like this. It's kind of a circular, the victors write history. The things that worked, and like they talk about themselves, and we talk about them in that way. Anyway, it's. I forgot where I was going with this, but but anyway, there's definitely a strong incentive as a reporter or a critic to make sure that you are not one of those people who is just saying this is a silly concept. This isn't going to stick around. You don't want to be the guy who wrote about how the internet was a fad. Right. You don't want to be the guy who said that person-to-person home rentals were never going to stick, because like you're probably going to be wrong. It's in the interest of the companies that are doing these things now to associate themselves or to make their claims for their own companies inextricable from the promise of those concepts, and it's the job of reporters and critics to pull those two things apart.
Mm. That's an excellent point. Yeah. And part of the reason that I asked you, like, what do you defend? Who are you loyal to? What is the world you're trying to protect here? Is exactly what you're saying, John. If you don't want to be duped on the one hand, but you also don't want to be left behind, which is what you said, it seems to me the way to prevent those things is by having something that that you can measure technology against. And without that, you just become subject to fashion and hype and industry and product cycles and what everyone else is doing. So that's why I started with those questions, because without them, you're kind of lost. All right, let's move on to platform creep. How should technology journalists, how should technology writers and critics approach this this conflict between platforms and publishers? Do you have any thoughts on that? What kind of journalism do we need? What is the platform journalism we need? That's really my question. What is the Facebook, Google, Twitter journalism we need?
If I were in academia, I'd be studying the material relationships between platforms and their partners, both informal partners, as news organizations have been for a number of years now, with Twitter and Facebook, for example, as people who are as organizations that are putting things on those platforms because they return visitors, to the formal relationships that now some media companies are entering into with these platforms, where they are putting things on those platforms and leaving them there, and hopefully extracting not just people, but maybe money. There's real data-driven, data-focused work to be done there, and as a critic who writes about that stuff a lot, I'm not doing it, and I can feel its absence. So that's one thing that we need.
So that's something the Tao Center could help with.
Yeah, I guess.
Sarah, do you have any thoughts on this?
I mean, if I knew the answer to that, I think we wouldn't have this conference, right? I think that's the big, elephant in the room problem to solve. What I do think, and I think in the Theranos example, and even in your work, kind of posting things to Medium, critiquing Medium, or kind of using these platforms that we kind of just use because they're there and the audience is there, and that's the way to get these conversations started, is really tough. And the same is true of using Twitter and using Facebook for these conversations. So I hope that putting it there is going to kind of surface the tension even further.
Yeah. I mean, I have like this very luxurious role of just being a journalist who doesn't have to worry about this. So I write my stories. I write critical stories about Facebook. They circulate on Facebook. I mean, luckily, I'm not finding this to be impacting me. Now, it's impacting my organization because we are not ad supported, right? The only way we can do the investigative journalism is by being philanthropic and getting donations. And so by opting out of the ad system, we have a luxurious life that not everyone can share. But so I'm lucky that way. But I also just feel over time that one great thing about the current state we're in now is that there is actually, despite all the pressures on journalism, there's actually a real flowering of journalism. And good stuff is rising to the top on all sorts of platforms. And so I have hope that this will just be another way we distribute our content, and it will end up that the readers want it.
A question for all three of you. With these companies where secrecy is huge, their internal culture is, you don't talk to anyone. They have plans they're trying to keep secret. A lot of times they're working on things and they don't want to say anything about them until they're done. How do you develop sources in these companies when nobody is supposed to talk to you?
I want to know the answer to that because I'm working on a piece about Knowledge Graph right now at Google Knowledge Graph, and I have run in circles trying to figure out somebody who could actually tell me like what happens when you put in feedback to change what the results are on the right side, not the left side of search results when they're summarizing. And I think that's the perfect example of like, I'm trying to critique something about like Google's role in creating knowledge and presenting it as capital K knowledge. And
who is the person
yeah.
in charge of that?
And furthermore, does anyone actually
care.
have an answer? No,
right.
have an answer, because I imagine that I'm looking at a very specific case to try to kind of open it up, and it may just be that there isn't any one person who can answer how the multiple algorithms are pulling from multiple different data sources and summarizing them and preferencing them.
Yeah, sometimes I think that's one reason why it's so hard to report on these companies, because the answer to a lot of the important questions would be, it's a vast, uncontrolled experiment and nobody has any idea what we're doing.
And we're changing it
and nobody
every
wants
day.
to say that. Yeah,
well, and we're changing it every day. And
yeah, and it changes every day, exactly.
Often
I mean,
the person doesn't exist that you might imagine is there. When you're writing about, say, a new Facebook product that will have an effect on the media industry, or one that's sort of explicitly meant to work with the media industry, like Notify, the people working on a product like that are asking the same questions that these journalists are then showing up and like requesting answers for. And people misunderstand this, I think, because these things are presented as products, and if they're products, then they must be done. And if they work, that must mean that they're right. And I think there's a tendency to think of something like an app or a new addition to a platform, to think of those things a little bit like a new phone. And I mean, even if you do that, a lot of new devices fail because they weren't thought through properly or just because they made the wrong bet. But I think I'm consistently surprised, I guess less and less so, that when I do get to talk to people who are working on these projects that are going to have huge implications for media or just the way people talk to each other, that they're sort of like, well, I guess we'll find out. Like, we think this is what's going to happen, but we are still struggling to think through the implications for our company and for our most common users. We are no further along than you are in imagining what this means for your industry. Like, why are you asking us about that?
Which is why I don't ask them. I just scrape all their data. So
my version of that is just going to bars. Like, a lot of people who work at tech companies are really young. It's easy to find someone from Facebook at a bar and be like, oh, you work at Facebook? Tell me about it. It's so like. Right.
So I do spend a lot of time at bars also, but I want to say that one story that I think is really relevant to this conversation is when right before the presidential election, Obama versus Romney, Google was actually doing this weird thing where if you looked for Obama, searched for Obama, then all your subsequent results had Obama in it. So it was like your next result was like toothpaste, and it was like Obama plus toothpaste. And there was literally like toothpaste, and then 3 things that says Obama plus toothpaste, and then it was like more toothpaste. And it would go out through your browsing session. And when you did this with Romney, there was no subsequent Romney results inserted into your subsequent searches. The way I found this out was somebody gave me a tip. And in order to verify it, I did a Mechanical Turk experiment with thousands of people across the country, asked them to search, set up a proxy, took all the data. By the time I brought it back to Google, they were like, huh, that's weird. Why is that happening? And I was like, I don't know, I'm asking you, right? And then they looked into it, and they're like, well, it looks like we trained the data before the election. And I was like, well, you know, I would like to point out to you that presidential elections are 2 years long now, and we're a week away from the November date. So when exactly are you training this data, right? So it is machine learning, right? They just put, but there's not a quality control situation, which is like, I guess we just trained it 2 years ago and Romney wasn't running.
Yeah. We have 3 or 4 minutes left. Let's go to Amazon for a second. The Amazon versus New York Times. The thing that really struck home for me about that episode is that it used to be you published your big series and you just waited for the reactions to come in and the prizes. And now it isn't like that. And increasingly, and I see this, ProPublica does this all the time, increasingly you have to fight for your story after it's published in the public square. And if somebody attacks it, you can't just sit there and say, we stand by our story. You have to actually go out and engage in defense and argument and re-explanation of what you're doing, and sometimes battle, like Jay Carney, for example. So that strikes me as like, that's different. It used to be a situation where journalists did their work, they let everyone talk about it, and they kind of sat back and watched the reactions, and now it's different.
I mean, this is actually this is a great thing, because this is actually what allows great journalism to rise above the rest. If you can survive,
I agree. I think it's a good thing.
If you can survive the boxing match that comes out after your story, like, then you're stronger for it. And if you can't, then maybe it wasn't as great a story. And so I think this is a great thing, because back in the old days, which obviously I sometimes nostalgic for, but then I remind myself of how many unbelievably terrible stories ran that I would read and be like, every single thing in here is untrue, and no one would say anything, because there was no public discourse about these topics. And so I think that this is an unpleasant experience. I don't enjoy it myself. I get pummeled all the time. I'm currently being pummeled by some TV maker named Vizio that's tracking what you're watching. But whatever, you can opt out if you find the setting on your TV. But you know, it's not pleasant, right? They went to the Washington Post and said, I'm giving opinions about their stuff. You know, it's not fun. Opinions.
That's unbelievable.
I do think this is like a great thing that seems like a less great thing for the time being, because in the first instances of with something like Amazon, the Amazon story and Jay Carney going to Medium to talk about it and all this stuff, there's a lot of the audience there and a lot of other commentators are sort of instinctively taking sides, and I'm not sure they all know why they're doing it. There is sort of like a solidarity thing going on where people in the media instinctively are like, the New York Times is the best institution in the world, I'm defending it. They aren't saying that, but that's sort of what they're feeling. And then people, some people I think in the tech industry read this and they're like, Amazon's trying to change the entire world. Like, what the hell are you guys? This is ridiculous. And as this happens more and more, people will either recognize their own tendency to do that, which I guess isn't very likely, but people will recognize others' tendency to do that, and it will all seem, this will make, I think, more sense. This like public brawling will make more sense because you will understand where people are coming from. You'll factor that in. No one will be expressing disbelief. But I wonder, in your area of study, that Amazon story was interesting because it was both deeply reported, but also a piece of criticism, and written as a piece of criticism. And when you sort of delineate between negative criticism and constructive criticism, I wonder where the critical parts of that story fall in your judgment.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, I think just on the topic of this being a good thing, it's also driving traffic. Like, controversy drives traffic, and so, you know, those numbers that the New York Times is getting from that is, you know, it's hard to argue with that. In terms of criticism versus opinion versus kind of how to frame all of it, right? Like to Julia's point, getting called out for saying you're providing opinions by being critical. I think there's got to be place for the kind of investigative side of it, and also the kind of opinionated, here's an alternative to what exists right now, and what if we wanted this instead of that? And I think a lot of that has to do with the platform for where that gets published, right? Like if it's an op-ed that Zeynep is writing for the New York Times, or if it's you know, showing up in ProPublica. And there was one other thing, but
We're out of time. I think one good thing about this Amazon episode is it's becoming clearer and clearer to journalists that if everyone is attacking your story online, there's a good chance something's wrong with it, and you have to say something. And that whole idea of we stand by our story and just ignoring what happens when criticism comes in is kind of going away, and it deserves to go away because, as my friend Dan Gilmore says, my readers know more than I do. Sarah, John, Julia, thank you very much, and we are concluded.
Okay, let's get started. I promise we did put a call in to the heating people, so it might go up a couple of degrees in 2 hours' time. So welcome back. Sorry for not telling you that it was a 2-box lunch. If you look quite greedy when you were walking out of the door. Okay, so let's get on to a session I think many people are looking forward to. This morning we had Emily in conversation with Mark Thompson, which was obviously the journalism part of today's proceedings. And now we have Emily in conversation with Michael Retkow from Facebook talking about part of the Silicon Valley conversation. So pretty sure this is going to be pretty exciting. So over to Emily and Michael.
No pressure. So I just want so Michael is the product manager. It seems like you should have a much bigger title like that, like Emperor or something, of Facebook Instant Articles. And one thing I will say is I thank you, and I have enormous respect for you coming to do this today, because we spoke to all platform companies. We said, please come and participate in the conversation. And as you will have heard this morning, journalism has a very particular view of the relationship between journalism and Silicon Valley. And it's very difficult to get platform companies to engage in public in that dialogue. And one of the things we want to hope to do with the research we're doing here is foster that forum. So when I met Michael at O&A and we talked about instant articles, I said, this is actually really great and interesting. Please come and talk about it. And he was like, okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I love the panels this morning were great, and we look for these opportunities to engage directly with the industry, with people who think and talk about the industry. And that's one of the most important parts of my job and what we do. So thanks for giving us the opportunity.
No, not at all. And as I say, it's actually a short session this because we've got a lot to get through this afternoon. But Michael has been around all day. He's very kindly said he's nobly having a drink this after the session. So come and find him. He really does want to meet people who are students, practitioners in newsrooms, researchers, anyone who has a question. So Facebook Instant Articles, which we've talked about a lot. In the style of the Mark Thompson conversation, you're also going to show us like a brief intro, because probably the best way to demonstrate this is by showing.
Yeah.
How many people here know exactly what Facebook Instant Articles are and what they do? And how many people are a little bit in the dark and intrigued and would like to see more?
All right.
Those people who haven't put their hands up, I know that you do. Just talk to us a little bit about what the product actually is and what it does.
Yeah, so first off, for readers, Instant Articles is a way when you're in Facebook, in your news feed, to read an article that loads instantly and has a lot of great interactive features that bring the story to life that you're seeing behind me, like autoplay video, like photos that load with high resolution and you can tilt your phone to pan around, like autoplay audio, and like interactive maps. So as a reader, you can instantly tell the difference as it loads immediately, and then you can tell the storytelling capabilities that publishers are taking advantage of go way beyond what you're used to on a mobile phone. The other side of this is for publishers. And Instant Articles is a platform for publishers to distribute their news on Facebook. And so they provide a feed of their articles that then get rendered in this instant format. But also they get to use these capabilities. And when we talk to publishers, they're really excited about how they can use autoplay video to bring their stories to life in new ways. And that's just the beginning. We're really excited to see how we can work together with publishers. They provide a lot of these ideas for how to develop these types of features. And we think we're going to be able to bring a lot of additional features that, that enhance these capabilities to mobile phones.
So you've got, for instance, I don't know, you got to talk about spherical video, because I know that's happening, which is that a feature you're releasing today?
Well,
or?
so spherical video, for those of you who don't know, is the ability when you're looking and watching a video to be able to look around a scene. So it's a video that doesn't just point one direction, it points in all directions, and you can use your phone to look around it, or use maybe VR goggles. And that's just an example of a new storytelling capability that can be used in many different ways. It can bring you into a scene. It can capture a scene where you don't know exactly what's going to happen when, and you can just capture everything around you. And that's one of the things that we think these new capabilities can offer. And it's all about how you use them. If you just put a spherical video in a place in front of like a news conference, that's not going to be very interesting, or even a debate. But there are some times where it can be amazing. There were some great examples of publishers using this to show a scene of, in a war scene where there's things happening all around you. It can bring you right into that story.
Well, I think, as I say, Rainey Aronson and PBS Frontline, they're one of the, with the film they made with the Tower Centre for VR is actually also kind of rendering in spherical video. So it's a kind of, this is not just about Star Wars and movies, it's about serious storytelling. So let's sort of just get through a couple of the things which have happened recently, which everybody is talking about. So everybody this week is talking about, what's happened to our Facebook traffic for the publishers. They're saying like this is direct referrals, down 30%, etc. I mean, that's not necessarily your part of the universe. But is there anything you can tell us about that, or when those figures come out? They have a really dynamic effect, she says, trying to make it sound positive, among publishers. And sometimes they're very frustrated, or not frustrated, just scared about what the hell's happening.
Yeah, and that's completely understandable. People who are looking to Facebook as a traffic driver, of course, are going to look at that data. We looked at that data because it matters a lot to us. And what we saw is that traffic is not down from the beginning of the year. That data, I think what it looked at was looking at the desktop. And I mean, how many of you are using a desktop right now? I think there are a few. Everyone has their phones, and most people are using their phones on Facebook and to read news. And if you don't look at phones to look at news data, you're not looking at the whole story. And so it's really important that you look at all of that data. Now that being said, and a lot of people have talked about this today, there is increasing competition for everyone's eyeballs. And so that means that it's not the sort of the Wild West where the first people there are going to be able to grab all the traffic. Now you have to capture people's attention. And what we're going to see as we move forward is some publishers, like Mark Thompson mentioned this morning, the Times is doing incredibly and incredibly on Facebook. And they're doing a great job by putting out really quality journalism and growing their traffic. And that's something that you have to really put a lot of work into, and those who are doing that are growing their traffic.
So the cynical journalistic view of this is we have to make a decision that we don't really want to make, which is we have to decide how much control we're going to give up. We've seen the Washington Post say, have it all, have all of our articles. We've had some publishers saying we'll participate with this, but a few articles. What are the advantages? Because so two questions, does one size fit all in this universe? And what's the excuse me, what's the optimal use for a publisher?
Sure. So I think Mark Thompson actually laid it out in an interesting way when you asked him, well, is this a model everyone should use? And his answer was no, there are different models. And we spent a lot of time talking to publishers, and we hear, I'd say, 3 different models in terms of what they're looking to do. One is some publishers are going really broad reach, broad distribution. They want to reach, now with phones you can reach 1 billion people. That's one model. Another model is some publishers say, you know what, there's a niche. I have my local audience. I have an audience that cares about one particular thing. I'm going to reach them really deeply. And then there are some publications that are doing both. And I think the New York Times is a great example. They're trying to reach 1 billion people, and they're using Facebook and instant articles as a way to do that. And they're building a destination site that feeds off of that reach. So they use that broad audience to grow their dedicated audience. And so when you look at different ways that publishers are using Facebook and using instant articles, you see that they're using it in a way that meets those goals that they have. And what we're building as a platform is a platform that can serve all 3 types of those publishers. So we can serve publishers who want to reach a broad audience. We can serve publishers who want to identify their best customers, and things we're doing in instant articles, for example, to do that are you can, in every New York Times article, you can click and enter your email address and sign up for an email list. And that gets you to get a daily relationship directly with the Times. And so we're seeing publishers use the products that we build for those different goals that they have.
Right. So I'm going to ask you a tricky question, which I haven't given you any foresight of, which is, so if you were a publisher, so often publishers will tell you what they would do if they were Facebook. But if you were a publisher, what would you do? What would you, how do technologists and people who really see the future more clearly than often publishing companies do, how would you be thinking about it if you had a newsroom full of journalists producing articles?
You know, the way we look at it, so I spend a lot of time going around to publishers. I've logged a lot of airline miles. I've spent a lot of time in Manhattan going to different offices to understand what needs are. And so what we go there and we ask them, what are your needs? What are you looking for out of Facebook? What are you looking for out of platform? And that's where it starts. I mean, we can think of products to serve that, and we view publishers as our customers that we want to serve with those products, but it has to start with actually the publishers identifying their needs. And Mark Thompson mentioned and identified what their goals are. They want to have someone read one New York Times article and then read their second and their third and become an engaged reader. And we heard that actually from the Times, and now we're working with them really closely to understand, well, how can we help them? And Facebook has a lot of great capabilities to convert someone from reading and seeing New York Times for the first time to seeing multiple things. And so, we don't go in and actually tell publishers really anything. What we tell them is we want to hear from you what your goals are, and then we'll build product.
Yes, well, that's very wise, because publishers do not like being told anything, in my limited experience of them. But just so we're talking about the capabilities and types of use. Obviously, when instant articles were first released, you had a small category, a small group of partners, so people like Nat Geo, people like the New York Times, etc. A lot of what I hear is that, so the parts of the market that really need this might be niche publishers, they might be local. So local publishers have been sort of decimated by the idea of not being able to reach scale on the web. Can instant articles actually create, or will it create, a viable business model for those types of publishers? Or is this really only ever going to suit people who really need scale?
That's a great question. So our goal is to open instant articles and all of our products to any publisher who wants to use them. And we're starting very small because we want to get this right. And the way we get this right is we spend time directly talking to the people using the product, hear their feedback, and make it better. But we do want to open this up. And so if you think about local newspapers, and we're starting to work with some smaller publications, and when you get to Gannett, working with their network, really starting to understand that set of needs. And their goals are to build probably a local focused audience, but they need to get their stories out and engage with everyone in a metropolitan area, and then they may be trying to drive subscriptions or build. A lot of local news companies have apps that deliver a lot of value to people. And so we want to serve a publisher like that with helping them to reach everyone in their metro area, and then upsell those people onto installing an app that gets you onto their home screen, get an email subscription going. These things, these publishers are going to likely work on a dual model where they want to reach a lot of people and build direct relationships. And so as Facebook, we want to serve both of those needs.
Well, one of the things that actually no platform company has really cracked yet is the subscription model. So just in terms of, when we think about where is this going, is that at the moment this is all kind of based on a lack of latency, a lack of friction, and efficiency, people getting articles. Can you see a point at which it might also have a kind of a payment mechanism attached to it?
You know, one of the things that you think about with subscriptions, and that's a really important business model, is that, like I'm a subscriber of the New York Times, and so I end up paying hundreds of dollars every year to get that really quality journalism that they produce. And if I'm paying that much, I want to have a place where I can go and tap in. So it's on my first home screen. I have a New York Times icon. I can tap on that, and I get that value out of it, and that's why I subscribe. And so, you know, and Mark talked about this morning, but we need to, as an industry, be building this pipeline to subscribers for publications that are taking that model. And it's not for everyone, but for the ones that are, the model is, and you take the New York Times as an example, you used to be able to reach 10 million people in the metro area as the Times. That was your potential subscriber base. And so you tried to saturate that market. But now they have the opportunity to reach 1 billion people around the world. Now, of course, not all of those people are going to be subscribers. Maybe a lot of them will, who knows how many. But what your goal is with that 1 billion people is to find the ones who are going to get that daily value, like me, and who want to install that app on their home screen, and identify them and bring them in to that deep engagement. And so the value of subscriptions is not necessarily like you subscribe and then you get that on Facebook. That's actually value you get from going to the Times. But what we can do and what we can help to provide for the Times is a pipeline and an ability to attract those readers.
And when we're sort of talking about other business development opportunities, one thing we've sort of spoken about before is just that idea that you don't now need to have huge publishing infrastructure. Excuse me, it's the cold. I'm going to end up with pneumonia today. You don't need, I mean, so two things. First of all, when Facebook actually hosts an instant article, as you said before, it still has to have a content management system. It still has to basically, you know, be publishing somewhere else. But is there an opportunity now to experiment with social platforms, you know, whether it's Snapchat, whether it's Facebook instant articles, in a way which means that you can go into new verticals or new markets without the paraphernalia of a whole publishing?
Yeah, one of the exciting ideas that we've talked about with some of the publishers we're working with already is, I mentioned that opportunity of reaching 1 billion people around the world. And you know, that's a big expansion opportunity, but it also presents challenges. How do you get staff over there to do the incredible journalism that your brand is known for, so you maintain that high level? How do you get an ad sales team over there? How do you build customer relationships? All those pieces. And so publishers have actually come to us and said, you know what? When we're thinking about instant articles, one of the opportunities is this could enable us to enter the Indian market or the Latin American market earlier than we had projected, because we can go there and we have to nail the editorial. We can't sacrifice that. But we might be able to enter the market without our own ad sales team. We can start by using another service to do ad sales, and then once we get up to a critical mass, we can grow our ad sales team. We can grow other parts of the business. And so that, I think, is a really interesting challenge, and one of the ones that I'm interested in terms of the students here studying, like, how do you think about a journalism enterprise that is now has the opportunity to have this global scope? How does that change how you think about your markets, your customers, and where you put your resources?
So that leads us on to a more sort of a more dark or difficult question, which is, you know, we have people who are already publishing around the world and using Facebook for their primary outlet in places like Bangladesh, etc., where we've seen that publishing, and we know this as journalists, that publishing often has a very high cost attached to it. Now, you're the guy who's making the articles kind of work, but what is kind of Facebook's view, or how does your team think about the kind of unintended consequences of that publication, or maybe the intended, which is upsetting governments, you know, take the product down, don't make this available. How much more of that are you having to think about than perhaps you did when you started this enterprise, and how much more do you think you're going to have to think about it in the future?
Yep, so we understand that our role in hosting news content needs to be taken seriously. And that's where we engage with a lot of dialogue. One of the most common discussions that I have when I go into newsrooms or go and talk to publications is, how can we make sure that we get our stories out everywhere? And that's something that we take seriously, and we have a constant dialogue with publishers where we want to understand, are there any ways that Facebook can empower them to do that? And also, are there ways that Facebook needs to play a greater role? And so that's one of the things that has opened up that dialogue. And I think it's an ongoing dialogue, but it's one that we're regularly engaged with publishers because it matters a lot to them and to our readers who want to get access to all of that information.
And how has kind of the engineering process of this changed through, sorry, I am going to actually die of some sort of, sorry. How has it changed, you know, when you look at all the product groups in Facebook, one of the interesting things about journalism is how it was sort of, it grew up as completely separate to commerce. You know, the role is you support democracy by commenting on all of these things, standing separately from it. So within Facebook, where you have those groups that are now working with journalists and publishers, you know, are you as engineers taking on any of those kind of sort of attributes at all? You know, it's mentioned earlier this morning that the White House, you know, the CTO's comment earlier on this week that all engineering students now should be taught ethics. You know, it's a huge thing, etc. How is that actually? How is it? Is it changing the culture inside Facebook to be exposed to these things?
You know, it can't help but rub off. I spend my days working side by side with some great journalists who work at Facebook. I spend weeks like this out talking to journalists. And I work on news at Facebook because I believe that Facebook can play a great role in helping people to discover news and to learn about the stories that matter to them. You know, just a few weeks ago, I listened to a This American Life story about school desegregation that I thought was really interesting, and in part because my mom has been a champion of that in Durham, North Carolina. And so I shared that out to my friends, and I've never gotten as much response as I did sharing that. And the reason was because I told this story about not only this was a really great piece of journalism, but it was something that mattered to me. It was something I cared about. And the response from my friends and the number of people who read that story and listened to it, the audio version, was just incredible. And I think it told me that this is the role that we need to play. We can help to get these stories that matter, and that social fabric helps to do that.
So that enters a sort of a more difficult question again, and it's about, some of this is about engineering and some of it is about kind of editorial and where the two meet, which is, you know, one of the problems with Facebook newsfeed right back in the early days was you would get recommended articles that were made up. So you're now becoming the kind of pipeline where you want better user experience, where you want to engage more people around more articles. How do you account for, or what's the, so you say we're going to open these tools up. Is there going to be like a whitelist, blacklist of people who could have access to, you know, how do you stop the malware of instant articles, I guess, which is, you know, mendacious or bad publishers?
Yeah, so all of Facebook lives on the trust of the connections that you make, the people you follow, the pages you follow. And so the stories that you see in newsfeed actually don't change with something like instant articles. You still see the same stories. And we've invested a lot over the last few years to do things that help to reduce the flow of inaccurate information. There's a lot of suggestions that come up. If you notice, if you read a story that has been debunked, you'll often see right afterwards a suggested story that's actually the real story. And we've invested in helping to bring that to light. And so instant articles, in effect, is aimed at just solving the user experience problem. But as Facebook, we still lean on the trust of the network, the people you follow, and making sure that you're getting news from people and sources that you trust, because you can control those sources.
Do you think, do you personally think much about that as a, you know, this is quite a powerful role that I'm now occupying, how we change this product really, you know, affects how 40% of American adults and, you know, X% around the world will encounter news, you know, or is that just something that you can't allow to kind of impinge on your consciousness?
No, we take that seriously. Again, that's why I work at Facebook in news, is because I care about providing a great experience for people in terms of what they discover. And also, I love working with the media industry to serve those needs and to talk to the publishers that we work with about how we can serve them better. And so that's the job. That's what I'm here to do, and that's what my team is here to do. And so the way that we do that is we think of our readers as the customers that we want to serve with great news, great experience. And then with publishers, we also treat them as customers. And that's one thing, that's the language that we use, because I think that explains the role that we play. That we hear needs in terms of what publishers want out of the platform. We build product in a very collaborative way. Like with Instant Articles, we started, our first conversation with publishers was in August of last year. We launched the product in May of this year. So we were spending almost a full year talking to publishers. And that's why, I mean, these things leak, before we launch them. And that's actually, that's a product of the process, that we want to have a collaborative development process. This isn't one where we build something and we toss it over the wall. We're spending time with publishers all throughout the time that we're developing these ideas to make sure that we get them right. Because we can't get them right in a vacuum, and that's the wrong way to build a product. You have to build a product like that talking to your customers.
So you now know probably more than almost anybody else in the whole of journalism about how people consume and interact with news. And obviously one of the kind of like big questions for Facebook has always been, can we have our data? Can we have our data is one thing. So there's like, I know that you, I think I'm right in saying that publishers actually get their data from there.
Well, that was one of the things, I mentioned that collaboration with publishers, but what does that lead to? Well, we heard from publishers when I came out to New York and met with a dozen publishers about Instant Articles last August. They said, you know what, the number one thing that matters is ComScore. And ComScore attribution, getting the credit for the traffic that we have, matters a lot. And so we went back, we went and talked to ComScore. I spent a lot of time with ComScore this winter. And we did a deal with them where we could make sure that publishers get that ComScore credit, because we know that that data matters. And we also support third-party tracking like Google Analytics and Omniture and Chartbeat and Parsley. I know some people from those places are here, and we work directly with them. So we heard that, and that's the only way. If we had just built the product, we maybe wouldn't have known that until we launched it, and then we would have had to go and fix it and so on. We want to get as many things right at the start by talking to publishers. Now, that doesn't mean we'll get everything right. And so with Instant Articles, we launched a V1 in May, but we're continuing to iterate on it. And we've added a bunch of features for publishers this fall already, and we're going to continue to add things.
What are you seeing? Are you seeing anything that you can share with us or tell us about which is surprising you about how people are reading or consuming news, in general, without?
Yeah, I think, and we have a slide, I think the last slide there, with the cartoon. So this was a great one. So one of the things that people are talking about a lot is how can articles not just be a monolithic thing in the digital world, but can individual pieces break out? And one of the things we've enabled with Instant Articles is you can like and comment on photos inside the article, and then your friends see that you liked and commented on those. They can engage with them. They can go and view the article. And the Washington Post did these incredible editorial cartoons during the Benghazi hearings. And you can see each one of them got a bunch of engagement inside the article. So people are tapping like and comment inside the Instant Article. And even the Washington Post jumped in and commented on one of their cartoons that they found sort of they used an emoticon sticker that sort of looked like one of the cartoons that they drew. And it was a great way to get in that discussion. And so that's one of the most surprising things. When we were building this product, I had no idea whether people would do this. And it's just really exciting to see that they are, and we're going to invest in making this an even better experience.
When it comes to sort of text versus stills versus video, we hear a lot about, oh, it's all about video now. Is it really all about video? Is that?
So video is the killer app inside Instant Articles, and the publishers who are using video are doing really great in that they are mixing together, it's really hard to tell a full story in a video, it's expensive and so on, but you can use your great video and supplement it with photos, with text, with the rest of the story. And autoplay video brings the video up to being a first-class citizen. It's not something that you hope someone will tap on, or maybe they'll go and watch this after they read the article. It's a part of the article. And so we're really excited for how a new creative tool like that can allow people to use video and use storytelling like that in a new way.
Might you reconsider things like autoplay? So autoplay's had a ton of coverage just because of graphic content, and also because of the way that views are counted, etc., etc. As user experience, autoplay's not that great, and yet it's a kind of feature of.
So one of the things in instant articles is publishers, and we started with this idea of publisher control. Publishers can control whether a video autoplays or not. And the reason is that there are certain videos that actually work well with autoplay, but there's some, whether it's graphic content, whether it is something that actually you want someone to get ready for, lean back, and then watch, you might not want to have the video start playing immediately. And so publishers can set in a video whether that autoplays or not. And instant articles is designed to be a very customizable, flexible canvas for people to use the right thing to tell the right story. It's not like this is the format that all stories should be told in, is they will be vertical in this and this and this. It is a flexible canvas where you can do the right thing by the story you're trying to tell.
So I'm having red flags waved at me saying we're up to time, but I just wanted to ask you kind of like one more question, which is about when you go into, I've spoken to a lot of people at Facebook, a lot of people in platform companies, I am a journalist. There is that kind of conception of sort of two cultures, etc. There's a narrative that comes out of some of this that says, hey, why don't you as journalistic organisations, I mean, not that you have said this, but I've heard this said, why don't journalistic organisations just stop with the trying to do technology, trying to employ good technologists, when they stop with the kind of the ad sales, etc., look at these amazing kind of platforms, we can never compete with the technical power of a Google or a Facebook. We should just outsource all of that. What would you, as an engineer, what do you think about that when you go into newsrooms? What's the right role of technology within a news organization?
Yeah, so I go back to what is the goal of the organization? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to reach people with a broad audience? Well, there are certain platforms you can use to do that. Are you trying to engage a very specific audience, or are you trying to do both? And if you're, for an example, trying to do both, and you want to build a really dedicated app strategy where you get people to pay for a subscription to that app, of course you need to be building technology. Are you trying to understand how you get broad distribution on a platform? Well, technology can help you to do that with data, some of the things that have been talked about today. So I think it's a question of identifying the right tools to solve your original need, and that's again what we go into these meetings when we talk to publishers is first, what is your goal? What are you trying to serve? And we can identify what products and services you can use. But in this day and age, you are most likely going to want to really understand the data, understand the distribution, understand the monetization, and that will require using technology as one of your key tools. So we want to be there to help provide some solutions, and publishers are going to bring their own solutions.
Michael, you're a very brave man. You are around, as I say, you've promised to stick around and have a drink later on. They're a very friendly bunch, you can see, but they will ask you much tougher questions than I did. Michael Reckow, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to keep this train moving to continue Mark Thompson's trolley analogy. So this next panel actually is great. Coming off the back of that conversation between Michael and Emily, because I want to introduce Mark Hansen, who is the director of the Brown Institute for Media Innovation. We actually share the space with them downstairs. If you don't know anything about their work, I really would recommend having a look at what they're doing, because they really do encompass this relationship between journalism and Silicon Valley. Helen Gurley Brown gave money to the Columbia Journalism School, but also Stanford engineers, and they worked together to create some amazing stuff. So we said to Mark, can you moderate this panel? And we've already had some great conversations downstairs over the last week about exactly some of the things that Michael was raising around when journalists are having to rely on platforms for distribution. How much do they have to think about those platforms in terms of how they tell their stories? So Mark here is joined on stage by Rainey and Mario and Nicholas and Trushar, and they're going to talk about some of their examples.
Thank you, Claire. And just for what it's worth, if you think it's cold out there, it's really cold up here. Nicholas, I'm sorry. You're the least dressed of us. All right, so thank you, Claire, for the introduction. So in approaching this panel, I've been thinking that this session is ultimately about experimentation with platforms, and what we'll see is the way in which you interpret the word with is how we might place ourselves on a spectrum. So in some cases, we have people, panelists who are entering into collaborations with engineers, who are entering into collaborations with the platform to alter the platform. And in other cases, we have people working with the platform as a platform. So there's sort of a spectrum that's that we might sort of pull out over the course of this conversation. And I hope that what you see out of this session is the different kinds of relationships between content and platform providers. You know, it can be hard to start conversations between these two groups. As Emily alluded to, what would you do if you were in my place? That's a really difficult question to start with for each side of the conversation, because it presumes publishers know what might be possible, and it presumes that platform folks understand editorial values, and that both are able to predict what we might take to be a quantum of journalism in 5 or 10 years. So part of what we want to talk about is the role of collaboration between platform and content, and that's what we'll spend some time with. So we're going to, I guess, wow, there is some organization here. We are going to go in the order in which they foolproofed it for me, the order in which people are sitting. So each member of the panel will have between 5 and 7 minutes, which I suppose equates to 7 minutes, to talk a little bit about their experiences and how they're working with platforms, and then we'll have a series of questions. So Trushar, you're first. Okay. And I guess I get to be timekeeper, so if you could glance over here periodically, I'll tell you how much time you have.
Good afternoon, everyone. So over the last 18 months or so, one of the areas that I've been working a lot at BBC News has been trying to figure out what we should be doing on messaging platforms. When we first started at the beginning of 2014, it was a very interesting experience, very similar to what Mark was just sort of alluding to earlier, which was when we approached a number of these chat platforms. We didn't know what we were supposed to be doing on these platforms, but then equally they had never been approached by a news organisation in most of those cases, so they didn't know whether there was any news proposition for their platforms either. And so we spent quite I would probably say the first half of 2014 just figuring out if there was any proposition at all, and played around with different types of formats, different platforms, and tried to figure out whether they work better in some parts of the world than others. And so I just wanted to talk you through some of the I guess, projects which have proven to be quite successful for us in slightly different ways. So the first one to mention, and I guess it's the one that's had probably the most high-profile coverage, has been what we were doing on WhatsApp back end of last year, particularly during the outbreak of the Ebola virus in West Africa. We'd experimented a little bit with WhatsApp earlier in the year with the Indian elections, and what we tried to do was effectively create a sort of a push news service inside the platform. And the initial feedback we got from a lot of the users who managed to subscribe to that Indian election service was that they really, really loved the service, but it was an absolute pain in the backside for us to actually manage that, because WhatsApp isn't built to be a platform to push out content in a mass way, and there's no CMS, and everything has to happen from a mobile phone. And I know a number of news organizations have gone through their own journey of pain over the last year, discovering this very simple truth as well. But what we did do was, because it was a very specific public service remit that World Service had, that we really wanted to try and serve our audiences, particularly in West Africa, we took the pain and just made the project work by hiring, bringing in a couple of producers full-time just to work on WhatsApp, which was quite a big investment, but it was something that we felt was really, really important. What we actually did on the platform was quite simple. One of the things we realized was that it needed to be a way for us to be able to deliver content directly onto people's mobile phones without them having to go on an additional onward journey of referral back to our own platforms. And so everything we posted, it was sort of an end destination in itself. We were very aware of the limitations of data for many people in West Africa, and so we wanted to make our content as simple and clear to understand as possible. And we sort of had a strategy of using visuals, of using text, and using audio, so that we were able to cover different levels of literacy in that part of the world. And it was a mixed language service in English and French, so that we hopefully were able to hit as many people with the relevant information as possible. And then Snapchat is a very different platform to WhatsApp. A number of news organizations are on Discover. BBC News isn't on Discover. But we had been thinking about for a while how we could use this, or I guess, a regular bit of Snapchat, the stories element of it, to try and experiment around BBC News content. I know a number of news organizations have already tried this. My observation has always been that they tended to be much more sort of lighter and slightly fluffier type of coverage that they would focus on Snapchat. And we sort of tried to think of almost challenging ourselves. Could you tell a really serious story, but do it on Snapchat, to see if actually people who are users of Snapchat would find that useful or interesting? And one area of BBC News, which is probably the slowest to really adopt the sort of the digital age, has been our documentaries and current affairs division, which has been fairly old school around television. And so as a result of that, one of the things that we've been really trying to push over the last 3-4 months is how can we make that production system much more digital. And the BBC Panorama programme, which is one of our flagship current affairs programmes, were commissioned to do a big piece around the refugee crisis in Europe. And John Sweeney, one of our main reporters on that programme, was assigned that task. And we decided to send a digital producer to go with him, and we wanted to see whether we could use Snapchat as a way of documenting that story and following that journey around. And so this is an example of some of the snaps that we produced. One of the things that was really interesting about this was that we then pulled a sort of a collection of all these individual slaps into a single video of about 10 minutes, which were then published back out onto social media, and it became effectively our first ever sort of documentary in a portrait form. And again, this is one of the things that really has been really interesting about using these sorts of platforms, is that quite often they help drive our thinking around innovation of these sorts of spaces, because BBC News doesn't have any means of publishing portrait video on our own platform, but Snapchat almost forces us to have to think about those sorts of things. And another newer chat app, particularly big in the US and in Canada, is Yik Yak, which some of you may have heard of. And it's mostly seen as a fairly inoffensive, maybe not so inoffensive with news this week, but generally it's seen as a fairly innocuous sort of platform for people to share comments anonymously. But we partnered with Yik Yak during the Canadian elections, and we got them to post questions to their users in the country to ask what they thought about the election, and then they would upvote what were the best messages, and we posted that back up onto our own website as well. And the final thing to mention was a platform which is quite new and quite small compared to some of the giant chat apps in the market. It's a platform called Telegram. The reason why it's so interesting is that it's the first genuinely open source chat platform that I've ever come across. And it's also highly encrypted. And for that reason, people in Iran, for example, have been taking it up as the main communication tool of choice. We decided to launch a BBC Persian news channel inside Telegram, and this was just about 3 weeks ago, and inside the first week or so we had 100,000 subscribers, and one post there where you can see the guy holding his hands, that's actually the Iranian foreign minister who's just unveiled a statue of himself And that reached 800,000 unique users just inside Telegram. And so this is just another example of how we're beginning to now think about these platforms almost in a sort of a digital circumvention way as well. So those are a quick run through of things.
Thank you very much. Ridiculous.
Hi. Great. So Business Insider decided to launch a new publication, a general interest publication, and we thought about how to do that. And we thought, oh, there we go. Okay, great. This chart was on my mind when we started thinking about how to do it. This is from, it's done by the Pew Research Center, but the New York Times had this in their state of the company internal report on what's going on. And they were looking at their own homepage traffic. And I just love this chart because it shows a few years ago, 2002, people liked to check news at regular time, and half of people did that, and about half of people just kind of bumped into it from time to time. And then, as you can see, just by 2012, that had really spread out. So actually, a lot more people just started bumping into news and no longer checked it from time to time. And that was 3 years ago, and I think that trend's probably only continued. And you know, what this really gets at to me is that people are less and less going to a website to get their news, to some place. They're sort of bumping into it on Facebook and social channels like Twitter, but mostly, let's be honest, Facebook. Another stat that was in my mind as we started building this thing is that 88% of millennials get their news from Facebook. So we said, okay, great. So we want to build a general interest publication that gives people stories they want to know where they want it. And so we thought about what that is, and we thought, okay, it's social channels. And then we thought, what kind of stories are working on social channels? And video is the big one. And so video is huge. It really matters. And then we also learned that 80% of people who watch videos on their phones, and by the way, they're all mobile, or at least the vast majority are mobile, are doing it while not having the sound on. We actually talked to Facebook as we started to think about how to build these things, and they said, imagine your viewer, your user, your consumer is someone who's in line at the grocery store and looking for a quick piece of information, some sort of story to learn more. And so we have developed video that is audio optional and has text on screen and lasts between 45 seconds and a minute 30. Sometimes we go long form and go as long as 3 minutes. So we have some videos to show you kind of, it's just easier to show you what we do. So here we go. Is the audio going to work?
Well, the way that we're walking through the line and stuff like that, people was already looking at us like, man, like it was awful. I mean, it's like first time I ever felt that here in the United States, to be honest with you. Then security started rounding us, and the supporters of Donald Trump started cursing at us, saying, "Go back to Mexico. You shouldn't be here. This is our country." So it's like, you guys gotta leave, you're trespassing. If you wanna do something like that, go to Hillary rally. Like I got every right to be here. Was talking crap and cursing at me, so at that moment told him, I pay taxes just like you do here. And that's when he spit on my face. I thought about my son, I thought about my wife, and thought about what was the reason that I was there. If I would have hit this guy, I would have lost the whole purpose of myself being there.
What the hell? Get the gun! All right, any exercise? Get the gun! I'm not free, am I? Now you like it. I'm sick and tired of you.
they're confronted and they have no other option, if that person enters the classroom, and my kids are there, I want them to do whatever they can to disrupt that person's thought process and to fight back any way they can.
How you like it, huh?
Let me ask you this. Did you guys feel less empowered or more empowered? More empowered. Is this something you can go back to your schools, your churches, your homes, your loved ones, and then empower them with a life skill?
No, we're not! That's good!
For me, as a principal, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with telling students to attack an intruder.
You guys make fun of me! How you like me now? You make fun of me!
And how do you tell a parent that I picked your kid to attack?
It's basically empowering people to have more information to make more decisions for themselves.
Active shooter in the building. Lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. Active shooter in the building. Active shooter in the building.
All right, one more. Great. Oops. There you go. Crap. There you go.
Hi everyone, I'm going to talk about the Media Quintet first. I'm a person who deals with legacy organizations most of the time, so a lot of you will be able to identify with what I'm going to mention here. And I used to deal with the Media Quartet until about 2 months ago, and now we have a smartwatch. So how do you get a traditional newsroom to be aware that social media has changed how the notion of frequency works in a newsroom, and that you have to actually deal with the story first and then various platforms, the smartwatch, the tablet, online, print. And to me, the basic stuff that I deal with in my workshops is that we're dealing with two tempos, and we've seen that in the previous presentation. People are leaning forward all day long to check on mobile devices. They lean back at certain times of the day, not necessarily in the evening. But in the last 2 or 3 focus groups I've been involved with, I've come to the realization that we are leaning forward almost all day long. We might be reading on that tablet at night, and we want to get a sense of news. So this is what we do all day long, and this is basically many of the readers who read in print are doing that as a lean back, not expecting any breaking news, anything earth-shattering in there. How do I explain it to editors? I said, all day long, you are throwing raw meat to the lions out there. I mean, they come in through social media, they are going to grab a headline on social media, and they come and read you. So you are basically dealing with this raw meat all day long. At the same time, that newsroom has to prepare the cook steak. You have to deal with a lean back moment, with how an investigative report, how a longer analysis will be presented. And so we come into mobile storytelling, which is so key to a lot of what I've heard here today. I have to say that Scandinavians, as far as I'm concerned, are ahead of the pack. And when I work with Scandinavians, I realize that they are more adventurous. They really are more experimental and less fear of failure than the Americans do. So one of my favorite projects has been in Norway, Aftenposten, where this is like sort of the New York Times of Norway, and when the editor retired, they hired a young editor who only had experience with digital. Picture a legacy American newspaper hiring a totally digitally minded editor who never worked in print to run it. So I learned tons of lessons in here. The first thing he asked me is, why is it that we do this to people on mobile platforms? We just throw a lot of text in there. Shouldn't be. This is not the platform for that. And so I started thinking a little bit of history, and of course I can deal with history. I'm the oldest person in this panel by at least 30 years on a good day. And so 42 years in this business, I know why we do that. When we went to journalism, we learned, to journalism school, we learned that people forget from day to day. That's when you were doing a newspaper every 24 hours. So you had to type a type-back paragraph to remind me of what happened yesterday. Many editors are still doing this today, except that we're coming back to check on the story every 10 seconds. So you don't need to do that. So we began to create a series of how do we tell stories in the digital age. We do story segments. Let's say, for example, we did a prototype with Malaysia flight. If this is the one story of the day that most people are going to be following on their mobile devices, you don't need to give me the entire story all the time. So you can do a template where what you have is 3 quotes on the story. Another one might be the outline, 3 points, maybe 2 hours later. And then you might even have a photo gallery in the middle of the lunchtime. You might have a commentary that will appear later in the day, but you get the commentator to give you 10 or 15 lines. So these story segments are components of the whole story package, but you are dealing with them in very short takes because people are coming to this story with very little time in what I call at-a-glance journalism, journalism of interruptions. You're coming in and going out very quickly. And so at the end of the day, you know, in case you have not been checking your mobile, you can have a string of elements that really ties the story together. So we're going to tell stories in different ways. The New York Times does it. You know, just recently, this is a story that most of us read. And that may lure you to read it in the long form. But you got it there in that card first. This is one of my favorites, you know, the Upshot. They use cards and headlines. The Washington Post does it very effectively with live events. During the debate, they're giving you these quotes as they go. You don't have to tell me that there is a debate going on. I already know that. This, simple as it appears, is very difficult for traditional editors of a certain age to understand. It's not, you know, you have to give me the headline, you have to give me the entire scope of the story. And so in the era of at-a-glance journalism, we have to develop new forms of telling stories, in addition to the long narrative, which is still there. It's not going to disappear. When we're telling stories on the smartwatch, basically what you're doing is providing headlines, bullets. That's what you're doing. And 2 or 3 bullets is all that I'm going to pay attention to. We are beginning to see not only that this is happening with mobile, but I think that we are seeing the end of the home page. Although people at Quartz this week are telling us that they are going to renew their home page. But again, going to Aftenposten, in my last visit there 2 weeks ago, this digital editor told me, we produce 1,000 front pages every day. And that is true, because the front page is how people come into your brand traditionally. So now they are coming not through the front door, but through the back door. And we have to create article pages which become front pages, home pages. The article page where you tell me what else is happening and how it's happening. Quartz does it very effectively, but we are going towards a system of cards probably. If I'm going to come in through Facebook or Twitter, it's going to be more than a link. It's going to have to be something like this that gives you your brand and entices you to read more. And I think that's basically explainers and cards are going to be a very important part. You may see home pages that would look like this, not like traditional home pages. They will have probably more of the single takes for single stories as they will play in mobile. Thank you very much. That was like a marathon.
Well, 7 minutes is not very long for him, but you guys did a great job. It's always good to be at Columbia. I was thinking about starting by saying that one of the best indicators of things moving on is that we're having these conversations at Columbia. Last night I was here talking about our virtual reality project that we did with Tao. So the fact that these conversations are happening at what used to be a more traditional journalism school is amazing, and that Mark is here too. So I run Frontline, and we made a couple of decisions a year or two ago now, it's about 18 months ago, to restructure our entire digital team. And I think by restructuring, we really changed the environment inside Frontline. What we did is we combined digital with audience, and we combined that with the big documentary films that Frontline's so known for. So now we work in teams, and I think that biggest shift to reorganize how we do what we do has meant a complete change and has really been inspiring for me to see that we could do it. So what we do now is we say our journalism, the big ideas that we have is at the center of what we do, but we distribute across as many platforms as we can do well. And that means that we don't move on to every platform until I really feel convinced that we can do it in a substantial way, in a way that we can sustain, and frankly, in a Frontline way. So we can talk a bit about that. So what we learned about a year and a half ago started with our relationship with YouTube, and since we're talking about Silicon Valley today, I think it's really important to say that YouTube approached Frontline to say, we want you in our partnership program, and I said yes. What that meant was that we worked together, not editorially, but in distribution terms, and we were taught essentially by the folks inside YouTube about how to distribute our content. I can't really begin to tell you guys how important that was for us, how eye-opening it was for us, and humbling. One of the first things we learned, for example, is that we had to tell stories completely differently. Now, we are visual storytellers, so I think our leap into this space might be a little more easy than it is for print and text writers, but I do think that we had a lot of business to do to change, and it took a cultural shift for us as well. These are some of our biggest takeaways. And one of the biggest things I found, and this is one of the most encouraging things I think in this landscape, is I don't really think it has to be as short as people think it has to be. Now, I'm biased, right? I've run Frontline, so I'm clearly a long-form person, but we have found some of our most successful films on YouTube, and I would dare say on Facebook too, are longer than conventional wisdom as long as you're telling the story in the right form. So when I talk about this, I mean to say it shouldn't be long because you want it to be long. It should be long because the story tells you it should be a little bit longer. And you should be constantly checking yourself to make sure that you're telling a good story. And if you do, people will stick with you of all generations. So then we moved on to Facebook. Now, I had this funny conversation with Mark earlier to say that we were infants on Facebook in the spring because they launched their player, and now we're almost teenagers. Maybe we're in middle school. I'll compromise on middle school. So we have found an incredible difference on YouTube from Facebook. And actually what you saw my colleague show you just now is really how we're starting to tell stories. And again, this is a very foreign this format is very foreign to those of us at Frontline, but we have a great cross-generational thing happening where we're all talking, and it's really vital to know that there are platforms where you tell certain stories and platforms where you tell other stories. I'm going to show you one, and then I'm going to move on. Great. frontline version of what we like to do on Facebook. It's counterintuitive, it gets your attention, and it's related to a really big effort that we've been doing consistently in the war in Syria since the beginning. So we've done 7 very big projects on Syria. These never happen out of the blue. We actually did get extraordinary access into Assad's regime over the last 6 months. So when we do a project, we try to look at it from all sorts of different angles. And this one we thought would be resonant with the Facebook audience, and in fact it was. So we have a little exciting news that we're just going to share, and I hope we can pull this up. But Facebook, speaking of Facebook, has just launched something that they're calling Facebook Spherical Video. So if you have iOS 9, it plays the best on your mobile phones. And essentially, it's what they call the gateway to VR, but essentially what it is spherical video that you can look at in 360 on your phone or on the web. So you don't actually have to put your goggles on, which I think is really quite interesting. So I don't know if we can show this today, but if we can't, were you guys able to load it? Well, this is an interesting new. So we can't actually, if you can't get that to work, I'll just talk about why it's so important. So speaking of new story forms, I think this is a really fascinating new form. And I think essentially this is going to be a space that people can have access to VR and this idea of 360 video much more accessibly. And the post-production, which if you've ever heard about VR and story forms, is tough. Oh, here we go. Cool.
In late 2013, a microscopic virus began a deadly journey. It leapt from animal host to human victim. It was the beginning of the worst Ebola outbreak in history.
If you go to the morgue, you see dead bodies, 15, 16, 17, 18, dead bodies all in body bags.
The killer virus was unidentified for 3 months. By then, hundreds of people were infected.
So I was afraid it would just be this like black plague with this inexorable spread across the continent and beyond.
By summer 2014, the outbreak was completely out of control.
There were bodies in the street, there were no safe burials, there were no treatment center. It can only go one way.
There were hundreds of new infections each week, and cases in the U.S.
So this goes on for about 7 more minutes, which is my whole speech. So what I would say is, because Mark really wanted us to focus on story forms, that you're seeing these new platforms really expand the way you can tell stories. My only advice to those of you who work in news organizations, either at a leadership level or at a producing level, is to start to dive into these spaces, because it's literally, in situations like spherical video, it's the beginning of a new form. It's really exciting. It can be daunting at times, but our experience at Frontline has been that the more we dive in and the more we lean in, the better our work has been. So we can talk about more about that. Thanks.
Thank you all. That was really inspiring work, and I think it highlights the differences in the ways in which we're tackling these new or addressing these new platforms. I have a few questions, some for each of you, and then some for the group. I'm going to start with Trushar. At the break, I asked you whether you'd come across a chat app that couldn't be used for some journalistic purpose, and you said no. In fact, so far everyone you'd found could be, and gave me an example of Yo, and I wonder if you could recount that story for me.
Sure. So during the course of my research, I came across a bunch of different chat apps, and they all had different functionality, but I could see that maybe not for the BBC, but for other news organizations, there could be some value in them doing something. And then I came across Yo. And I thought, yes, this is finally an app that actually has no useful purpose at all. For those of you you may be aware of it, so when it first launched, most people weren't quite sure whether it was a joke or whether it was real, but it received like $1 million of VC funding. And basically what it does, for those of you not familiar with it, you download it, it will scan your phone's address book and see how many other friends of yours are on Yo, and then you can just push a button and it will send them an audible Yo as a push alert to them, and that's all it does. So I was convinced, right, this has no purpose at all. But I thought, let me just call them anyway, just find out what they're thinking and why they think this app has any future. And then actually I started talking to them, and they said, well, actually we're building out something called the Yo Store, which is a separate platform for brands to set up their own Yo accounts that normal Yo users can subscribe to. And I thought, well, what's the point of that? And they said, well, if you have a brand, a sort of official account on Yo, then it has a little bit of extra functionality. So when you push out a Yo, it will also allow you to include a link and potentially an image. And so we played around with it a little bit. So we sort of set up an account for our BBC trending team, which looks at a lot of sort of social trends on the web and seeing what's going viral. And we initially just set up an account and which allows people to get a sort of a Yo alert and a link whenever we think something interesting is going viral. But actually, much more recently, Yo have been speaking to a number of their news partners, including us, saying, can you think a bit more about what the purpose of your Yo account is? So be like really clear. If someone is subscribing to your Yo channel, they need to know why they're getting this Yo right now. And it needs to have a real purpose, otherwise they won't subscribe to your channel. And it was interesting because it forced us to think about notifications in a way that we'd never really thought about notifications in that level of super specificity, as it were. And so we've tried to think about, okay, what sort of a Yo account might work? And then it was around that time that there was a lot of controversy around the FIFA president, Sepp Blatter, and all the corruption scandal that was going around at the World Football Governing Body. And so we came up with this idea, let's set up an account called Blatter Watch. And what it would do is, the description was, BBC News will Yo you if Sepp Blatter resigns. And so effectively it was just a one notification lifetime service channel. And as it happened 2 days later, he resigned. And so we'd acquired 200-300 subscribers by then. And it was one of the greatest pleasures I've had this year of pushing out a Yo alert when Sepp Blatter resigned. So I guess the point is that even when you think something is ridiculous, you were talking about, well, Grindr. There's no way you could have a news application for Grindr. But BBC News probably wouldn't. But, I can imagine that if you were a different type of news organization, there would be ways...
This was in response to the question, could there be a chat app that didn't have it? It's not like I just sort of volunteered that.
But anyway, so that gives you an example of the sort of thing you could do.
No, and what I liked about that example, thank you for that, what I liked about that example was the idea that with the narrowest possible channel, one could imagine a new kind of journalism. And had you had more than 200 or 300 subscribers, I could imagine a square in Madrid or London with a sea of Yos going off in a moment. And then that simple act, a group of people sharing some national event in a way that wasn't shareable before, and sort of kicking the notion of story or what an act of journalism looked like down the road a little bit. I like that quite a lot. So thank you mostly for that story. So in my role at Brown, with its pairing, as Claire alluded to, at Stanford Engineering and the J School here, we have to constantly sort of balance the ethics and values, the academic and professional cultures between engineering and journalism. And if we think about some of the experiments or the collaborations, they force us, as you've described, they force the journalists or the engineers to fall back on their core values. What is journalism? How does this serve our users? We have interesting sort of discussions about audience versus users. These mean different things. These have different framings, suggest different responsibilities. And with that said, Rainey, maybe you can discuss a little bit about what it's like working with your platform partners. And I know in our conversation earlier, so I asked you a question. When you're in a room with Facebook, for example, is Facebook sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, we're in a room with Frontline, or are you thinking, oh my gosh, I'm in a room with Facebook? Like, how does that work?
So I've actually been really encouraged by the people we've been working with at Facebook and YouTube. I think actually a lot of them are quite like-minded. I think the people we deal with are mostly former journalists, so they're people who really did want to be journalists, but they have gone into this new world and they actually are really well-meaning. I think that it's mutual admiration, and I think we're looking at them and we're looking at them, they're looking at us, and we're wondering, you know, how can we meet? I think a year and a half ago, we were seen as quite traditional in terms of our broadcast. We hadn't done a lot in terms of short form or moving cross-platform and video. We had done a ton in terms of our website, and we stream our films, so we were really digitally savvy in terms of our actual traditional films. So I think that over the past year and a half now, we can come with something more to the table in the conversation. I do find myself saying to them, please take journalism seriously. I sound so earnest in these rooms sometimes, and I think that it's important to insert a little earnestness into these conversations about and Emily's written a lot about this, about how if you're gonna be publishers, in quotes, right, what are your responsibilities to the editorial standards, and what about democracy in journalism? And I think that I have that platform in that moment, and so I use it to have that conversation.
And do you find that you, I mean, sometimes we see the I guess it's a question of mutual respect, right? Understanding that, right? To be able to have a conversation as equals, right?
Right. I think absolutely we feel like equals. We feel like I said earlier, you know, we really move onto these platforms carefully and with a lot of consideration. Not that we spend a lot of time. It's more that we want to really be able to perform well in these environments, and we want to be able to build an audience. It was quite humbling when we started. You know, a lot of people on YouTube had never even heard of Frontline. So our digital team was completely distraught by this. And, you know, what? They haven't heard of Frontline? Like, we're the biggest thing ever. Well, actually, we're public media, so we're kind of boutique. And we're a flavor, right? So maybe they don't even know us. So what I said was actually it was the best thing ever for us, because that meant we could reintroduce ourselves and, in fact, introduce ourselves to a whole new generation of people who found us on YouTube. And when they found us, they loved us. And what they told us was really crucial. They told us to stay serious. They love us to be serious, but they love a story well told. So I really felt like we had to do our jobs even better. So it was a kind of challenge to us, and it's been a challenge ever since.
That's excellent. So Mario and Nicholas, so you've adapted your channels in a slightly, that notion of width in a different way. So you're adapting the sort of working with the platform means working with its peculiarities, working with its structures, as opposed to with the people who created it to adapt it, as in the case of Trishar describing with Yo. So Mario, I'm wondering, so we've gone from quartet to quintet, maybe eventually there'll be octet. I don't know how many tets did you say in our conversation that you
I think
would
I'll stop at 7.
7, okay, septet, that we would stop at. But are there peculiarities of the channels you've been adapting to besides just the bite-sizedness of the content? Like, are there things about the watch or the tablet that are different than just having to bring it down to a card or something that's...
Yeah, I think that primarily, as I said, I worked with legacy publications, with editors who have been there in many cases for 20, 25 years. The key issue is not so much the platform, but the frequency. The notion that you're not coming here to plan for tomorrow's newspaper, that it's happening every 15 minutes, is quality now, is not tomorrow's newspaper. So before you even deal with a platform, you're dealing with a totally new notion of how you do your work, that you are not planning for tomorrow, but you're planning for what is going to be next in the next 10 minutes. Once you learn about the notion of frequency and how that has changed and revolutionized what we do, then you have to realize that there are platforms for which our attention span is going to be minimal, 45 seconds, 2 minutes. And you need to write differently. You need to present the information differently for that. Headline writing has never been more important. I mean, it was important when I began my career 42 years ago. The headline writers were some of the best paid people. Well, you have to seduce. You've got to seduce. When you're dealing with a tablet with a phone, you've got to make that finger happy. And in order to do that, you know, you've got to have good headlines that will make you click and go. And so the demands are greater, you know. I tell my students right here at Columbia, it is more difficult to be a journalist, storyteller today than it was 10 years ago. Because you have to deal with not just the different platforms, but the different ways of telling stories and get more into how people consume information. That is the challenge.
And so, Nicholas, you by putting your whole enterprise, like putting all the eggs in one basket, like you started your presentation with a series of statistics about, you know, long form for you being 3 minutes long. So those statistics were about news stories, were about video in general. I guess what I'm interested in is how you get your information about the design, and what other things besides length get affected by that data, and how do you test if those original impressions were right? Do you actively experiment with length and type and that sort of thing?
Yeah, we're constantly experimenting, and really the vision for what Insider is going to become over time is, yes, actually we're mostly Facebook right now. We're also on Twitter and Instagram and things like that. So the way we think about it is we have at our core, we have some very good storytellers, journalists and storytellers. And they go out and one of the videos we showed was we sent 2 journalists to an active shooter training in Pennsylvania for teachers. And so they came back with a lot of footage and stories and things like that, obviously, and text and photographs. And eventually what we sort of see is that's the core thing that we have. And then we have experts at platforms, in a sense. So right now we have a lot of video editors on the team, who are, and right now we use them to cut these 1.5-minute videos, 3-minute videos for Facebook. But we're actually also working on a 5-minute news magazine piece for YouTube, and that'll go out, and that one won't have all the text on screen, not as much at least. And then we're also going to probably dice it up into maybe 10 GIFs and put that on Tumblr. And then, you know, eventually, maybe the next time we send someone out to this live experience, we'll do the live experience on Snapchat. And so, sort of, at the core are people who understand how to get a great story, and then we just figure out how each platform works. And then certainly there's a lot of feedback. I mean, one thing we learned right away is, you know, we thought that people might be interested in 15 seconds of breaking news. So, right when John Boehner resigned, I was in a meeting. You know, it happens, you just run out of the meeting like, let's go. You put up a 15-second video, and it was completely ignored by all of our viewers, and it was the sort of you learn that on Facebook there is not this like Twitter-like push of like immediacy where you can say, this thing happened, don't you all want to know? And because what happens really is Facebook says, oh, that's a nice piece of information, we'll decide when to give it to people. It's a funny thing, you can put something in, and apparently, and there's a big black box here with what happens with Facebook, but it may go out a day later. And just Facebook decided that was the time that was best for you and it and your users, and okay, thanks Facebook. But anyway, so there's lots of like mysteries that we're figuring out all the time.
So I have 2 closing questions for each of you. One, I'm not sure exactly how to formulate this, but just in what you were saying and a little in what Rainey was saying, there's maybe a notion of, I don't want to use the word because it's overloaded, but like nativeness to what it is that you're doing, right? Mm-hmm. So that one approach would be to take existing content and carve it up, and so the Syria piece, for example, that you showed, Rainey, might be thought of as a promo for a longer piece on Frontline. Or Mario, as you had suggested, the little snippets that end up on the watch are promos for things that you will read later. Whereas, Trisha, you described a process whereby the Yo piece isn't necessarily advertising anything except what it is, right? Or the Ebola piece, it's not a link to something else. It is its own conceived of piece in the same way that Nicholas's videos are. So is there something that you can say about the nature of the using these platforms as sort of backdoors to something more standard versus designing for them straight up?
Well, I mean, I think that we're journalists and we do really in-depth work, so we actually don't see Syria as promotional as much as we see that maybe the people on Facebook won't see our film, but we still feel it's a righteous platform. But if they also want to go see our long-form film, that's amazing for us too. And I think that's really been my own epiphany, that it's okay to me if people see our work on YouTube but don't watch our broadcast, as long as we're doing quality work in both places and we get you to think. So that's really our jobs as journalists, right, is to be surprising and actually, in our case, investigative and show you something you've never seen before and get you to think. So if I can do that in 2 or 3 minutes on Facebook, that feels like a righteous platform for us at Frontline. And that's what we're doing at every point. But I would be disingenuous to say that, of course, I want you to also take the moment to think even harder and see the longer form work that we're committed to. But it's not as promotional as you might think. You know, we really do have respect for these platforms. And I would say that that's about a year into us feeling that way, that we really do love that people come to these platforms on their own. So I think it's both and everything, and I think that's healthy.
I was going to say that you're using these mobile devices and the storytelling that goes with them to promote your brand and to make people come back. And we did these Poynter Institute studies in the 1980s of how much time people spend with a daily newspaper in the US, and it was the most, it was 23.3 minutes. When we do focus groups today, now people tell you, there are some of my contemporaries who will say, oh, they don't read anymore, people are not with you anymore. They are. The average time spent by some of these millennials coming back, if you add together all the different times a day they come to your brand, is 37 minutes average, and it could be more than that. So we are far ahead in terms of exposing the brand than we ever were. But you have to do it, you have to update, and you have to use these storytelling devices to make me want to come back later on.
I think the answer is that, you know, when you don't have this thing at the center anymore, the website or like the news channel that you turn on, or like the thing that you can go check, which is what I started my presentation with, that you check at a certain time, that's kind of going away, it's eroding, it's disappearing. What you're left with is, you know, we want to hit you, and what we want to promote, what we want to leave in your brain is not only like that, we want you to feel like that was a great story and I want more of that, so I'm going to subscribe on this channel to what I just saw. But also we want to hit you with that little like sliding insider thing, and so that brand sticks in your brain, and next time you start a new public, like someone's like, have you tried Yo? I'm like, is Insider on Yo? I hope so, because they've always got the best stories. And so if we're promoting anything, it's like we're just hitting you with great stories, perfect for the platform, so that when you start a new thing, you're like, I got to go find Insider, or else I'm not going to use this service anymore.
Yeah, I think for us it really varies on what the point of that particular channel or service is, whether it's a referral mechanism or whether it's like an end destination in its own right. And for us, particularly with sort of messaging platforms, they're not just distribution platforms either. That we're increasingly getting a lot of value in that sort of return path where the audience is sending us messages back, content back. And so, for example, WhatsApp, although I use the example of the Ebola service as a sort of a push service, strategically for BBC News, WhatsApp is now increasingly being used as a UGC platform. And we've had huge success with it, particularly, say, most recently around the Nepal earthquake, where it became the single most effective way for people inside the country to send us messages and content. Even when phone lines were down, they could still WhatsApp us. And so it became almost a sort of a critical way for us to be able to news gather in those situations. And I think for different platforms, there is an opportunity for referrals based on geography. So in the West, in the US and the UK, I know that some of these platforms work pretty well as a referral mechanism. But if we posted links in one of these messaging platforms in countries, in Africa or parts of Asia where data is a real limitation, then we know that no one clicks on links, because as soon as they click on a link, it opens up their browser and it starts eating up data. And so we're having to think much more, I guess, in a sophisticated way, in the way others have been saying on this platform, on this platform as well, that I think gone are the days when you can have a relatively black and white scenario. You really have to be slice and dice and mix and match based on what's available and what the platform is.
Right, so I have one final question, Claire, but so don't, we're keeping on time, more or less. So I'd like to think into the future, right? So this is very much a snapshot of what's happening now, and if we were to have this panel a year from now or 2 years from now, I'm not sure that we would be talking about the same topics. And in fact, we started this morning with Emily telling us about what's happened in just the last year, and we know that tech epochs only shrink. So what kind of future have we signed up for? I mean, what does this mean to both journalism as it's practiced and somewhat selfishly as how should the academy respond to it? Like, how should we be teaching our students to be prepared for a world where platforms are changing and new things are coming out at such an incredible rate? Is radical experimentation now a kind of way of life?
Yes. I think you absolutely have to innovate and iterate every single day of your life when you go to work. I think you need to keep your eyes open. I think that I would never have been able to have predicted that I, Rainey, right, like who I am, would have ever sort of dove straight into virtual reality and spherical video. And I think that when I look to the future, one of the most exciting things to me as a visual storyteller is that I think the world is going increasingly visual. So if you're a writer, I would encourage you to also think in pictures. And if you make films and you're into stories that are told with pictures, also think about words. So that's really my biggest piece of advice. And I would also say, Mark, and to Emily and all of you who are teaching here, the greatest news I think I have for you is that we're increasingly hiring people right out of this J School and other journalism schools that actually are doing this type of training. And that's where we're finding our new talent. We're not actually finding our talent in traditional places anymore where they have 7 or 8 years of experience. So this is actually the environment that we're looking at to say, you guys have the resources to teach them what they need to know to enter into my world and teach me, and I can teach them something too.
Very quickly, I think that, and we do this in our classes here, we need to teach them how to see stories in a different light. Not every, a lot of the idealistic journalism students, they all want to write the long narrative. I tell them, you've got to be good at doing a tweet as you will be as doing a total long narrative. And I think we need to see storytelling in various forms and not just as one long story and this is going to be my moment. You could have a moment with a tweet.
Absolutely. I think, you know, I wrote a book last year and did a long form story for the magazine, and it was the first time I was ever in print because I'd had a career online, and now I'm working solely in video. And so kind of to your point, which is like the driving thing is curiosity, I think. Like so if you're a curious person, and if you're not a curious person and you're in the wrong field, and then I'd say perseverance is like curiosity and perseverance are what you need as to be a journalist. And you know, and then I showed some very serious videos and one fun one, but we also have a lot of like food videos where we send people to restaurants and order the craziest dish, and we do a thing. And the person we have doing it has never, she's not a, like a cinema, you know, like she's not a shooter in any way, but she was always great at Snapchat and Instagram, and she's just a natural at it. So I guess like use your phones to tell stories all the time, which is, you know, use the social media a lot and get used to it, because we're sort of like, this is just the professionalization of what the mainstream's doing already, so.
I think for us, one of the things I find really fascinating at World Service and working on mobile technologies is one thing that, you know, we're really focused on, which is in the next 2 or 3 years, 1 billion people are going to buy their first mobile phone globally. Pretty much all of them will be experiencing the internet for the first time as a result. And if you just put yourselves in their position, that means their experience of the internet is going to be completely different to the education we have had, as we've you know, we learned how the internet works through, you know, dial-up and desktop and mobile and broadband and so on. And it's very likely that the internet that they experience is going to be very simple. And you know, it might be that their only experience of the internet will be just, you know, downloading WhatsApp and messaging each other. And so increasingly, I guess we're going to be in a world where we're going to effectively backward engineer content rather than thinking about content first. We're going to look at what's the reality of what they are actually capable of receiving, what sort of devices are they holding, what are the key bits of information that are going to be really useful for them, and then figuring out what content works for them rather than having a predetermined set of content which we just try and crowbar into their sort of feeds.
All right, well, let us thank our panel. This was an excellent conversation. Thank you.
Okay, let's get going. This is a panel of about 45 minutes, and then we're going to move to a coffee break and a group hug to warm up. So this one panel is about newsroom strategies for the social web. So we've had a lot today about how these platforms are changing the way that newsrooms are putting out content. But we wanted to get some people to discuss, what does that mean for how you manage your newsroom? What does this do in terms of your newsroom setup? So Ken Romano is here from the Associated Press. He's going to moderate the panel. And he's joined by Laura Amico, Justin Back, Scott Klein, and Vivian Schiller. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I think this is a great segue from the last panel because with the last panel we saw some amazing examples of how you can tell stories and what the final product is. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in the room thinking, okay, yeah, well, how do I do it? I don't have an army of people. So what we want to talk a little bit about today is how do you execute those newsroom strategies? How do you get the right people? Who are the people that are involved in building these stories? And then how do you customize them and get them distributed out on the platforms? So rather than doing introductions, you can read the bios in your program. What I thought we could do is kind of go down the line and just start if everyone could describe a little bit about their newsroom today. How is it a little bit different maybe from 18 to 24 months ago? Who's there? How are you organized?
Hi, everyone. Well, I started at the Boston Globe about 12 months ago. I've been there just a year now, so I wouldn't know about 18 months ago. What I do know is that it still seems to be constantly shifting every day. The people that I'm working with vary from project to project. The questions that we ask project to project, though, remain the same, and that those questions are about how do we create audiences of empathy? How do we create products that help people understand the world that they're living in, help people ask questions of that world, and then help people participate in that world with what we're creating. As we refine our process project to project, the people that we pull in change as the stories vary, whether they're coming from our Spotlight team or our Metro desk or our Enterprise desk, those people vary too. We're still learning, we're still experimenting, and it's very much a process of experimentation at the Boston Globe right now.
Excellent. Scott.
I'm Scott Klein. I work at ProPublica. I'm here in New York. I've been there since the beginning and way back in 2008. Say in the last 12 to 18 months, I think it's the DNA of the place. Oh, that's my team. The DNA of the place, I think, is fundamentally the same, but we always change our tactics and our strategy and what we think we can do and what we really do as people join. So we're still a small enough place that one person is always making a difference and pulling us in different directions and helping us rethink the way we tell stories, the way we reach audiences, the way we think about design, the way we think about how we present our stories to users, or even what our stories are and what they're made of. So I would say that we've sort of changed a lot, and I think that in 18 months we will be doing things that I would tell you today that we would never do, or we'll be doing things that I would tell you today that we'll never figure out how to do. So we're changing all the time. Excellent. I think we probably have changed since I got here.
And Justin, we heard from your CEO this morning. What didn't he tell us?
I missed it, but I presume he probably covered everything. I could just skim over some details. So I've only been at the New York Times now for 12 months, just like Laura. Prior to that, I was at the Washington Post for 5 years. So I've actually seen 2 newsrooms change, kind of in somewhat recent days. I think for most traditional news organizations, by which I mean started publishing before the internet was more of a thing. So for me and my experience in newspapers, but I think the same is true of magazines, cable TV, broadcast TV. The traditional setup of a news organization is kind of like a federalist system. There's the centralized organism, the news desk at the Washington Post. They call it the universal news desk. And then there are kind of the states out there. There are the news desks that cover international or sports or the metro area or whatever locality they may have came from. And so that's kind of the constant rubric back there. Some of the changes at the Times in the last few months has been to kind of bring some other disciplines to the center of the room. So I work on a group called the Audience Development Team that started at the Times actually also just about a year ago or so, and we sit in the middle of the room, physically, literally, as well as spiritually in the way that we actually interact with other groups. And just like the news desk that controls what goes on A1 or thinks about the homepage or the apps or other kind of newer departments like photography, it's funny, photography is still somewhat new for a 160-year-old publication, but video, these other kind of desks that kind of float between with all those other originating news desks. Audience development kind of works like that, and the goal really is, right, to figure out what kind of tasks have to be done in a centralized room. You can't have everyone sending items out on main branded accounts, otherwise every desk will be sending out all of their coverage. But you do want a certain amount of originality and creativity bubbling up from those desks, and so I think that's really a thing we keep in mind all the time at the Times, and something we're always working towards.
And Vivian, so you spent a bunch of time leading organizations through the .com era. Now you're advising companies in kind of the social era, and now they're merging. There's that Venn diagram of social and digital. How have you seen the response within newsrooms? Are people a little bit, were people a little bit more averse to change, and now there's more experimentation?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of change and perpetual change, and like you said, I've been on both, if you can call them sides. I mean, having been part of or run newsrooms, and then being in people's newsroom as a representative of Twitter, and now through my work, I'm sort of back in everybody's newsrooms in different capacities. I've seen sort of the good, the bad, and the ugly. And
tell us about the ugly.
Oh, there's a lot of ugly. Well, if you push me later, I'll get into my rant about the phrase being platform agnostic and how much I hate that and how it's completely the antithesis of what people should be doing. But what I've seen.
Someone remind me.
But what's encouraging to me, I think, is that the more informed, thoughtful newsrooms are doing, along the lines of what everybody here is doing, which is, a focus on the concept of audience development, regardless of what you call it. It goes by many names, and sort of an understanding of looking at distribution not as the enemy, but as part of the ecosystem. I'm seeing much more sort of, skeptical embrace and thoughtful approaches to platforms. So that's the good thing, and I have to say I was amused about Rainey in the last panel. I don't think any journalist has ever referred to Facebook as a righteous platform. I absolutely love that. So, but there's some truth to that.
So what I want to talk a little bit about is the people in the newsroom. Gone are the days where the newsroom is just journalists. And full disclosure, I am not a journalist by trade. Everything I know, I learned from my colleagues in the AP at the past 2 years. When I came in, at the end of my first week, I Googled the word slug, because I just kept hearing people talk about slugs and I had no idea what they were talking about. And at the same time, a lot of my coworkers that I was talking with, when I started talking about APIs, they kind of looked at me like I was two-headed. So now we're seeing a lot more of these teams interdisciplinary. And Scott, I wanted to start with you, because I know you have a good perspective on this. We need data scientists, we need designers, we need product people. How do we get them to all work together?
Yeah, I have a very sort of different take on this. I'm not a big believer in the concept of this sort of cross-disciplinary team. I believe, and this is very much something that I inherited from the culture at ProPublica, that everybody should be a journalist, especially in a small newsroom, or should feel empowered to do journalism and expected to do journalism and expected to take on the ethics and some of the tactics and kind of mindset of journalism. The people on my team who none of whom are traditional computer scientists, but mostly journalism majors, and I was an English major, and things like that, come to ProPublica from very different places, come from a variety of disciplines. But what I feel strongly about it is that they feel empowered to do journalism in all of their work. We make large-scale interactive databases that sort of tell stories using kind of your own data. So you can come to a ProPublica interactive database and find how a large national phenomenon relates to you and your communities. And the people who make those things are not split teams where there's one person who does back-end development and one person who does front-end development and one person who is the journalist and one person who does maybe some data management. each project is led by one person who has an authorship over the work. So rather than being like a bunch of tourists kind of walking together, touring an art museum, we have one person who has the primary responsibility to figure out what the story is in a large database and how to express that story to people who come to it. So, does that mean that they're all gifted designers? No. Does it mean they're all amazing coders? No. Does it mean that they're all great journalists? No. But together we are these things. And we can lift each other up and help each other because we do work together. But we don't sort of split it into sort of a industrial arrangement where we split tasks by expertise. We would much rather split tasks by project. So it's a little bit different.
Justin, is that the same way for you? How is your team comprised?
Yeah, I mean, I would co-sign on pretty much everything Scott just said. And I love the industrial analogy too. I mean, I find myself drawing on that a lot, kind of talking about how, folks who have worked in journalism for a while, it's, we all talk about disruption and change, but it's been kind of slowly happening for the better part of a generation now. At a certain point, right, there were people who sat in the courthouse and called in some news, and there was a rewrite desk, and there were spittoons around, and people with ink on their fingers, and other people would be press lettermen, and some people would have station wagons, and some people eventually had computers to design better routes for the station wagons to go on to. And it's just, you all have to do a little something to the left, a little something to the right these days. It's hopefully project oriented. If you can have people own a project from beginning to end, there'll be a really clear thought on that. You can think about the idea, the audience you want to connect it to, and how best to tell that story or present that information. Sometimes ideas are a little more abstract and you have to kind of pull more people in, but the idea of people not being siloed, as Scott kind of described, I think is a huge goal of ours. There's actually this amazing story. There's a biography written by a guy named Arthur Gelb, who had been a managing editor at the Times back in the 80s and 90s. He started as a copy boy in the 30s, and if you're a student of journalism, as I imagine there are some here, or even just someone who loves journalism, you should read this biography. It's absolutely incredible. It kind of tells the story of the Times from the late 30s through the 90s, a guy who was copy editor and Metro editor and art critic and became a VP and worked on the business side. And the guy's stories of seeing changes from things like cold set type, the use of computers, special sections in the 70s, the introduction of color photography, which was seen as flamboyant. He tells an amazing story from early on where some like Mike Royko type columnist is dancing on a desk and telling stories of his days as a young buck reporter in the 1890s in Frontier, Colorado, and how the older reporters then told him, you can't use a telephone to call sources, you can't look them in the eyes and see what they're actually telling you or not. So, it's a reminder that all these newfangled things from, data science to social media to photography, they're all just different changes like they're happened for over 100 years now.
Excellent. So you both described kind of authorship over the work and in essence kind of a project manager. Is that how the role of the editor has shifted? I mean, Laura, have you seen that as well within the Globe?
Yeah, one thing that I like that Scott said was how one person has ownership of the project. And I think that one thing that I struggle with a lot is that we have a really excellent reporting team at the Boston Globe. We also have a really excellent team of photographers and a really excellent team of video journalists. The list goes on. And we love to get really excited about a story. And when we get really excited about a story, we see it in the format we know best. And so pulling all those people together, creating a singular vision and saying, this is the most appropriate way to tell this story, this is the best we can do, is among the hardest jobs we have to do right now. I don't know if you agree or not.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Yeah, no, there's no question.
You were nodding, so I assume
no,
yes.
I do. No, I agree completely. It's a tough problem, but at the same time, it's sort of one of the great opportunities, right? Because, the vision that the person has, often is expressed very, very well, right? So, sometimes it's going to take all of these things as Clay Shirky says, nothing may work, but everything might, right? So, maybe the answer is it's a story and it's a photo and it's a database and it's kind of all of these things, if you have the resources to do it. So.
And yet sometimes and so often I feel like we still leave so much of that good stuff on the floor because we have to cut it. And so I think that we're trying to find new ways to say, okay, which part of this goes for which audience then?
Sure.
And how can we segment that out?
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that is the role of an editor, but you know, in my view, you know, the sort of my formulation of this, because we expect everyone in the newsroom to be a journalist, even if they don't come from a place that is traditionally journalism, or they're not doing work that feels or looks like journalism used to look. The analogs are all there. So the people who work on my team, even though their title is developer, and even though sort of what comes out of them is not words or pictures, but software, they function very much like reporters do. And my role as an editor is very much like any other editor at ProPublica, where I help them kind of sharpen their ideas. I help them, you know, make sure that the thing that we have been talking about, that is the story that they're working on, is what is expressed in the product that comes out. I help them make sure that they're right. I help them make sure, on some level, though I'm the least qualified to do this, that their code is good, that it's performant, and that people are, you know, it works on the devices we need it to work on. So, you know, in my kind of, you know, kind of narrow view of or my kind of narrow role in the newsroom, it's the same as kind of any other editor, which is to help them synthesize their ideas, sharpen their ideas, kind of make sure that they're right and things like that.
I think there's way too much agreement on this panel, so I'm going to be a contrarian here and make and speak on defense. God. What's that? And speak on defensive specialization. Now, don't get me wrong. Just so I'm not going to argue in support of silos, and I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to argue in support of, you know, people not pursuing, you know, of not having people who are accountable and responsible, and team effort and all that kind of thing. All good. However, I think that we're living in a very complicated age right now in our business, and there are certain specialties and certain amount of focus on areas that I think is absolutely essential. So I'll go into my rant about platform agnosticism now, which is the notion of, you know, we have a singular vision for, you know, for a story, for lack of a better word, in all of its manifestations, and we embrace all of the platforms, and therefore, you know, create ones, publish everywhere, and we're going to push it out, and aren't we great because we're on every platform and we're telling our story in the same way everywhere. I think that is absolutely, positively the wrong way to go, and this is where the specialization comes in. And as everybody here knows, the way that the kinds of people and the ways that people engage when they're, you know, first of all, when they're on their laptop versus when they're on their mobile phone, when they're on Facebook, whether they're on Twitter, when they're on Snapchat, whether they're lying in bed because they just woke up in the morning, whether they're on the couch, whether they're watching TV, every single one of these use cases and platforms is radically different and requires thinking about how to penetrate people's consciousness with the story you want to tell. I thought I was really, I sat in for the last panel, and you know, what Rainey and her team at Facebook did around that story for Syria, I think is a beautiful example of it. I mean, in the old, nobody in this room, but some other news organizations, or in the olden days, like a few years ago, you know, a documentary unit would have taken like a clip of their documentary and put it on Facebook, as opposed to starting from scratch and going, how do people consume media? How are they telling stories? What's the mindset of looking at it on a mobile device? And how do we best get our message across? And so that requires really careful, thoughtful specialization, people that deeply understand. What I'm seeing more and more, because I'm in a lot of newsrooms all the time, is a lot of, particularly the digitally native news organizations, they're creating in their audience development script going, you are the, you know, the Snapchat person, the Twitter person, the Facebook person, whatever it might be. And it's not to say that they are, everybody else can go, oh, I don't have to worry about Snapchat because Joe's doing it. But to be the expert and the evangelist on behalf of the platform and the users of that platform, I think is absolutely essential.
So how do you justify some of the investment there? Because you're absolutely right. All these Snapchat Discover channels, I saw Refinery 29 hired about 10 people. Vox has hired 3 or 4 people. How do you advise justification on we're going to invest in these specialists, but we don't yet necessarily know if they're going to make any money?
Well, that's absolutely true, and obviously you have to scale your business with your, you know, to the best of your abilities, and very small organizations are not going to be able to have a team of 20. But once you get to sufficient size, there's no justification not to invest there, because, you know, what is the point of doing your work if you're not going to be reaching the people and not growing your audience? I mean, I don't think anybody here disagrees with that. I'm not saying anything radical, but it's, I mean, look, the business, that's a whole other panel, and we can go down that road of the discussions of the monetizations on these panels. It's challenging, but I see no alternative. You know, there's sort of death or iteration.
Right. Now, Justin, you guys have experimented with a bunch of stuff. I've seen some stuff with WhatsApp. I've seen the List app, which I'm a fan of because I'm a fan of BJ Novak, and you guys can tweet him and tell him I gave him props. But
created a good app too.
It's a really good app. So let's take that one as an example for the List app. Maybe explain for those that aren't familiar. Did you, how did you decide what kind of content would go there?
Well, it's still very much nascent. We're still figuring it out. I would hazard a guess we've been on it for a month and we've put on 10, 15 lists, maybe more. I think we're trying to do, if not every day, like somewhat regularly. And this kind of gets to Vivian's point a little bit, the specialization. You have to kind of just place your bets. The Times, with the amount of stuff that we publish, with how big our report is, and the amount of energy we put on to publishing, we can place a lot of bets. Some other organizations have to scale in kind of different directions. You still, even as big and wonderful and just the breadth of the Times, no matter, we're a huge general interest news publication, we still can't go everywhere if we have to make decisions not to. So for instance, example of the List, it just seemed like something that was going to be fairly lightweight, and to be frank, people on our social team were excited about it, thought it was fun, and wanted to explore there. It's interesting actually, there are certain social networks, everybody knows now, if you were on Twitter or Facebook in 2007, 2008, that worked out really well for you, right? Some people who maybe in the room in 2010 or 11 were experimenting with color. No, it's a deep social pull, but you would be less than satisfied with your investment in that platform at this point, or Friendster or MySpace, or anything like that. And when I was at the Post 2 years ago, we experimented with Yo a little bit. And again, like in a very lightweight way, one person was spending a little bit of time. Every time I think we had an NSA story come out, we would Yo the link to 500 followers or something. And it was, the truth is, it ended up obviously not driving much of an audience, but it actually helped us think a little bit about a push notification. Now, nothing about the words you would write in a push notification, but the timing of it, thinking through what is push, and that has, so even though that was, you could say, a waste of time, because I don't know how many people are still using Yo, I don't mean to offend any hardcore Yo fans, but there still was a value to doing that for a little while, and then porting that into Facebook Notify right now, or to native app pushes.
I think that's a good segue where I wanted to go next. How do you decide when to pull the plug? I am, don't get me wrong, I am 100% a fan of experimentation and rapid prototyping, and I think that's probably the thing that the journalism industry could learn the most from the tech world, of just really failing fast and iterating. But how do you decide that in an industry of journalism where perfection is the ultimate goal, making sure that you're unimpeachable? How do you get that culture of let's experiment, let's fail fast, and when we realize that something isn't going well, let's pull the plug and move on? Have any of you had success or struggles with that?
I'm going to give props to the Times on this. Sorry, I know I'm here representing
no,
the New York
I'll
Times.
listen to that all day long.
Yeah. First of all, it's really tough. The stop doing is so hard because, people fall in love with their products and, we just give it a little more time. It didn't get enough promotion, or why don't we do this? The Times has actually, I have to say, been pretty good about being kind of ruthless. The most, notable. I mean, there's a lot of examples that was that
in a gentle way.
In a gentle, yes, in a righteous way. That's the word of this conference, I think. For example, I've already forgotten the name of it. Shows how much. But the mobile app that was created around the opinion section, it wasn't working. It clearly wasn't working. There weren't. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't on the inside, but clearly it was so far off whatever expectations there were that you could have just piled on, put good money after bad, or said, you know what, this is a bad idea. Let's just stop doing it and let's deploy our energies. And I've seen that over the years, from when I was there till now, over the years of things that everybody fell in love with, it just wouldn't work. And as hard it is, just pull the club. Times People. I don't know if anybody remembers Times People. It's a big deal. It took over the top of the. What's that?
Time Select as well.
Oh well, yes, thank you. That was me killing that one.
It's a good choice.
So I think the Times has done a good job on that.
Excellent. Anyone either at the Globe or ProPublica? Scott, I know your pieces are huge and they're beautiful. Do you ever get to the point kind of partway through where you've invested a ton of resource and just say, nah, that's not working?
No, we fall in love. No, in fact, it's sort of a significant challenge on my team. We make these durable resources where these databases are often not trivial but straightforward to keep up to date over time, and we have debates within the team which ones are worth continuing to invest in, which aren't. So it's a continual learning process. But in terms of the product development at ProPublica, I think probably that's something we struggle with as anyone else. I mean, especially as a small organization, it's sometimes you're not sure, is it us or is it it?
Right.
Yeah.
And so, Laura, if you want to tell us a little bit maybe about Homicide Watch as well, and you kind of incorporated your own product in development, and how do you see it work? What would you do differently today?
Good question. It's hard to believe. I was thinking about it this morning. Homicide Watch is now 5 years old, which is really hard to believe. We started in DC in 2010. The Homicide Watch DC site is no longer publishing. Homicide Watch is publishing, though, today in Chicago in partnership with the Sun-Times, Trenton with the Trentonian, and Boston with Northeastern University. One thing that I wanted to do to further the platform before taking the job at the Globe was create some sort of open platform for it. If anybody's familiar with the platform SeeClickFix, for example, whether there was a way to bring the community into the time-consuming process of reporting homicides. One of the things that makes Homicide Watch work so well is the community that gathers around it. That it's the comments, it's the submission of photos, it's the submission of tips and information that really makes it tick. On all of our sites, we've had a reporter or editor who's in the middle of that process, writing stories, putting the information into the database, updating the photo. And I always wondered what would happen if we opened that process up some more and said, here's a platform, what would you like to do with it next? That would solve a lot of problems for a lot of communities that wanted to adopt Homicide Watch, but didn't have a news organization that wanted to run it. Is that something that we would do differently? I don't know. I think that we've learned a lot from starting the process with having a reporter and editor there in charge, and that was necessary in order to help determine what the questions were that we wanted to answer. But there are a lot of new places that a community could take it in an open platform.
And how have you seen some of the parallels between running your own site and then working at the Globe and some of the projects you take on there?
I think that I've brought into the Boston Globe a very mission-driven process. And what made Homicide Watch work for me is that I was able to take a very simple question, who's being impacted by homicide, and ask a follow-up question, what would they like to see happen next? How do they understand the process of criminal justice? And take those questions to the Boston Globe, where we have a larger team of people to answer those questions. I think that we're seeing Clash in the Name of Care right here. This is a project that was just out from our Spotlight team a couple weeks ago while I was on leave, so I can't take credit for large sections of this project, which is really incredible. It's about concurrent surgeries and surgeons at Massachusetts General Hospital who are in multiple operating rooms at the same time, working on multiple patients. One of the questions that we tried to answer with this project is, if I'm reading this story, I have a surgery booked, my mother has a surgery booked, my son has a surgery booked, where do I fall in this story? What does the next paragraph need to tell me? What conversation do I want to have with the reporter? And so we created very clear comments forms for this story where people were able to very easily then share their information and ask the follow-up questions that they had as they're going through. I think that's an approach that Homicide Watch taught me of where's the community in this story and who are we targeting with this story, what do we need from them, and what do they need from us.
So taking that kind of the community approach of really understanding your audience, and Vivian, you were talking about having a very dedicated focus on each of these platforms. What are some of tactically, what are some of the training that you've implemented to really tell stories on these platforms? I haven't looked at the Time Style Guide lately, but I can't imagine there's probably a whole lot about emoji in there. But it's going to pop up on a lot of these things. So how do you all kind of blend the old journalistic integrity with the new storytelling platform? We'll start with you since I called the times out.
I guess always emerging, always changing. The usual. I guess it's kind of funny to to reflect on it and think how much is still ahead of us in a lot of ways. And I think that's the way that we kind of help make it easier to make the process happen. To say, look, it's not as if we're going to a destination right now. Like, here's the answer. You tweet like this. You post to Facebook like that. You check out 3 new social networks every 4 months, and one will survive, and that's the end of it. So it's really actually nice in 2015 to be able to walk into a newsroom and have a certain amount of skepticism, have a certain amount of experience, collectively as well as individually, and be able to say to people at different ranges and levels of, on the spectrum of interest and, and applicability to their jobs, here's where we are, here's where we're going. We all know we're in a moment of disruption. We all know we're in a moment of change. Here's what that means for you. So it actually kind of makes it easy to adapt it to all these different audiences within the newsroom to think about. I guess, real specifically what I'll say is just constant trainings, constant brown bags and, one-on-one sessions and working lunches and digital universities. I spent 5 years at the Post, and I'd say every 6 months there was some brand new kind of thing we would do. And by the end, I think we got an understanding of we're not going to rewrite the curriculums every single time. We're just going to look from our shared experience and kind of adapt forward. And I feel very fortunate at the Times to be there at a time of giant change, being able to take advantage of so much other change throughout the rest of the industry, and just beg, borrow, steal from everything you're seeing from the best of your competitors.
Excellent. At ProPublica, one of the things that we've learned from sort of hard experience is that it's not just training, it's also kind of getting into the process early enough and asking questions early enough in the life cycle of a story. So we have thought a lot and kind of tried to hatch schemes to do things differently with a given project. We say, hey, what if this wasn't a story? What if this weren't a long form story, but were instead some more immersive technique or some different way of doing it, or taking advantage of other kinds of platforms? And we have found that there's actually a precise moment when you can have this conversation, after which sort of hearts get set on, but I have to vindicate my sources, and I want to start with this anecdote, and reporters start sort of seeing, envisioning the story a certain way. And it's very, very difficult, no matter kind of how much you convince them that the audience is over here instead of over there, it's very hard to kind of get their heart into doing it a different way. Whereas if you get it at the right moment, they're very open to it. And if it's too early, it's not really time yet to have that conversation. You don't really know what you have and whether it can kind of fit into a new way of doing things. So for us, it's not just about training. It's not just about having conversations, because it's a very open and very friendly newsroom. It's also kind of finding that exact moment when the story is ripe, but it's not yet set.
Mm-hmm. And I think, a lot of the trend that we're seeing is curation newsrooms, and a lot of the digital pure plays are kind of pulling bits and pieces from everywhere. Vivian, having spent time at Twitter, does that make you nervous at all? Because I think when you're pulling stuff from a Reddit source or a 4chan source, or maybe an unvetted Twitter source, you're going to get a lot of wrong information proliferating.
Right. Well, when I preached that myself when I was at Twitter. I've believed it my whole life. The actual principles of information, sharing with the public information that happens to be true is sort of one of the core principles, right, of journalism, I think. And at Twitter, what we would do, and they still do, and I still believe in, is, Twitter is a massive tip network, right? So, you can't, there's absolutely no possible way to verify that any specific tweet anywhere on Twitter among the 500 million tweets a day is true. If somebody's got a blue check mark, you can know they are who they say they are, which still doesn't necessarily mean what they've tweeted is true. So, Twitter, when we were there, and hopefully they still are, very careful to say, you cannot necessarily, here's how you use Twitter to find, clusters of information, trends, breaking news, and then here's how you use Twitter as a tool to verify that information, and that with these tools, we can get you all the way to the last mile, and then the last mile is in the hands of the journalist in the same ways that that stories have been sourced and vetted and verified in time immemorial, or maybe not in time immemorial, because now we have telephones and things like that. But it's it's an incredible resource, but it can't be taken at face value.
Does the platform have a responsibility? That came up in a couple of the conversations earlier today.
No. The core Twitter product, as your timeline, I believe has no responsibility whatsoever. It's a free speech platform, so people are going to lie. People lie all the time. Now, when you start getting into curated products and things like Twitter Moments, that's an entirely different ball game. And I think Twitter has a responsibility that if they're going to touch it, as soon as you touch it, you own it. So something like Twitter Moments, this is a big risk factor, I think. And I'm sure that it will happen just like any of these platforms have happened. I mean, look, you know, the CNN's been in the news today because they're shutting down iReport, and, you know, in recognition of the fact that there are now these powerful other ways for people to share information like Facebook and Twitter. But, you know, they were hamstrung at the beginning by having their name on things that were, you know, that they had a light touch of vetting on that turned out to not be true. It's either just a pure feed, or you have to take on the responsibility of verifying. There's no in between.
Right. Does anyone want to disagree? Yeah, I didn't think so, but I was giving the opportunity for some adversarialness. So I've been asked to make sure that we get the research question in. So we're going to hit the research question, and it looks like we'll have a couple of minutes for questions. So if anybody wants to line up at the mic, we'll take those in a couple of minutes. So out of everything that we've talked about today, everything on this panel, what are some of the research things that Tao should take into account moving forward? And I'll let anybody start. What are some of the research ideas that emerge that you would like to see the Tao Center take on?
Good question.
You know, I've been given the sort of nature of the work that I do and the needs that I have and the things that stare at me right now. I would love to know ways in which traditional academic researchers can learn from and help inform the role of journalism. So, you know, we do a lot of things on my team and at ProPublica that feel a lot like academic research. They come from very different places. They have very different outputs, very different timelines, very different metabolisms, but they seem a lot like academia. We write white papers for our most complex statistical analyses. We don't put them through a peer review process because we can't really be open with what we're working on until we publish, and for all sorts of other reasons. And I would be kind of curious to see, you know, to have somebody smarter than me take a look at that and help us think about that and see what opportunities there are and kind of what risks we're running by doing it the way we do it. I think there are times in which we are reinventing the wheel at ProPublica. We are kind of making up techniques that, in fact, a lot of academics have been using for years. Researchers, scientists kind of have known how to use for years. And I'd be kind of curious to see if we could get a Mark Hansen or somebody to come and like see what we do and say, "Why, my God, why are you doing it that way?" There's like, you know, 16 researchers who can help you do this in 10 minutes. So that would be great.
Okay.
A good friend of mine, Neiman colleague, Karim Ben Khalifa, has a new project that he's been working on called The Enemy. It is a true virtual reality project. You wear goggles and motion sensors, and it is among the most amazing things I've ever seen in the world. I just saw it this past weekend. On one side of the room is a true-to-life looking person on one side of a conflict. On the other side is a true-to-life looking person from the other side of the conflict. And they have been filmed answering questions about who they believe their enemy is. The spaces we create as journalists and the spaces we occupy as members of the community, I think, are fascinating. I thought about that a lot with Homicide Watch. I think about it a lot with the projects that I create at the Boston Globe. Kareem's project on The Enemy, creating a true virtual space to walk around, to be in, and to feel emotions and empathy in, I think is really the next question for me in terms of what we want people to do in the spaces we create, how we invite them in, and how we then create the architecture to welcome that interaction.
You know, I might actually answer by trying to tie something that Laura just said with something that Vivian's been saying. And there's, I don't know if Mark talked about this morning. I'd imagine he might have. We, you know, we recently put out a memo or like a strategy statement from the Times saying that I think it's called the Path Forward, and just the idea of being like, here's where our digital revenue is now. Here's where we want to be in 2020, and it really kind of just lays down a few markers of what we think of ourselves as a subscription business. And as part of that, there's a lot of the buzzword habituation going around the building, and I think habituation is another, you know, it's a more technocratic word for empathy, for connection, for, you know, just creating a relationship with your audience where they care about what you do, and eventually they hopefully give you money for what you do. And I think to tether to kind of what Vivian's saying about platforms and specialization, we're spending a lot of time at the Times figuring out what habituation means for us, the way that people interact with our homepage, with our print product, with our apps. We're obviously concerned with our social presence as well, but I think research that can be done in the general space in the Times, and I love it, but we are a very weird animal. We are a big spaceship with lots of coverage all over the place. We cover conflicts, we cover the Mets, we cover science, we cover all sorts of disparate issues, and a lot of publishers can either be more niche-y or kind of cover thinner slices or just deeper into certain wells. But the ability to kind of understand in social networks how you create that habituation back to your presence, whether it's on that network or back to your own platform, could be really powerful.
I don't know if this is research, a research project per se, but it's on my mind because I just, prior to this, came from having lunch with a guy that's running the connected media program that's part of the new Cornell Technion program. And it's so interesting because the kind of challenges that he's talking about his program, which is sort of starts from, to them, the media in connected media is little m. What we're talking about is media big M. Same word, two different meetings. And I wonder if, some of the things he was talking about is how can his program, which comes in through the little m, get more connected to the big M. And sorry if I'm completely losing everybody with the little m, big
You're
M,
good.
but okay. But this is a program that's more about big M, and how do we connect it to the little m so that we can, bring together people that understand sort of, connected media and come from a technology perspective and get them to feel the civic responsibility that journalists feel, have journalists and connect them to people that are more involved with technology and bring it together to solve the world's problems, frankly.
Right.
So that's what I'd like to see more of.
Thank you. And so we have a question?
Yes, I was wondering with all the discussion on platforms and apps, whether there's a consolidated list that ranks them as far as, Facebook down to Yo, what's their reach, what are their demographics, what are their efficacies, what are their unique characteristics, what's their shelf life? So does an app or a platform come on the scene and it seems to have a lot of power and a lot of trend, and then it's gone in a month? Is there a consolidated list like that out?
I'll just say my glib answer, and then I'll let somebody to answer it more seriously, is there is a very specific ranked list, and the first 10 platforms on the list are all Facebook.
It's not terribly far off, yeah. I mean, the other version of that answer is just, yeah, I mean, it's codified a little bit. Facebook and Twitter are these giant platforms. But, Snapchat wasn't what it is today, which is massive. It wasn't 3-4 years ago. So, I just would place your bets and be aware of the fact that a few emerge. It's great to play in other spaces and learn, and some will emerge to something else. But it's pretty tough to break through the top. I mean, there's a reason why Facebook and Twitter and Google acquire all those really smart startups. It's to kind of bring them into their universe.
Who consolidates the list? Where can we access the list?
Honestly, Alexa.com.
Maybe. I think there's, I straddled both sides of the coin because I think at sometimes there's a little bit of bright and shiny syndrome where it's like, oh, that's new, that's cool, let me go use that. But at the same time, if you don't go and practice with that sort of stuff, you may run the risk of being the laggard and being the last one to adopt Snapchat or being the last one to adopt Twitter and being behind the 8 ball. So I think even those folks down at the bottom of the list, you got to play a little bit, at least just to understand them.
And if you're international, it's a different list in other countries too. Yeah. It's still Facebook in every country, I suspect, but China has a whole separate, completely separate ecosystem of those systems. So the sad news is there is no list consolidated or otherwise.
Does that make that a research question?
Oh, sure. Unfortunately, the list would also change every 18 weeks. So.
Keep you employed that way.
Yeah.
So we are unfortunately out of time, so I just want to thank my panelists and thank you all.
Okay, welcome back. This is the last panel. This is the, as Peter Bale tweeted, why is nobody talking about money? We just left this till last so that everybody would stay. I'm welcoming Emily back on stage. How are you feeling, Emily?
Much better.
Good. She's had a lozenge. So this is going to be a fascinating conversation, I'm sure, on this topic of funding journalism with Jim Kennedy, Shane Snow, Howard Morgan, and Neil Barsky.
Thanks very much indeed, Claire. Thanks, everybody. It's sort of warming up in here again now, which is one of those, I don't know whether I've got flu or whether there's something wrong with the central heating system of the school. But thank you very much indeed to everybody who's stayed the course. It's been a long and very stimulating day. And in some ways, I'm sorry kind of we've left this till last, because I think for many people this is the most interesting conversation, which is how do we fund this stuff? And you may ask, well, why do that in a day about journalism and Silicon Valley? That doesn't seem to fit, except it feels as though the disruption that's happening in terms of the control of the distribution and advertising models is actually a critical part of that question. We have a really stellar panel here today to discuss this. I'm going to throw them all a kind of a question to start off with about what's actually going on in their own areas. I'm going to start on my immediate left with Shane Snow, who is, incidentally, we have two extremely successful alums from the school on the panel. All the panel is successful, but these two are alums, which just goes to prove that you can actually, doing a journalism degree is actually really, really good for business. So I'm going to turn to Shane first. And I first met Shane when he came to my class in the first year that I was here, which was 5 years ago, and you had just started Contently. And you were figuring out the relationship between commissioning and writers, the whole pool of writers. And when you came back the second year, you said, so we are changing journalism, but in a slightly different way to the way I envisaged, in that this actually producing content, what we call native advertising, is really taking off. Tell us a little bit, I mean, we hear so much about that. Tell us a bit about what's actually going on in that world and your world in particular. You know, is this as the crazy growth area that everybody seems to suggest it is?
Yeah, so what happened to us is we initially wanted to broker freelance journalists to media companies or anyone who wanted to hire them, and very quickly fell into the content marketing or branded content or native advertising industry, where the kinds of companies that wanted to hire freelance journalists tended to be more and more, and the ones who had money to pay, corporations that wanted to do information and education and entertainment in order to build relationships with audiences. So basically, instead of being the advertiser that is next to the content in the magazine, making the magazine, and kind of all of the analogs to that online. And that industry is really booming. Our competition 4 years ago was non-existent, and now everyone is competing in this game, including media companies that are starting to turn their newsrooms or pieces of their newsrooms into essentially ad agencies that do content for advertorial or sponsor content for their advertisers. And you know, every ad agency and PR agency is now selling this, and there's a bunch of tech startups that are working on this as well. Kind of what we've evolved into is, first we were just brokering talent. We were a freelance marketplace, sort of like a newfangled talent agency, and turned into sort of a project management platform for publishing and content marketing, everything from story ideas to workflow to getting through corporate bureaucracy and lawyers, all the way to publishing and analytics and integrating with every sort of social platform known to man, and starting with writers and then going into video and infographics and sort of all sorts of ways to tell stories. So we're about 100 people now, employee-wise, and we have a couple hundred clients, half of them Fortune 500 companies, and yeah, it's been sort of a crazy ride.
So how does the activity of platforms play into that business model? So there's one version of this that says the whole idea that we're consolidating on a few platforms really helps this business model, because you have to make messages which are going to be shared and which look and feel much more like editorial than they do like advertising. We have to, that's how you populate these platforms. But your observation that media companies are actually disrupting the creative bit of the agency chain is really, seems to be something almost entirely driven by the shift in distribution models.
There's so many things going on there. One thing we've been talking about a lot is this idea of this omni-platform world, which is a horrible buzzword, but it used to be that if you're a publisher, you published on your own platform, which was your newspaper, your magazine, your website. Now, as a publisher, you see all of these publishers that are being very successful in social media, folks like BuzzFeed, that they're considering every place where people are as the platform. And all of these places like LinkedIn and Facebook and Medium are becoming destination publications for media, and this is where we're sort of going in a direction in terms of helping brands to reach people in all of these places. But there's one of the things that's happened to, and maybe some of these guys will have better perspective than me, one of the things that's been happening to publishers is the money that funds the journalism, that subsidizes the news, was based on the publishers owning the audience or having sort of almost exclusive access to the audience, which now is less and less of a thing because of these platforms. So there's this interesting sort of balance to be achieved, and that's why what publishers are really good at, that you can't take away from them, is their expertise in publishing, their knowledge in how to build an audience and how to get an audience to care, how to build a relationship. So they're starting to monetize that expertise, and that's getting them into the agency business.
I'm going to come to Howard now, Howard Morgan, who is on the Tower Centre advisory board, though we've not managed to raise massive amounts of capital yet, but who is a co-founder and partner in First Round Capital, which really picks on very early stage businesses and funds those. And you have an interest in, media funding and technology funding. When you speak to media people, they say it's really hard to get funding now unless you are mimicking or you are a technology business. How would you characterize that?
Well, I think that's true. I mean, our job anyway is to say no to 99% of the deals we look at because we see probably 4,000 or 5,000 deals a year and do 40. We unfortunately said no to Shane a couple of years ago. Full disclosure.
That's like not sign. Somebody didn't sign the Beatles, and that's
exactly.
Yeah.
We make a lot of those mistakes, unfortunately. What we have done a lot in both sort of related advertising and media technologies, but we want technology. So, for example, I've invested in Verse, VRSC, which did the New York Times piece on that you saw this Sunday. And is doing some other things for a bunch of other players. We have Percolate, which is providing a lot of content for corporate websites. And what Shane said is exactly right, which is that companies want to figure out how to get and brands in particular, how to get people to their website so that they can and the way to do that is give them real information, not just give them advertising. And that real information means content, and they have to get that content created. One way is using Contently. That's certainly a pretty good one. A lot of people are using. Others is to try to curate user-generated content of various kinds. Others is what Percolate does, which is basically curate a million different sites and try to find things that could be relevant to the Kellogg's cornflake consumer, for example. We have companies creating real content in specific areas like Refinery 29, which in the area of fashion has become very big, and that content can drive commerce, which is the other place we're seeing a lot of content come in. But it's most of it not journalistic in the sense of covering the political or those type of events, but it does cover fashion, it does cover entertainment and those areas. And we're seeing a fair amount of money available for that. But what's changed is that, so I have a book with some colleagues from the Wharton School where I used to teach on marketing, called Marketing That Works, and the 2008 edition was all about blogging and how you had to get the bloggers to know you and you had to get the influential bloggers to write about you. And we just put out the 2015 edition, and nobody could care less about bloggers. It's how do I get people who are tweeting about me, and how do I get people who are posting on Facebook, and as the social media keeps evolving, and as the attention span of the millennials gets shorter and shorter. I mean, I sort of talked about Say's law, which in economics says supply creates its own demand, and Gresham's law, that cheap money drives out the deer. Gresham's law applies with content, and that cheap tweeting for 140 characters drives out the 3-paragraph blog posts. And that has unfortunately come to pass. I put this out about 4 or 5 years ago. It's come to pass, and so what we really need now are services like Shane's, services like Percolates and so on, to get longer form content to people who should see it. And that's something we are trying to find ways to fund. Really long form like Wattpad for authors, that's been, Union Square Ventures did that and been very successful. Most of the funding today is going into video or virtual reality on the technology side, because it's video content that the millennials are soaking up, and that is where the money is going today. The Huffington Post and BuzzFeeds are doing more and more specific things in video because that's what people want to see. So there's money for that. YouTube has created huge stars and huge amounts of content that have to be found, and the only way to get them found, again, is to get on lots of publishers' sites and lots of places where people can discover. So it's all about discovering curated content, and that curation is really critical. And in video, it's not a lot of places doing it well yet. We still need more of that.
And I'm going to come back, Howard, to you in a minute and just talk about the intrinsic fundability or unfundability of journalism. Yep. But as you were saying, at the moment, you use content a lot, video, saying it's not necessarily in that kind of hardcore reporting area. So Jim, you are in the enviable or unenviable position of sitting inside the AP is a legacy news organization, one of the oldest legacy news organizations. You're having to strategize a new and different business model. How is that going? Tell us about the challenges and the exciting opportunities.
Well, first of all, when people refer to legacy media companies, I always like to add an adjective to that: great legacy media companies. So we fancy ourselves a great legacy media company, and I also like to remind people that the AP itself started out life as a startup 170 years ago, but started out as a startup. And what you have to have for a startup, as these guys know, is that you have to have a really undeniable top-down trend and a really good bottom-up use case. And so our undeniable top-down trend 170 years ago was the emergence of the telegraph. And the bottom-up use case was that we needed to move the news from the war in Mexico up to New York City faster than it was moving by carrier pigeon and everything else. So we harnessed the telegraph. And the AP was born. And a few years later, the smart guy who was running the AP at the time figured out that you could use it not just to move news to one point, but that you could use the same mechanism, the telegraph, to syndicate news. And so that was the birth of our business model, roundabout circa the 1850s. And that business model was the engine of growth for the next century and a half. So, stuff like that happens like every century and a half. And it's hard to replicate those miracles. And so we don't necessarily see one of those miracles coming around the bend necessarily. Today it's not one thing that cries out to be done. It's many things need to be tried. We sort of passed the point of the one big thing. A couple of big things came along in the last 20 years. Video came along for us in the 90s, and it was a pretty obvious thing that we had to get into video. And then the internet came along, and it was pretty obvious that we had to build products for the internet and license to companies beyond newspapers and broadcasters. But now it's not so obvious what needs to be done, and so we have to look in different places for ideas and innovation, and we're trying to innovate at all levels of the business model. The news gathering part, the packaging part, and the distribution part, it all used to be under our control, one straight line to the customer, and of course that's not the case anymore. And there's new entrants in each one of those places. So we're looking to try to innovate, and we're planning around that. We've just done a big planning process this year, looking out 5 years, and trying to imagine the future of 2020, and then look backward at the steps you have to take to get there. One of the key things that, apropos to the topic, is access to innovation, and that's why we've gotten more involved in the startup community. The startup community, particularly Silicon Valley, is where the ideas are taking root and innovation is taking off. And so we've begun to cultivate that territory, and so we've invested in a few startups that have had real success. At least one of them's here today, Paul Quigley from NewsWhip, in social news analytics, and we've invested in a fund that runs an accelerator program called Matter Ventures that's based in San Francisco. So the whole point of that is not to make money. The point of that is to access innovation and to bring that innovation to bear on our business and our industry in general, because ultimately the AP is a B2B supplier, and that's where we see, we don't see that changing. We do some things that ultimately reach the consumer, so we need to build our brand for the consumer, but it's more of a B2B2C process. And so when we look for solutions, we look for solutions that help us and that can help the industry.
When you're looking at the B2B2C model, I mean, obviously, sort of platforms are a key disruptor in that. You know, you might say, if you wound back 170 years and said, okay, we're going to do what we did. We're going to do what we did then. You would. I mean, I've said this to Twitter before, which is they're kind of like, you know, they're kind of like the AP, but in the 21st century. Mm-hmm. Is there really a B2B2C model anymore? You know, is it? You know,
I think so. But the arrow that goes from the last B to the C is no longer in control, under the control of the Bs.
Right.
So the distribution channels are under other people's control now. So it used to be that the reason we were a classic B2B supplier is that we supplied the newspapers and they had their route to the public, and supplied broadcasters and they had their route to the public. And even in the early days of the internet, you know, the digital outlets had websites. You know,
yeah.
Essentially the newspaper in the driveway just to your desktop. Now, in the last, the big change, of course, everybody knows, is that in the last 10 to 15 years, that's been totally disrupted, and now the distribution channels are under the control of Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, and Twitter, and others. So, and people are starting to move their content there. So the business has to go there. So what does that mean for the AP? The AP has to think in terms of what our customers are going to need to make that transition. You know, instead of doing stories that are only suited to be on, you know, in the newspaper or on the website, maybe we do text content that's suitable for immediate distribution into the social channels. So those are the kinds of changes we're thinking through.
Right. Now, Neil, you are, in a way, the odd one out here, because you're engaged in a non-profit.
I'm self-declared non-profit.
Self-declared non-profit, yes, as opposed to accidental
yes.
non-profit. It's a business model.
Intentionally non-profit.
So Neil, as the founder and chairman of the Marshall Project, you know, you had a background as a financial reporter, and you worked on Wall Street as a research analyst. There's a bit of me that thinks you must have known better than to launch into this venture, though the Marshall Project is, you know, a dazzling example of how you can reinvent, or you can really focus on journalism in a different way, which has been completely enabled by better distribution technologies and platform technologies. But just on the business side of that, why did you go for not-for-profit, and is that a sensible move? And, you know, is there sustainability in that?
The incentive for doing this had nothing to do with journalism. It had to do with criminal justice. So as you said, the Marshall Project is a nonprofit journalism organization, but focused on criminal justice, and it has a mission. We're nonpartisan, but the mission, or the observation, was simply that the criminal justice system is broken. It's a national disgrace, so what we need is a national conversation. And that, having journalism in my DNA, I felt that having an aggressive journalism organization was a great way to help spark a national conversation. And lots have gone on since then, and the events have moved much faster than we ever thought. So the first thing to remember is our incentive was not to make money, clearly, but it had a sort of a political motivation. I happen to also believe in journalism as a great, you know, if you look at the Vietnam War, the civil rights movement, public opinion was really framed by people going and reporting on what they found, and I felt, and still feel, that that's the most powerful way to affect social change. Now, that's the motive. In terms of the structure, you know, I left Wall Street, I ran a hedge fund, I left in 2009, and I did a few other things in between, but at some point, I remember thinking, you know, I'd like to go back into journalism. I started reconnecting with the journalism school, and I talked to people in the for-profit world, and this was pre-Twitter, Facebook was barely around, so it was very blogger-driven and website-driven, and I had a goal. I said, let me find something that, I had two criteria. It has to produce real journalism, and it can't lose money. I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to be an accidentally nonprofit. If I'm being nonprofit, it's fine. So there was nothing going on. And at the time, the only thing that was for sale was The Onion, which might not have been a bad, I don't know, I wasn't in a position to buy it. But so I remain, and as an investor, I follow the decline of the newspaper companies, and as a watching it from an analytical perspective, and so I've been very skeptical and dubious about the business model of journalism. I mean, we're talking about technology companies, but yeah. I still think that over time, nonprofit journalism is going to have a greater market share of what we traditionally define as journalism. For us, being nonprofit is the only option. I mean, criminal justice is not a commercial idea. We are not mass market. We will never have the scale of a BuzzFeed or a Daily Beast even, or a Vox. So we're very niche driven. We cover a niche, And so it's, there's the funding part, which I can talk about, which might be boring, which is foundations and high net worth individuals and engaging people in what we're doing and getting them to give us money. That's one part. The other part of being a nonprofit is not needing to make money, which totally changes the mission. So the most powerful, high-impact things we've done have been partnerships. Say what you will about digital journalism, there's nothing more impactful than the front page of the Sunday New York Times. And when we've been there with investigations at Attica Prison, I mean, that moves the world. So because we're not for profit, we can partner with them. The reader, trust me, the New York Times has no interest for the reader knowing that they partner with the Marshall Project, so you sort of need a magnifying glass to know that we did it with them. Washington Post is much better, but we're achieving so for the brand, it's not helping particularly, it is in the long run, but for the mission, it's helping a lot. So we have a lot of flexibility being nonprofit that are for-profit. You wouldn't see the New York Times and the Washington Post collaborating, I don't think. So, I mean, given the mission, it's nonprofit or don't exist. I don't know. Now, over time, would we like to sell ads? Would we like to have corporate sponsorships? We'd like to have membership like public television does? Yes. But we're a year old. We have 25 people, 20-person newsroom, not tiny, but really not competitive. And that's a challenge. So we think of ourselves as, I like to say that our editor, Bill Keller, who used to edit the New York Times, he wakes up in the morning and he thinks of winning a Pulitzer, but he really does care about criminal justice. I wake up in the morning wanting to have an impact on the criminal justice system, but I'd also be happy to win a Pulitzer. So it's kind of a convergence of two, I think, fairly virtuous motives. But being mission-driven does sort of change, distort. I would, maybe make us more interesting to some and not at all interesting to others.
You said the boring part is the funding part and the foundations, etc. But
not to me, but maybe to folks.
Well, in some ways, in a funding discussion, that is quite interesting. And we see it's relatively new for the American market, right? I remember ProPublica launching, and everybody saying this will not succeed because journalism has to be coupled to a business model which works for profit. But do you feel as though that funding, the not-for-profit funding, is here to stay, or are foundations playing
I feel
with it?
that, and I know there was CPI and CIR before ProPublica, but I think ProPublica did blaze a trail for marrying the civic virtue of journalism with philanthropy. And I'm good friends with those guys. They worked at the Journal. I worked at the Journal, many of them. And so we're friends and competitors. But it is not as difficult a sell to say that traditional investigative reporting is still, despite the explosion of digital journalism, that's the sort of Woodward and Bernstein kind of reporting that we associate with a certain kind of journalism is still rare, and it's getting rarer. It's expensive. The news hole of traditional newspapers, which is still the way, you tell me, half the country gets its news, are shrinking. So there's a vacuum, and it's being replaced by a lot of other kinds of journalism, which I didn't anticipate, which is really interesting and exciting, but it's not investigative by and large. And so it doesn't serve the same function that accountability journalism traditionally has. So I'm old enough, and I want to be current and I want us to be contemporary, but I'm old enough to remember, and what motivated me to be a journalist was changing the world. Not making money, clearly. So I think that there's a huge, first of all, there's a lot of enlightened foundations which have been doing it. Ford Foundation, MacArthur Foundation have been funding this for years. And there's more and more, and it's hard, and it goes up and down, and it's pain. But it's not as hard to sell as one might think. I mean, people have heard of the Center for Public Integrity, people have heard for the Center for Investigative Reporting, and people have heard of ProPublica. So, that's not hard. What's hard is just any business, would you have to, push the boulder up the mountain every year and rolls back down. You got to keep doing it, but that's any business, and that's tough. But,
Howard, just coming back to you on this. So we have a world where if you read particularly, TechCrunch every day or whatever, you feel as though the world is awash in available capital. You pointed out that you actually only fund about 10% of your projects. Jim has talked about, actually kind of like access to innovation is a critical thing. And it hasn't been, but as you said, content, technology, etc. If you are doing journalism, would you advise people not to go to a VC and say, I'm doing journalism. And B, you know, really kind of what can we do about accessing capital for mission-driven types of activities?
Well, mission-driven is the key. I mean, there's been really good successes in the last 5 years. Business Intelligence, Business Insider,
yes,
you know, right, created
yeah.
here in New York,
yeah.
hired lots of journalists, and particularly in the business world and tech and a few other spaces, and sold for $438 million. I mean, that's the kind of thing venture capitalists love to see, and says we'll back the next one of those. But if that's going to be about, if somebody comes to us with the plan and says we're going to do a broad spectrum of things, we might be willing, because the world is awash in early stage capital. But if somebody says we're just going to focus on accountability journalism in particular areas, much less likely to get funded, just because of the difficulties in seeing the business models, the advertising models that actually end up generating the revenue for those companies. And so that's very difficult. And I think it is great that some of the foundations and philanthropy has grown, and crowdsourcing as well, crowdfunding as well,
right, for
specific projects and things has grown quite a bit. And the cost of producing journalism have dropped dramatically. I mean, you know, what used to be the cost of a television crew, 10 years ago, you go out now and buy a Canon camera for under $1,000, and you've got equivalent quality, except maybe you need some lights, but other than that, you've got the ability to produce things at so much lower cost, and that's what's changed venture capital as well. You can start companies like Shane did. I mean, you can start companies now for a few $100,000 or even less, whereas it used to cost 5 to 10, 15 million.
And on the sort of I hate to keep dragging Facebook into this, but I'm going to drag Facebook into it. You know, when we're talking about dropping of cost, part of that is the platforms that have been created, which support publishing, but where you do have a disconnect between the creators and where the money's coming from. Do you think, Howard, would you fund something that was based entirely on a model that says we're going to outsource ad sales, we're going to not go very deep in the technology stack, we're going to distribute sort of only on social media?
We would if there's a differentiated product. I mean, the key for us is what's differentiated, because there's no question that we don't want you to build a 300-person ad sales staff if you're really going to be distributing through other publishers. There's good money to be made distributing through other publishers. But the question is, what's the differentiation? Why can't somebody say, and so we've looked at a number of things that have wanted to create a Netflix daily news show, right? Over some kind of over-the-top news program, CNN over the top, if you will. And none of them have really shown that they're differentiated at all from the offerings you can already get out there. So that's the key. And whether it's a particular voice of a journalist, or whether it's a point of view or something, then it would be fundable. But if it's just, another we're going to distribute through all these channels.
I mean, it's a sort of question for the group, but I'll start with you, Shane. When we were talking about, I think this idea of the agency business being disrupted by media companies is really interesting, and it's if you like, the secret that people know and not many of them talk about, which is if you go and work for certain media outlets, they will now say as a journalist, 60% of your time is producing great journalism, 40% of your time you will still produce great things, but they will be possibly for our partners. Our commercial partners, and that that's happening a lot. Do we feel that sort of the straightforward display advertising model is kind of fundamentally broken in digital? That idea of the horrible MPV, as we used to call it, or the banner, or whatever, which has been absolutely the lifeblood of publishing on the web for 15 years. Is that over?
I mean, it's not over, but it's not a great experience, and there are better experiences to be had on the internet, and that's why things like sponsored content do better and command a premium price versus banners, because people don't click on interruptions, right? I say this a lot, that as soon as we invent a new way to publish, people invent a new way to get around the advertisements just as fast, right? TiVo and all of these things, right? And people are willing to pay for, so Netflix being a good example, they're willing to pay for content that doesn't have advertisements. Maybe not a ton. We're willing to put up with ads, but people rarely say, "Oh, I love ads," unless it's the Super Bowl. And this is where I think that that branded content, sponsored content is sort of chipping away at, well, and becoming part of the supplement of a newsroom's revenue. The question for me is, can brands do this stuff better on their own and sort of cut out the middleman at some point? So Red Bull is the example everyone uses. They have their own extreme sports news and entertainment website and magazine that has as big a circulation as Sports Illustrated around the world. And does that model start to compete with this sort of co-sponsored? We also do a lot of publishing ourselves, so we do studies about what people think of these sorts of things. And it's clear that people don't like banner ads, but they also are very confused by sponsored content. If you show up to the New York Times and it says paid post, even that, which is pretty clear to people in our business, is not clear to everyone and to a large percentage of the people who are ending up on the story. So those are the challenges with that.
Right. So we haven't talked about, one thing we haven't talked about yet is subscription, which is a kind of, again, something which is being changed with payment technologies, sort of point of access. Jim, you deal in the business to business world. You have subscribers, etc.
Right.
What changes do you see happening in subscription, whether it's in the business to business model or in the business to consumer model? That do you feel as optimistic about that as, say, someone like Mark Thompson, who came along this morning and put up the slide where he said, we're going to double our digital revenue to 800 million, by 2020, and the core of that is going to be engagement and driving the kind of the value we get out of that relationship with our readers.
Yeah, I think even the Times, which has set that out, is not going all in on subscription. I mean, the reason they started the T Studio was to develop storytelling advertising.
Right.
So I think the overarching story here is that we've reached a phase for the industry where the industry needs to draw its support from a diversity of business models, not just one. And I mean, the panel represents it, right? I mean, so we're seeing, we're moving out of the phase where everything was done a certain way and the business models were, subscription-based, monopoly-based, and advertising-based, and we're moving into this new phase where there's all different ways to support storytelling, news, and advertising. And I think that's once people give themselves over to that, I think it gets easier to plan. I think what we've a lot of people in the business, including our organization, for a long time just kind of fought the wave of change. And you can't you can't go to the beach and try to sweep the tide back with a broomstick. I mean, you've got to ultimately go with the flow. And so the reason I feel so strongly about this now is I think that we're seeing a lot of the trends mature enough so that you can't exactly predict where they're going to end up, but you can see enough of where the future might be in, let's say, 5 years, to start really planning around it, and not just looking at the next logical step you ought to take, but looking at 5 steps ahead. And I think that's the big change in attitude that we're trying to adopt, and that I think it would be healthy for the industry to adopt.
You're shaking your head, Neil. Do you think it's not
Well,
so
I think
easy
it
to
is
see the
pretty.
next 5 steps?
You mentioned Business Insider being sold for $400 million to Axel Springer. I would just wonder, 10 years ago, is anyone going to care that there's such a thing called Business Insider? What's the value of a journalism brand? I mean, I think what we've really learned, and I'm not speaking now as a nonprofit publisher, although it's telling, is that journalism is one of the most amazing, enjoyable, high value added phenomena in a civil society, and it's a crappy business. It used to be a good business, and now it's a crappy business. Distribution's a good business. Google's a good business. Facebook, platforms are a good business, but journalism, quad journalism, and I don't know if these gentlemen, I mean, obviously Jim is in the pure journalism business, but so that's why I think, from my perspective, we should just, give it up and move on and publish great journalism, have the public support it if we can. Every other iteration that we're talking about is not always a bad one, but it's a distortion of journalism. It's almost a perversion of journalism. I'm not against sponsored content. I'm for making money. I'm for advertising. I have no problem with anything that helps journalism exist. But what we've seen, the upshot is 2 things. It is so fast moving the rate of change is so high, it's nearly impossible to, I think, it would be hard for me as an investor to say, I'm going to invest in this because I know where it's going to be in 5 years. Like, that would be really, like, to me, hard. And so the rate of change is really hard. Therefore, it makes it a worse business, not a better business, to me, because it's less predictable. And the second thing is that, as I started off saying, which is it's just, the gig is up. The monopoly is over. The barrier to entry is zero. And so, you know, I look at Fusion, which I believe is spend a lot of money and is to produce some great things because they want to be like BuzzFeed. Well, BuzzFeed, if BuzzFeed has $1 billion valuation, I'll spend $100 million. And I'll replicate BuzzFeed. And if I'm successful, then someone will come and spend another $100 million. And guess what? They're all going to be worth less. Not worthless, but worth less. So I'm very skeptical from a business perspective of the future of journalism. But distribution, yeah, I'd love to have owned Facebook, you know, before its IPO. And these platforms seem to be very powerful. But where's the actual journalism going to come from is still, I think, an open question. And I hope there's more nonprofit funding for it. And I say this selfishly, but also from a societal perspective, because I think that's the best way to preserve the integrity and independence of what traditionally in this building has been known as journalism.
I'd like to make one quick point, which is that one idea that keeps surfacing, we funded one in 2006, which didn't work, and I just got another business plan last week, is micropayments. You know, now that we have very low friction payment systems like the blockchain, Bitcoin type systems, right. Can we get to a micropayment system where I deposit $10 and it's a penny an article that I read and so on? And I haven't seen a way to make that work yet, but people keep trying, and maybe there will be a way to make it work, because eventually it's similar to the way that the record business fell apart when the CD right. collection thing fell apart, and you're getting paid on a micropayment basis, song by song. Maybe there is a way to make that work for the right kinds of content and interesting content.
So Shane, you
yeah, I was going to say, I think both of these are really good points, something that I think about a lot. I wrote recently a really presumptuously titled post called "What's the Business Model That Will Save Journalism?" So if you Google that phrase, it's Excellent. The first result. And so there's this really presumptuous blog post where basically what I said is that we've conflated for a long time journalism and content. And there's content which is entertainment, which is education, which is information, which is very different from the journalism that Neil is talking about. That's good for the world, but that has always been uninherently unprofitable and subsidized by something else, often ads for the entertainment content or ads for the educational content or other types of things that, so, and in looking, I kind of looked at micropayments too. I'm pretty convinced that journalism with the capital J, investigations into corruption and things that are good for the world and keeping the electorate informed, are going to be increasingly nonprofit. Or one of the things that we've done a year ago is we started our own nonprofit that's basically Contently's corporate responsibility is instead of paying money to plant trees in the neighborhood, we pay money towards a nonprofit that does journalism. There's $15 billion of corporate responsibility money that goes into the economy every year, you know, Walmart paying to plant trees. Some of that money could potentially be a source for donations as well, another roundabout way for corporations to fund journalism, but it's always going to be subsidized, I think, which is why I think when you talk to VCs, I mean, when we talked to VCs our very first round, when we were more in the media journalism, thought the media companies would be our customers, they all said it's inherently not a high growth kind of business, whereas the platforms and entertainment and things like Netflix and BuzzFeed that really skew that direction are more of that high growth potential.
You know, call me naive, but I still hold out hope that the future holds new opportunity for innovation in journalism. And you know, I was struck, I just went to see the movie Truth the other night, and I was struck by the underlying business story there of 60 Minutes, which suddenly came out of nowhere and turned investigative journalism into a profitable enterprise, harnessing network primetime television at perhaps the heyday. So, you know, what's going to happen with these new distribution channels? What are the over-the-top, social mobile? What are the new opportunities there for the people who are running journalism businesses or news businesses, news and information businesses, to innovate in those spaces with those players? In sort of joint venture kind of terms, not just taking the crumbs that they want to give us, but let's talk about how we make a real news service on this platform, and not a cobbled together one that's just automatically driven by an algorithm.
Does that, the very sort of first thing that we talked about this morning was just like that pace of movement from platforms into hosting things more directly. Do you sense that that what you're talking about, which is okay, well, let's really create a news platform together, kind of, do you sense that that's ever actually going to happen? Will one of these companies break off $1 billion and say, right, we're going to pursue this and start to own it as opposed to host it?
My instinct is that the answer to that question is yes, because I don't think it can continue to exist as just as an algorithm-driven grab bag of content showing up in these places. I think that ultimately the brands are going to deliver enough value that there will be some kind of new way to aggregate content and reimagine all the things that we used to have, like reliability, dependability, serendipity, all of that stuff. We'll find a new home in new kinds of models with different players. And who knows? The next great news thing may well be on a social network, and I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, really my guiding principle in all of this is not to look backward, but to look forward, not to make old models fit the new, because I think we've gone through 20 years of that and it isn't working.
We've got time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. I don't want to stand between you guys and the drink, which Jim and the AP is very kindly buying us at the end of the day. But if you have questions, please. And if you could just say very briefly who you are as well. That would
Richard Levine, Dow Jones. The last time I looked at mid-year, the American News Association, News Editors Association, published the latest census on employment at legacy media newspapers. It's down 40% since 2009. So the news employment figures at legacy newspapers in the country is now down to about 32,000 from a peak of about 56,000. In large cities and small communities, newspapers are really not reporting the news in any way that was similar to what they were 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. Does anybody see a business model that corrects this? And if not, what is the future of journalism? As Mr. Barsky has articulated it, and what's the future of democracy?
Well, we end with the tiny, trivial questions.
I would like to, as much as I would like to answer the question, what is the future of democracy? Because no one's ever asked me that before. I just want to point one difficult thing, addressing your question about the business models. One of the very frustrating things if you're an investor is that I don't think there's a single digital news organization with publicly filed financials. If I want to learn about the auto industry or the telephone industry, I could go and get their financials and learn what their margins are, what their growth is, and all we have are headlines and BS, and the New York Times comes closest because it has this big legacy media, so they converge their expenses, and you don't really know. So all these great Vox and BuzzFeed and Business Insider, all these companies that allegedly have free cash flow, they may, but there's no way of verifying. So if you really are a student, you asked before about research, and it's not going to be easy. In fact, it'd probably be impossible. But one of the frustrating things, one of the difficult things of prognosticating is we don't actually know what the true profitability is of Gawker. And Gawker comes closest because they gossip so much that from time to time they leak, their financials. But if you truly want verifiable numbers, this is the only industry I know, and it's because they're too small, frankly, I think, that you can't really understand. So I don't really understand, even though I'm in it, I don't understand the economics of any other organization because they're not public.
We also don't know, we have no good figures on the new employment created on the digital side of the equation. Guesswork. Somewhere roughly around 5,000 plus nationally.
More.
feels like we have our marching orders for a research institute in this area right there. So thank you for that, because I wasn't very busy for the next 5 years. Next question.
Yeah. So everyone here has discussed the future of non-profit journalism. I want to know what sort of firewalls exist to prevent non-profit journalism from becoming a tool. You know, like then an example I like to think of is it ethical for Pepsi to fund an investigation into Coca-Cola, even if Coca-Cola has done something bad, even if they've done something wrong, Coca-Cola, is that ethical?
Our students are great. So that is a great question, Shane.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a really thorny area. I think it's thorny territory. I think that for that sort of thing, it's best if donations are donations and the journalists can act objectively and impartially and sort of follow everything that the SPJ says are the tenets of good journalism, seeking the truth as fully as possible and minimizing harm and acting objectively.
They've always done it by advertising or pulling advertising from papers, so that's nothing new. But you know, when you get to the extremes, of course, I completely agree with Shane. But there's always been a tinge of that.
It's just said from our perspective, it's very clear. The reader of anything in our publication has to know that whatever we publish was honestly, it was discovered. It was honestly achieved. So we would take money from what we do, from a variety of places that are advocacy, and we disclose it. But when you read something in the Marshall Project, like when you read something, I hope, in the New York Times, you know that's the byproduct of research by reporters and editors with who have no relationship to the Capitol. So the Pepsi-Coke example, which started me thinking, not a terrible idea, but ultimately that would fail the test because that would be contingent on an outside, commercial entity wanting to see that published. So it's really it'll always be about the relation between the reader and the publication, and so long as that is unviolated, I'm very liberal with the types of money we would accept.
And to that point, that relationship, the transparency in that relationship is becoming part of the business model, right? So, right.
Hi there,
question.
Alicia
Hello.
Stewart. I'm a 2015 Neiman Journalism Fellow. Emily, you famously wrote about the lack of diversity and the replication of that within tech industry, so I think it would be remiss to not bring that up in a funding conversation. And I'd really be curious, especially to hear, you talked about seeing 5 years ahead what's coming and preparing for that. I'd be curious to know what are the changes you're seeing in terms of what you're getting from startups, or what are the things that you wish you could fund but you don't feel that you have the support within companies to fund?
That's a great question, and I do want to say that I know that this is a manel, and I am and we have had, I would say, a diversity problem throughout the day. We addressed this right at the beginning, and it's really hard, and we didn't.
I'm happy to help you because I can make it easy.
Yes, you will be on this panel next year. But there was part of me which is and these are all great people with fantastic insights. Is to some extent we are looking a little bit at the reality of the industry as well. But that's a good point, well made. But to your question of, so what are these things?
Well, first of all, First Round published recently. Our 10-year history statistics, one of the findings was that founding teams with one female member perform 60% better in terms of return on investment than teams of all men. We do believe that in the venture industry, there's more and more looking for teams that are diverse in all sorts of ways. The venture industry itself is pretty awful. We had one female investment partner at First Round. She left to go to Intel. The female-male ratio in the venture business is well under 10%, and there's no good excuse for it. It's just a question of, how do you really find people, and how do you open the funnel wider to find those people so that we can have more diversity in there. It's a hard problem. The venture industry is very aware of it, become more and more sensitive, and we're trying to get there. On the entrepreneur side, I think we are getting there. We're moving in the right direction much faster than we are in the funding side.
I'm glad you brought it up because of all the trends that we've been talking about, technology, mobile, social, the real big mega trend, overarching trend, I believe, is the generational shift. And all the diversity issues that go with that, from diversity of race to diversity of talent. And I think that it's incumbent on all of the media companies, if they want to remain great legacy companies, is to empower the next generation of leaders and give them real opportunity to not only participate in this, but to make many of the decisions that are going to shape the future. So that's the kind of future I hope you enter when you graduate.
Thank you. Actually, I'm a Neiman Journalism Fellow. I've already graduated. But just to clarify, my question wasn't about accounting of what you all do on your side, but what you see bodes for the future in terms of the ideas coming in and the metrics that you have around that. And if you don't, that's fine. But just to clarify the question.
I have no answer for that, but my new favorite Silicon Valley startup is a company called Jopwell, Jopwell, just raised a bunch of money, huge momentum, basically focusing on helping tech companies and every company solve this problem, and starting with industries where it's a big problem. The founder just moved here to New York with the team, and they're awesome. So just to plug a really good Silicon Valley company that's doing some interesting stuff there, Jopwell, I'm a big fan of.
Thank you.
Right, we have reached the end. First of all, thank our panel, because that was a really stimulating, terrific conversation. We do have drinks now. I'd just like to say from my perspective, thank you all, everybody here who's participated as a panelist or in corridor conversations or with questions. This is just the beginning, clearly, of a really sort of fascinating engagement, and it's past time that we should be doing it. I want to thank the team at the Tower Centre, who've done an awesome job with logistics. They've all been our fellows. They're all alums or current fellows or journalists, etc. And I hope that you will continue to engage with us, and if you have suggestions of what we should be doing in this area, if you want to propose research, if you want us to do something about the problems that we've been hearing about today, we are thinking about this all the time, but we will have better ideas with your input. So thank you very much indeed. And now let's be guests of the AP and drink. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. But not you personally.